Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry became overpowered under the Iron Lady's guidance. Here is short summary. Raised by the mysterious Iron Lady, Harry defies fate and grows into a formidable force. No longer a pawn, he faces every challenge with overwhelming power. The wizarding world isn't ready for this Harry Potter. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry and Becky ran into the living room, laughing as they both made hissing noises and pretended to talk to each other in Snake. They stopped when they found both their parents sitting on the couch looking grim. "It wasn't me," they said in unison, provoking a tired smile from their mother's face. "It was Red, she'd been crying." "Mum," Harry asked, taking a step forward. "Is everything all right?" She burst into tears, and both children looked to their father, frightened. "It's all right, kids," he said, his voice rough. "Your mother and I have something to tell you." Harry listened in astonishment and then horror as his father began to describe finding Harry at his aunt and uncle's house. How Harry's real parents had died, murdered during a home invasion, likely trying to save him. The abuse he'd suffered at his relatives' hands, and how his father, or rather the man he'd thought was his father, had rescued him and brought him home. At the end of it, Becky ran from the room sobbing, leaving Harry alone with the people he had thought were his parents. "So my real mum and dad are dead then," Harry sobbed, trying to hide his tears behind fogged-up glasses. His eyes were downcast, but he suddenly felt warm arms around him, and melted into the embrace, letting his tears flow freely. "No, Harry," his mum whispered. "Your mum and dad are right here. You are our son." "That's right, lad. You'll always be my little boy, and your mother and I love you so much. Maybe you don't have our DNA and maybe we didn't give birth to you, but that doesn't change how much we love you. You copy that?" "Solid copy, sir," Harry hiccuped, looking up and trying to smile at his parents. "That's a good lad. You're Harry McAllister now, even if you were born Harry Potter. I'm sure your birth parents would have loved you very much too, but not more than your mum and I do." Later, after his mum and dad had tucked him and Becky in and read them 2 bedtime stories, Harry felt a thump from the bunk above his. A moment later, he felt Becky snuggle up beside him. "I'm sorry," she whispered, and Harry could feel the wet streaks on her cheeks. "What for?" Harry mumbled, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. "That I said you were adopted." Harry was silent, shocked by this revelation. "When?" "I don't know, okay. But I know I've done it and it was wrong. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, brother." Harry gave his sister a big hug. "I forgive you, sis. Besides, you're probably adopted too, you know." "Oh, I'm not." It took Becky a moment, then she saw the broad grin on Harry's face in the dim light of their Blue Peter nightlight. "Rotter. Go to sleep. No more dreams about the green light, okay? I don't want mum and dad to worry any more than they already do." Later, when their parents looked in on them, the 2 children were clutching each other's hands, snoring softly. "That's not all we have to tell him, you know," Alice whispered after she'd put the covers over their 2 angels. Tom stroked his children's heads twice before standing. "True, but it's the hardest part. After telling him he's adopted, how hard can telling Harry he's a wizard be?" "Mr. McAllister, so good to see you again. I am glad to find you have not turned invisible after all. How have you been since our last meeting?" Dr. Copula Pottle asked. "I talked to a snake and found out I was adopted," Harry said, smiling back at the doctor. "It was harder finding out I was adopted, but mum and dad say they still love me." "Indeed, I'm quite certain they do. I've tested you quite thoroughly, and I must say your levels of love are quite within acceptable bounds. Not too much though. That could cause a sickening sensation in those around you from too much sweetness." Harry giggled and nodded seriously. "Yeah, like when people key in movies. Gross." "Exactly like that." Dr. Pottle paused, then looked up at Harry's parents. "You sure you want your daughter here for this?" "Yeah, why am I here?" Becky asked. "I never come to Harry's checkups. And what is his condition anyway?" I don't think chronic procrastinitis is a real condition. Yes, she needs to know. He's her family too, Dad said, his voice tired. Dr. Pottle nodded gravely. Very well. Harry does indeed have chronic procrastinitis, though I do not know many boys his age who don't suffer from occasional bouts of laziness. His real condition is this: he is a wizard. Harry waited for a moment, then looked at Becky and they both laughed. I told you he was funny. He is funny. Come on, doctor, what's really wrong with him? Is it his stinky feet? Because his socks are way smelly. Harry is indeed a wizard, Dr. Pottle said, his tone mild. He can talk to snakes. It is known as Parseltongue, though in my homeland it is called Nagina Kisanza. A very rare ability, and quite a valuable one as well. My own great-grandfather possessed the skill. Harry started to laugh, then looked again at the doctor's face, then at his parents. You're not serious, are you? Magic isn't real, it's pretend, like the doctor's screwdriver and magic police box. Or the Force, agreed Becky. He's my stupid brother, he's not special or anything, and he certainly isn't a wizard or Jedi. Language, dear, Mum said, though her voice didn't contain any reproach. Harry has demonstrated a number of remarkable abilities. His arm stretched rather far to make that catch in his cricket league when he was 7, Dr. Pottle continued. And when that dog came after you, Becky, it suddenly became much smaller. Didn't it? It only looked bigger, Becky protested, but her voice was small, and she was suddenly holding on to her father rather tightly. Harry clung equally hard to their mum, and both children were being held tight by red-eyed parents. I know this is hard for you, lad, but it's true. Your birth parents, they were wizards too, Harry, Dad said. Indeed, as were my parents, Dr. Pottle agreed. Sadly, or perhaps gladly, I do like my current life. I did not inherit such powers. That happens, from time to time. And occasionally children who have wondrous abilities are born to parents with no such powers. A quirk of genetics, we have come to believe. We should be able to have a test for it, soon. Though we lack a suitable number of samples from the magically inclined currently. Harry suddenly brightened. Does that mean I get a staff and a hat, like Gandalf the Grey? And I sword. I want a sword, like Glamdring. No, Harry, you get a gun, Dad growled, and Harry and Becky both looked him in shock. They'd gone shooting with their father many times, it was a bit of a family tradition. Lots of the kids of SAS officers went shooting at the range, in fact. But the guns were always treated with utmost care and respect, and Harry had never actually shot a gun without their father helping to hold the gun. Becky had, but only since her 10th birthday, that being the appointed age when a child could use a weapon unassisted. Neither of them had a gun, and none of the kids did. You had to be 16, practically a grown-up, before you could have your own gun. Indeed, Dr. Coppola agreed, you're going to begin training in earnest, Harry. And I suppose Rebecca too, considering. After all, if the rumors are true and Voldemort, that is, the wizard who murdered your birth parents Harry, is still alive, a second major wizard war is likely. Harry and Rebecca listened in astonishment as the plan for Harry's future was laid out. He was to be trained in SAS survival tactics and combat. Both children had taken judo and kendo lessons since they were small, but now things were going to the next level. Harry was to become a sort of spy, the Norm's viewport into the life of the Maggies, or magic users. You're not to do anything foolish or dangerous, but we won't send you into this blind or unarmed, Dad explained. You'll just be another student learning magic at the British school, Hogwarts. We don't know how to prepare you for the magic side of things, but survival and recon is another matter. You'll do fine, son. This is brilliant, Dad, brilliant. What kind of a gun do I get? And the recon, do I get to fly in a helicopter? And what about? Harry continued to gush for several minutes, until he finally wound down, still excited and beaming. Becky had gotten in on the action too, but the children finally noticed that the adults still looked rather grim. I know this is exciting. Maybe it even seems fun, lad. However, things are deadly serious. Do you remember the story of Spider-Man? Or of Superman, Frodo Baggins, King Arthur, the Doctor, Luke Skywalker, all the stories about those with wondrous gifts? Harry nodded, slightly confused. Yeah, those stories are brilliant. You and Mum are always reading them to us or showing us videos on the telly. Becky and I love those stories. Why? Oh, I get it, Becky exclaimed. It's 'cause Harry's like them, he has superpowers. Her voice deepened and Becky put on a mock serious expression. With great power comes great responsibility, old chap. Harry grinned. Oh, don't worry about that, Dad, I'll be a good guy. Like Gandalf, or the Doctor. They were always my favorites. I'll do good, help people. Mum squeezed Harry a little tighter. We know you will, love. That's the way we've raised you. Too many wizards are unwilling to use their powers to help others. Instead of being superheroes, they are either recluses who hoard their own power, or use it for evil. That's how your Uncle Bill died, before you were born. Dark wizards killed him. Was Uncle Bill a wizard too? Becky asked. Dad shook his head. No, but as no wizards seemed interested in trying to save those without magic, Bill died when an evil one decided to go on a killing spree. But that's awful. Where are the heroes? The Time Lords were all a bunch of rotters, but the Doctor was a good guy. Surely there's a wizard version of him, Harry said. Dr. Copula leaned back in his chair. Actually, to be quite frank, we were hoping that would be you, Harry. The world needs heroes, someone to protect the innocent. We don't want you to be alone. When you go into the wizarding world upon your 11th birthday, we hope you will recruit other young wizards, those born from magical or non-magical families. You mean like the Avengers? Or the Justice League? Becky blurted. Precisely. And why I've recommended that both you and your brother be fed on a nice diet of comic books and pop culture. Only the good bits, of course. Your young minds needed a good dose of heroes. Both children were silent for a moment, and then Becky grinned. I call Batman. Time passed quickly, as it always does, and 2 years later found Harry grown from a gangly nearly 9-year-old to a gangly nearly 11-year-old. Despite his mother's best efforts, he remained skinny with arms and legs that seemed just a bit too long for his body. The normally unruly hair had just received its summer buzz, and the black tufts were drifting away in the breeze. Sitting in a chair on the front porch, Harry rubbed his new stubbly scalp and grinned over at his father, who was receiving a similar treatment. It was something of a tradition for the men in the McAllister family, going back quite a few generations. I remember my mother giving my father and me a haircut just like this in the summer of '51. A few weeks later, he was deployed to Korea. Harry was silent. He'd heard this story before, every summer since he was old enough to remember, but he didn't feel like interrupting. Your grandfather was a brave man, Harry. He served his country with honor and integrity. A true soldier. He died trying to pull another man to safety on some godforsaken muddy hill. They gave him the Victorian Cross. Bloody fool had gone back 5 times, despite heavy enemy fire. He saved 5 men. They got the last one to safety as well. I was there when they gave it to your grandmother. She still has it. You've seen it before on her mantle. I never won any medals, save for the kind they hand out like sweets. My father's why I joined the paratroopers. I hope I've made him proud. I know you have, Dad, Harry said quietly. I hope I do, too. I'm right proud of you, lad, and you know it. I wish you didn't have magic after all. That bloody letter's going to come any day now. Harry's mother was silent, save for the buzz of the electric razor in her hands, but when Harry looked at her face, her eyes were red and puffy. I want to go, you know. Like you, and Grandpa. Besides, it's not like I'm going off to war. It's just like a fancy boarding school, really. All right to you and Mum, and Becky. I can't very well tell Aaron and my other friends now, can I? They think you're going to a nice fancy boarding school in the north, which is true enough, I suppose. Beyond that, they don't need to know. I'm sure you'll make plenty of new friends. Maggies are not the enemy, Harry. Not all of them anyway, and certainly not ones your age. Think of it as recruiting for your fellowship of adventurers, like Gandalf did. Harry nodded, and he sat silently as his mother finished cutting his father's hair. Afterwards, father and son sat quietly together on the front steps, enjoying the morning sunshine. It looked to be a beautiful day. Dad had the next few weeks off of work, to help prepare Harry for wizard school as best he could. Secretly Harry just thought his father wanted to say goodbye. Sure, they'd practice information gathering techniques, driving around the neighborhood while Harry tried to memorize car license plates, or going to a cafe to eavesdrop on unsuspecting patrons. They'd also done extra bouts of martial arts training, in both judo and on the firing range. Throughout it though, his father had been just a touch wistful, as if to say, "When will I be able to do this again with my son?" Harry sort of felt the same way. Mum and Becky brought out biscuits and cold colas, and the family sat together, talking about a dozen small things as the sun rose and the birds sang. "Hey, what's that?" Harry asked, squinting into the distance through his glass. "Is that an owl? What's it doing out in daytime like that?" Shading her eyes, Becky frowned. "Rubbish, owls are nocturnal. We learned about that in." "Oh, I guess it is an owl." Thomas and Alice's faces grew sad. "Well, it's time then," Alice whispered, taking her husband's hand in her own. The owl was a large beast with soot-black feathers and a large letter clutched in its talons. It soared right up to the mailbox at the end of the short drive. Somehow, it managed to use its claws to open the box, put the letter in, close the box, and put up the little flag. Beating its wings, the owl seemed to look right into Harry's eyes, then flew off down the lane. Silently, Thomas stood and walked up to the mailbox to retrieve the letter. With steady hands and a silent nod, he handed the letter to Harry. His own hands shaking, Harry wasn't sure if from fear or excitement or both. Harry opened the letter and read it aloud. Mr. H. McAllister, 2 Whedon Road, Martin's Heron, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sork, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confed of Wizards. Dear Mr. McAllister, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. There was a soft pop at the foot of the lane, and the family looked up from the letter. At the end of the lane were 2 people. One was a rather shabby man dressed in a suit 10 years out of date with red hair and a shocked expression. The other was a rather severe-looking woman with rimmed spectacles and a classic witch's hat, who merely appeared bemused. "Good heavens, Harry Potter, is that you?" the man exclaimed. The woman raised her eyebrows. "Well, well, it seems our search is at an end at last. Come, Mr. Weasley, we'll have to explain matters to the family. The headmaster will be glad we've finally located the boy among our new students." A few minutes later, the McAllisters and their odd guests were seated at the family table, drinking tea. It was early for tea yet, but Mum had decided it would help settle everyone's nerves. She'd even gotten out a box of small cakes she usually saved from special occasions, which the children were eating greedily. "We are here to inform you, Mr. and Mrs. McAllister, that your son is a wizard. Actually, not just any wizard but the orange-haired man," a Mr. Weasley began, but his companion, Professor McGonagall, cut him off. "Time enough for that later, Arthur. I know this is something of a shock for you, having spent all your lives believing magic to be nothing but fairy stories, but I assure you it's quite real. Allow me to demonstrate." The witch scrunched up her face, and after a moment, slowly morphed into a cat with markings on its face exactly like those of her glasses. Harry's eyes widened and Becky let out a small gasp, but both their parents remained stoically silent. "Fascinating. Though I'm afraid you are both rather misinformed. We've known our little Harry's quite special for some time. The family doctor is from a magical family, Dr. Copula Potter. He has no abilities of his own, but he recognized the signs in our lad and gave us the details. Sorry to spoil your surprise, and I assure you the demonstration is most fascinating. Can you tell us of any other magical abilities?" Dad asked. Professor McGonagall changed back into a woman while Mr. Weasley sputtered. "I see. Your house is rather odd, isn't it? I'm having a difficult time using my magic, I'm afraid, so there will be no further demonstrations for now." Thomas hid a smile behind his hand. They had turned the dwelling into a Faraday cage shortly after Harry's arrival, to try and prevent any magical mishaps while he was unable to control his powers. It had worked beautifully, and the only incidents had occurred when they were out and about, away from the sheltering energy cage. The monthly electric bill would have been enormous, but fortunately the government covered it up and only an amount a normal family would use was billed. Well, so you know about magic, do you? Fascinating. Muggle parents with magical experience. Tell me, have you heard about the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy? Mr. Weasley asked, obviously fishing for something to say. He repeatedly glanced at Harry's forehead, where the scar was clearly visible thanks to his fresh haircut. We know that you lot don't like us normals talking about you, and haven't been spreading the word around if that's what you mean, Alice snapped. Besides, who do you think would believe us? The two Maggies relaxed a little, and Professor McGonagall nodded. Very good. I must say this is a bit of a shock, but such things have happened before. What we're really surprised by is that you have Mr. Potter with McAllister, Harry interrupted. Both Maggies looked at him in shock. My name is McAllister. I'm legally adopted and all that. I'm not Harry Potter. I'm Harry McAllister. Both of the Maggies winced, but Harry didn't notice. He also didn't notice that his father suddenly had to cough, or that his mother sniffed and picked up a napkin. Such sentiments are understandable, Mr. McAllister. However, in the wizarding world the name of Potter carries a great deal of weight. It's an old name, and a respectable one. Not to mention that you are rather famous. That made the McAllisters blink. Whatever for. He left your world when he was just a child. His birth parents were killed by another wizard, Alice said. McGonagall nodded. Indeed, he who must not be named did kill Harry's parents. He tried to kill Harry too. That's what makes him so remarkable. He survived the killing curse. He's the only one in history to do so. So he's famous because Darth would ever tried to kill him? Becky asked. Darth, is that a Muggle term? Mr. Weasley asked. You know, like Darth Vader. Harry said, then switched to a raspy voice. Luke, I am your father. Both Maggies just gave him blank looks. After a moment, Mr. Weasley cleared his throat and continued. Anyway, people might be a tad offended about you taking a Muggle name Harry. Well, to be blunt, there's quite a bit of prejudice against Muggles, and against wizards from Muggle families. I've dealt with bullies before, Harry said confidently, thinking of a gang of kids that had tried to pick on him in year 2. He and his sister had lain in wait for them after school, then given the lot of them a thorough thrashing. After that, he'd actually become friends with Aaron, one of the bullies, Aaron. I'm not going to change who I am just to make a bunch of stuck-ups feel better about themselves. That's noble of you, young Mr. P. McAllister, but think carefully, Professor McGonagall cautioned. Some of these families are very powerful. They are not simple schoolyard thugs either, they have years of magical experience behind them. I'm not afraid, Harry declared stoutly. Mr. Weasley smiled. I admire that, Harry. Personally, I think those who judge someone by their ancestors and not their actions are a lot of. Well, it's not very intelligent of them. Tell you what, I have a lad just your age, Ronald. I'll introduce you to him when we take you to get your school supplies. The two of you stick together at school, and I know Ron wouldn't let anyone bully you over your name. Neither would his brothers. Percy's a prefect in Gryffindor and Fred and George know to look out for the younger students. Harry's birthday party is next Wednesday, why don't you and your family come over? Tom suggested. Most of Harry's mates from school will be there, and we can have our lads get to know each other while they have a bit of fun. That suggestion had Mr. Weasley positively beaming. Oh, a Muggle birthday party. What a fascinating opportunity. We accept, of course. I'll have to bring my boys over. Perhaps we can even talk privately after about matters at school. Would that be acceptable, Minerva? Yes, I think that would be appropriate, Arthur. You might want to leave the twins at home though. I don't know if they could contain themselves, given such an opportunity. Harry didn't know what that meant, but Mr. Weasley winced. Yes, well, perhaps I'll bring Ginny instead. Harry does have a sister after all. After that, the two Maggies stood and bid farewell. Mr. Weasley promised to go over what sort of things a young wizard would need for school and how to obtain them, and answer any lingering questions his parents might have. As they left, the wizards didn't notice the heavily tinted window of the house across the lane that had a perfect sight line on the front sitting room and driveway of the McAllister house. Nor did they notice the man behind the darkened glass, sitting behind an L-96 rifle. Clear. Targets are away. Sergeant Pruitt relaxed slightly as his marksmen looked up, still on alert but no longer with their rifles zeroed in on the Maggies. "Damn shame that, was looking forward to poppin' me a Maggie," one of the soldiers remarked. "Mallory, you just earned yourself extra PT and duty," Pruitt snapped. "That was my bloody second cousin out there." Even with the warning, the squad couldn't quite contain sounds of astonishment. "That goes for all of you ignorant wankers. Don't forget that these people are still British citizens. Most of them are not bad sorts. We're here to keep the lad and his family safe from the bad kind." "Yes, sir, Sergeant," came the mutters. Pruitt nodded. There had been a great deal of excitement when the wizards had popped in, and when the lady, identified as one Minerva McGonagall, turned into a cat. For most of the men, it was the first time they'd seen real magic. A few had been on duty when other incidents had taken place, such as the shrinking dog or the snake talk, but none of that had been quite as dramatic. There were only a grand total of 14 squibs in Her Majesty's service, and most of them were working in other sections. As such, exposing the men to real magic had been problematic at best. Maggies were damn good about keeping secrets and obliviating anyone they thought had seen something. Of course, wizards also didn't have a clue when it came to electronic surveillance. They seemed to believe that people without magic had stayed in the same sort of medieval stasis that they had. Pruitt himself had been shocked at first to see just how much Muggles learned. Even more surprising were the many areas that Muggles had far surpassed wizards, such as in mass transit, diagnostics and medical technology, agriculture, and most especially warfare. True, a wizard could shield themselves against a gun, and a single-shot rifle or pistol was useless against any decent protection charm. But what about flashbangs, explosives, squad support weapons, tanks, planes, gas, nuclear weapons, flamethrowers, mines, and the dozens of other incredibly lethal contraptions Muggles had created? Even a simple Saw-80 was superior to the vast majority of offensive spells, and a fire team utilizing fire and maneuver could easily overwhelm a wizard that didn't apparate away. Pruitt didn't hate his family, not anymore, and he honestly hoped that somehow, the wizard and Muggle worlds would merge peacefully. But if they wouldn't, he knew where his loyalties lay now. These men in this house, any man or woman in the uniform of Her Majesty's Armed Forces, they were his brothers and sisters. They would die for him, and he for them. Raising his glasses, Pruitt studied the young boy upon whose shoulders so much hope lay. "Harry McAllister née Potter. Don't let us down, kid." Dumbledore sat in his study, beeping on a drop and trying to make full sense of just what was going on. McGonagall had reported back that Harry McAllister was indeed Harry Potter. They'd suspected as much from the time his name had appeared on the Hogwarts registry, but teams had gone out to all the Muggle families just in case. That was standard practice anyway, but Dumbledore had made sure to have those loyal to him accompany the usual parade of professors as backup. That hadn't been the most unusual part. The most unusual part was that Harry had been completely undetectable. The wards to prevent harm were still upon Harry, and obviously his Muggle family loved him and cared for him. Minerva and Arthur had confirmed that. But apparently Minerva had struggled to perform magic on the property, and when Dumbledore had tried to use magic to look in on Harry, the picture in his scrying glass had been muddled and hard to see. Something or someone was trying to keep Harry Potter hidden. Could it be magic from his mother's sacrifice? Dumbledore supposed that was possible, but he didn't think that was what was going on. He'd instructed Arthur to keep a close eye out while on the property. That at least had been more than a minor blessing. Things could only develop well if Harry became close to the Weasleys. They were the best type of wizards, friendly and welcoming with plenty of courage, as well as being firmly supportive of Muggle rights. If someone like the Malfoys or Flints had found Harry... Dumbledore inwardly shuddered. He didn't believe that being in Slytherin automatically made someone evil, quite the opposite. Healthy drive and ambition and an appreciation of one's ancestors were good attributes. Unfortunately, the last Dark Lord had found allies aplenty in Slytherin, and they had always had something of a reputation. It simply wouldn't do for the boy who lived to be perceived to follow in Voldemort's footsteps. After all, a great destiny did not mean a good one. On the day of his birthday party, like any loved 11-year-old boy, Harry was bursting with excitement. Not for the typical reasons of presents, cake and games, but because he was going to meet a wizard that was the same age as he was. It had been simply brilliant to see McGonagall turn into a cat, but she was an adult. Meeting another kid who had magic would make it seem all the more real, and Harry just knew that they were going to be mates. Dad, do you think he'll be able to show me any magic?" Harry asked, jumping up and down as his father hung up the birthday banner. "Probably not, lad. They don't often show magic to us non-magical folk. Don't worry, you'll be getting your fill of it soon enough at Hogwarts. It's only a month away. Mum, do you think he's got a magic staff like Gandalf? Oh, I bet he has a magic ring so he can turn invisible. If he does, you're not to borrow it. You get in enough trouble at school already, putting snakes in the girls' bathroom at end of term. You're lucky you're not still grounded. But it was Amanda's idea. And do you think they can fly? That would be brilliant. I don't know, love, you'll have to ask him when he gets here. Just make sure not to talk about it once your other friends get here." When the doorbell rang, Harry was naturally in the loo. He rushed out to find Mr. Weasley and 3 children, all of whom shared red hair and freckles. The oldest was a boy several years older than Harry, who had a slightly bored expression on his face. The younger siblings, a boy and girl, looked to be about Harry's age. "Wow, are you really him?" the younger boy asked, staring open-mouthed at Harry. The girl just looked down and flushed. "Yeah, he's really annoying is what he is," Becky declared in her most innocent tone, coming up to give Harry's scalp a good nookie. "Hey," Harry protested, blushing himself. He didn't want his stupid sister embarrassing him in front of the other kids, especially not the ones he'd be going to school with. Before he could do anything, Becky had dragged him over to the other children and was introducing him. "This is my brother, Harry, I was telling you about, Ginny. He does have that scar you were on about, but I don't see how it makes any difference. He still snores at night." "Do not," Harry protested, turning an even deeper shade of red. The girl was laughing now, over whatever had ailed her earlier. "My brothers snore too, Becky. I can hear Ron in the next room easily. Yeah, I got my own room last birthday, before that I had to share with Harry. My parents said it built character, but I think they just wanted to torture me." Harry decided to ignore the girls as they were obviously plotting against him. The adults were talking amongst themselves, and generally being no help at all. "Hey, wanna go see my new Game Boy?" Harry asked the 2 boys, at a loss as to what to say to a wizard. "Sure, I'm Ron, by the way. The one who thinks he's too important for this kid stuff is Percy." Percy held out his hand and gave Harry a somewhat smug grin. "Good to meet you, Harry. I'm a prefect at Hogwarts. Father brought me along in case you had any questions." "Oh," Harry said, at a loss as to what to ask first. Instead of thinking, he just asked, "Well, I'll show you my Game Boy and you can answer some questions I have." About 1,000,000 different questions raced through Harry's mind as he led the 2 boys back to his room, which had been Dad's old hobby closet until Becky turned 11 and their parents decided that a young lady needed her own room. It was smaller than Becky's room, but Harry didn't mind terribly. There was plenty of room for his small bed with Star Wars sheets. At the foot of the bed was a built-in bookcase where Harry's growing collection of fantasy and science fiction works was kept. The walls were plastered with comic book heroes, though his pride and joy was a large poster of the TARDIS with the 4th Doctor peeking out while grinning cheekily out on it. He also had a trunk with most of his toys in it, in which his Game Boy was currently being kept. Harry was very proud of the Game Boy, which he still referred to as new, despite the fact that he'd gotten it for Christmas and it was now July. He was really hoping for Dr. Mario for his birthday. Digging through the action figures and cars in the toy box, Harry triumphantly held out the Game Boy to Percy. The older boy took a look at it and frowned slightly. "What is it? Some sort of brick? Is this how Muggles play games?" Harry was slightly taken aback by the slightly dismissive tone. No, it plays games. Look. Harry flipped on the Game Boy and the familiar sounds of the Tetris theme began to play. What? It makes music? Ron asked, looking at the Game Boy with far more interest than Percy was showing. Oh, Percy, look, it's like I told you. Muggle pictures move too, they just look funny. What? No they don't, Professor, Percy quieted as he watched Harry press the start button. It's just Tetris, Harry said as he rotated the blocks. I've got Super Mario around here somewhere, and Double Dragon too. Do wizards have Game Boys? We've got chess, Ron offered, fascinated by the game. Oh, I think there's chess for the Game Boy, but I like Tetris better. Look, you just drop the blocks, and then a row disappears. That's actually quite brilliant, Harry, Percy said, his arrogance fading away. Here, you try, Harry offered, giving the older boy the Game Boy. Ron stood on his tiptoes and watched as Percy played, and Harry stepped back, slightly nervous now. He was just wondering what to say when Percy glanced down at his younger brother. Reluctantly, he handed the toy off to the smaller Weasley, who eagerly started mashing the buttons. Clearing his throat, Percy looked at Harry and said, "So, Hogwarts. Bet you have loads of questions, and as a prefect it's my duty to help younger students. What kinds of maths do wizards learn?" Harry blurted out. He'd always disliked maths, favoring history and reading over boring calculations. Percy blinked. Well, we don't really have maths at Hogwarts, unless you count arithmancy, but you don't need to worry about that until your third year. You should have picked all that you need up from your Muggle schooling, or from your parents. Maths aren't really important to most wizards. Whoa, that's great. No maths. So do you learn how to fly and fight monsters instead then? That's my kind of school. Percy nodded, folding his hands behind his back and assuming what he thought was a wise, knowing look, but instead made him look like he needed a trip to the lavatory. Well, you do have flying lessons and defense against the dark arts, but don't expect to go racing around on your own broomstick zapping werewolves. You have to wait until you're a bit older for that, like myself. Oh, sod off, Percy, Ron muttered, still enthralled in his game. It's not like being a prefect means Mad Eye's about to take you into the Forbidden Forest to go vampire baiting. You'd wet yourself if you went anywhere near it. As if he'd pick you instead, Percy said with a sneer. You don't even. What's the Forbidden Forest? Harry asked before things got out of hand. That seemed to flip Percy's responsibility switch back on, and he turned back to Harry. Oh, well, it's a wood full of dangerous magical creatures on the Hogwarts grounds. Strictly forbidden to students, of course, though older students go in with teachers on occasion to learn about some more advanced subjects. Like wetting yourself, Ron said, looking up to give Harry a goofy grin. Bloody hell, but this game is brilliant. Almost as good as chess. Do you Muggles have more things like this? Well, yeah, here, I'll show you the Nintendo downstairs. You can try Duck Hunt, that's my favorite. The two girls found the three boys yelling in the living room, blasting away at the ducks on the TV. All of the Weasley children were rather impressed, stating that it was actually better than most of the wizarding toys they'd tried, though they seemed embarrassed by that part. Do all Muggles have this much stuff? Ginny asked, looking around somewhat wistfully at the obviously new furnishing. All my friends do, Harry said, eyes still glued to the television. Erin's got a Sega Mega Drive, it's wicked. Harry didn't see Ginny's expression of disappointment or the tears that filled her eyes. Like most boys his age, he paid little attention to clothes and hadn't noticed the rather shabby state the Weasley's family's own clothing was in compared to his. No, they don't, Becky said quickly. We're very well off, my dad always says. Most people don't have Game Boys and Nintendos and all this stuff. We're just lucky. Hey, you want to come to my room and try on some of my clothes? I've got some stuff I never wore that might fit you. The girls vanished to Becky's room again, which suited the boys just fine. Before long more guests began to arrive, filling the house with many more rowdy young boys and girls. Harry was having a grand time, when he noticed his father looking concerned and speaking quietly into a radio. Dad, what's wrong? A moment, Harry, Yes, all right. If you're sure he's harmless, don't stop him. No need to blow your cover. We'll handle it. Tom set the radio down and smiled at Harry. Well, lad, I think your evening is about to get even more magical. The front door rattled and boomed as someone seemed to be attempting to batter it down. Come with me, Harry. Harry opened the door to find a simply enormous man half bent over peering down at him. Harry Poe. Harry McAllister. Yes, happy birthday. The giant boomed, shoving a wrapped object at Harry through the door, from which odd squawking sounds emitted. Thanks, Harry said, catching hold of the cage. The giant stuck out his hand to Tom, grinning through his massive beard. Rubeus Hagrid, at your service. You must be Tom. Arthur told me all about you. A pleasure, I'm sure, Tom said, trying to return to strength of Hagrid's grip but failing. He was shocked at just how massive the man was. The file photos didn't do him justice. I don't mean to bother, Jes couldn't help myself. I was a friend of James and Lily's, and I wanted to let their son know that we ain't forgotten what the Potter family did for us, no sir. And to thank you and yours for taking such good care of little Harry. I was right worried when Dumbledore insisted on leaving him with those awful muggle relatives of his, beggin' pardon. Well, I'll be seeing Harry at school this year. Hagrid turned to leave, his mission apparently complete, but Harry called after him, Are you a teacher at Hogwarts? No, not me. Just the keeper of the grounds and keys. I also help Professor Kettleburn out with care of magical creatures from time to time. I do love helping out with the animals and such. Why, this last year the professor had a genuine Cerberus he let me help take care of. Of course, when you're at school you can have a look at all sort of beasties yourself, Harry. Harry's eyes widened to the size of saucers and he gazed up at his father pleadingly. Dad, can he stay for the party? Please. Tom rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment. Hagrid was a known ally of Dumbledore, but he himself was a harmless recluse from what his file said. Well, I don't suppose it can hurt. Always hated eating leftovers for a week anyway. He would have to check what was in that cage though. According to his dossier, the man had a reputation for obsessing over strange beasts. Thankfully, the cage ended up not containing some sort of horrible monster, but a beautiful snowy owl. Hagrid explained that the owl was allowed at school, and later in private that it could function as a mail carrier for Harry, which they had already known, but the man was so earnest and enthusiastic Tom simply didn't have the heart to interrupt him. The party itself was a huge success. All of Harry's friends from school came, and readily accepted that Hagrid and the Weasleys were Harry's distant relations. Which was true, at least in the Weasleys' case. Hagrid himself was a huge hit with all of the children. He was happy to swing them around the yard, the kids squealing with delight, and they were thrown onto the trampoline the family had set up in the garden for the event. The Weasleys themselves were awkward at first when it came to Muggle games, as Ron put it, but they caught on soon enough and had a wonderful time. Even Ginny came out of her shell enough to laugh and play along with her brothers. After the party, Arthur volunteered to assist with the buying of Harry's school supplies, Ron and Harry boys having hit it off rather well. Ginny and Rebecca has also become friends, and Tom agreed that they could both do a bit of shopping together while the boys got school supplies. He rather looked forward to acquiring a few magical objects to turn over to the science types to analyze, and it was good to make further inroads in the wizarding world. The day after Harry's party, the family set out for Diagon Alley. Harry peered out the window of the car, asking every 10 minutes how close it was. The bill of his ball cap kept sliding up, and Tom kept patiently reminding Harry to pull it back down. On the recommendation of Mr. Weasley, they were hiding Harry's scar for the day to retain some level of anonymity. A few minutes closer than the last time you asked, Harry, his father said good-naturedly. Truth be told, Tom was just as excited as Harry, though some of that was channeled into nervousness. He resisted the urge to put his hand on his shoulder holster for the umpteenth time. He was the only member of the group who was armed, and they were going into unknown and potentially dangerous territory alone. He'd been told Diagon Alley was one of the safest places in Wizarding Britain by Sergeant Pruitt, but didn't calm his fears entirely. If had been just him, he'd have been fine. But he wasn't alone, so he worried. Before long the family arrived at the leaky cauldron. The Weasley family was waiting, and the McAllisters were introduced to Mrs. Weasley, and the twin boys Fred and George. "Please, call me Molly," Mrs. Weasley said to Alice, giving her a warm hug despite meeting only moments earlier. "Arthur has been doing nothing but talking about all the wonderful Muggle contraptions you have at your house, and Ronald has been talking about this Games Man thing Harry had non-stop." "It's a Game Boy, Mum," Ron said, rolling his eyes. "Hey Harry," Fred, actually George, but only his mother knew that, said, "Ever been to a magical joke shop?" "Gamble and Japes has got loads of stuff," Not George continued. "Which we would be happy to recommend for your pranking pleasure," Not Fred said. "For a small share in the mayhem," Not George finished. "Fred," Molly protested, alarmed at what sounded like begging to her. "Can I, Mum, please?" Harry begged, already thinking of ways to give his sister a going-away present. Alice looked at Tom, who bent down to whisper in Harry's ear. "We'll go to the bank first. Get 2 of everything. We'll send 1 set to the lab for analysis. If it isn't too dangerous, we'll set a few off at the range." "We have to go to the stupid bank first," Harry told the Weasley boys. "But then my dad says we can get 2 of everything." "2, George whispered. "Of everything," Fred finished, dreams of chaos and mayhem floating through their minds. Molly looked at Alice slightly aghast, who shrugged and smiled. "Oh, I'm sure Tom will supervise it. He takes Harry and Rebecca down to the range on base every now and again to show them how to shoot and set off fireworks and the like. They're all looking forward to experimenting with magic." "Oh, we'll have to talk about that in more detail," Arthur began as they walked towards the back entrance as a group. "Oh, say, Arthur, I found an old Walkman for you, the one we were talking about at the party. Here, I've got some old Queen and Pistols tapes in there from when I was in OTS. Have a listen," Tom said, handing over a bulky old cassette player with headphones. Whatever Arthur had been going to say was quickly forgotten as he delightedly examined and listened to the device, commenting on the amazing things Muggles have managed these days. Tom nodded and played along. He'd brought a few other old electronic devices with him to test while they were in a magically active area and to keep his Ministry of Magic minder distracted as need be. Unbeknownst to Arthur, these had been enforced with what techies had dubbed lodestone hardening, to allow them to function even in the midst of an active magical field. The group made their way to Gringotts, where Arthur was reminded forcefully by Molly to explain magical exchange rates. "Oh yes, 1 galleon for 17 sickles and 1 sickle for 29 nuts, Arthur said. "So there are 493 nuts in a galleon?" Becky asked as they ascended the stairs. Arthur nodded at her, slightly perplexed. Yes, how did you know that?" "Did it in my head," Becky bragged. "It was simple." "She actually likes maths," Harry said, making a disgusted face. "I'm glad they don't have maths at Hogwarts." "You need maths if you want to be a scientist," Becky insisted. "That's as close to a wizard as I'll ever get. Batman's good at maths, you know." "What's a Batman?" Ginny asked. "He's a superhero, sort of like the Doctor but American and without the TARDIS," Harry explained. At Ginny's blank look, Becky immediately swooped in and began educating the youngest Weasley on the finer points of pop culture she'd missed growing up in a wizarding household. Fred and George listened in, becoming increasingly interested in what Becky was describing, especially the gadgets that sounded ripe for interesting pranks. Arthur had given Tom the key to Harry's vault the day before, and the two families split up to make their respective withdrawals. Harry was shocked to see just how much was in his bank, and he and Rebecca both demanded to be allowed to stuff their pockets with treasure. "The vault belongs to Mr. Potter alone," their goblin guide said, stretching out a hand to prevent the girls' entry. "It's McAllister," Harry corrected, not taking his eyes off the coins. "And besides, I think it's my parents right now anyway, I'm just a kid. And there's loads of stuff here, Becky can take some too, can't she, Mum and Dad?" "The contents of Vault 687 belong to," the goblin began, but stopped as Alice produced a folder of documents and handed them to the goblin. "Legal adoption and name change, as well as legal guardianship given to myself and my husband. This vault belongs to Harry McAllister, and we have legal stewardship of it and its contents until such a time as Harry comes of age and can lay claim to it." The goblin snatched the papers and read them carefully while Tom helped Harry and Becky count out a good sum of money to put into the special purpose bags they'd been given. Well, this does all seem to be in order. I suppose you'll want this converted to Muggle currency then." Alice shook her head. "No need. Seeing how much is in here, I think we'll have to have a trust fund set up. Perhaps your bank can advise us as to investment opportunities in the wizarding world so that my son's money isn't simply rotting away in the vault and is doing something productive. We can set up a stipend of spending money for him as well off the interest." The goblin lowered the papers, his fingers twitching and eyes glowing with dark fire. Ah, how exciting. Wizards never wish to discuss such important things. Hardly understand how loans and interest work. Yes, I shall have my manager sit down with us and draw up some plans. There are several investment options we have for you, some high risk but with great reward, and others lower risk but with a smaller return. Alice smiled, showing some teeth in a predatory smile. "I have my level 7 diploma in wealth management. I was an independent broker until I met Tom, and I still manage our finances quite nicely. I look forward to dealing with you, but don't expect to take me for a ride." The goblin looked at her with newfound respect, and extended a talon. "Griphook, associate banker with Gringotts Wizarding Bank. A pleasure, Mrs. McAllister. I think we shall have a most profitable relationship." Alice stayed behind at the bank to negotiate with the goblins, while Tom, Harry and Becky rejoined the Weasleys. The children begged to visit the joke shop or get some sweets, but the adults were firm that business came before pleasure. The first stop was the bookstore, where school books were picked out. Becky used some of her money to get several books of her own on heroic wizards and witches of ages past, as well as some adventure novels. "Don't wizards have comic books?" Becky asked Ginny, looking through the rather sparse fiction section. Ginny shook her head. "No, after talking with you I'm starting to think maybe I'm missing out. You've read loads more books than I have. The only really interesting author writing books right now is Gilderoy Lockhart. I only have Gadding with Ghouls, the new ones are so expensive. Mum and I both love them." "Well, let's just get a full set," Becky said as she selected one of each of Lockhart's books, which were somewhat erroneously filed in the nonfiction section. "You can come over and borrow them when I'm done, and I've got lots of other books you might like. Have you ever read Mrs. Frisbee and the Rats of NIMH? Meanwhile Harry and Ron were selecting their own books, both of them rummaging through the second-hand section. "This is brilliant, Ron. If we get second-hand books, we can spend the extras at the joke shop." "Oh yeah, that's right," Ron agreed, though he had automatically gone for the second-hands, knowing it was what his family could afford. Harry was still somewhat oblivious to this, and began telling Ron about his bank vault. "I've got loads of treasure in the bank that I never even knew about. It's like Smaug's hoard. Does your family have a dragon hoard of gold too?" Ron muttered something under his breath, then grabbed the last of his books. "I've got to go," he stated abruptly, then stomped off to his parents. "What's eating him?" Harry asked Becky. Ginny and Ron were back with their parents, and taking their leave from the store. "Harry, were you talking about money with Ron?" Becky said quietly. Harry looked up at her and shrugged. "Yeah, I guess so. I wouldn't. I think they're not very well off. It seems like a sensitive subject. Ginny doesn't have hardly any books of her own, and her mother scolded her when she asked if she could buy a new one. Plus, look at their clothes. They also seem rather proud. I wouldn't show off in front of them." Oh, Harry thought about that for a moment. He wasn't a cruel child, but he also was about as perceptive as your average 11-year-old boy, which was to say not at all. He perked up a bit suddenly. "Oh, I know, I can buy everyone ice cream with my money to make it up to them." "I think they'd be offended if you just gave it to them, Harry. Maybe say it's payment for helping us buy your school supplies and showing us around. I think they'd be more likely to accept that." Harry nodded and hurried off with his offer to buy treats for everyone. At first Molly and Arthur protested, but when Harry made it clear it was payment for services rendered, saying, "It's the least I can do for all the help you've given, and since I know Ron and George and Fred will help me at school, the Weasleys finally agreed to be treated. The families split up after the ice cream so Harry could get his wand. Ollivander's is the only place to get a new wand, Arthur explained. We've already got one for Ron. Family heirloom. But you folks go ahead. Mr. Ollivander is an expert, he'll take good care of you. The McAllisters stepped inside of the musty old wand shop. Behind the counter sat a bespectacled man working with a small knife on a piece of wood, delicately carving it. Past him was a venerable warehouse of shelves, each packed with small boxes that had to contain the wands. Harry approached the counter eagerly, and the man looked up at him. "Ah, Mr. Potter, I thought I'd be McAllister," Harry corrected automatically. He added sorry, when the man looked taken aback. "I'm adopted. I'm sure the Potters were brilliant, but I'm a McAllister now and I'm proud of it." Tom squeezed his shoulder and nodded to the man. "We're looking for a wand for my son, Harry McAllister. He's attending Hogwarts in the fall." Quote. The man quickly recovered. "Ah, of course. Garrick Ollivander. You two must be Muggles. His adoptive family." "Ah, yes. Can I try a wand too?" Becky asked, eyeing the boxes. Mr. Ollivander shook his head sadly. "I can give you a wand, my dear, but it will do nothing for you. Without the innate spark of magic, a wand is nothing more than a stick. What it is that makes a wizard, I do not know. All I can do is make the wands that draw it out and make it wondrous." "Would you make wands for gnomes if you could?" Harry asked. When Mr. Ollivander gave him a blank look, Harry blanched and clarified, "Muggles, I mean." An interesting proposition. I suppose I would, given the chance. I've never much cared about bloodlines or whose parents are Muggles and whose are not. Why, some of the finest witches and wizards, such as your birth mother who had a 10 1/4 of an inch long willow, were born of Muggles. There was a young woman in here earlier with Muggle parents, 10 3/4 inches, Vinewood with dragon heartstring, who will make a most spectacular witch unless I very much miss my guess. But the wand chooses the wizard, you know. For some reason, they cannot see Muggles, just as Muggles cannot feel them. A tragedy, to be sure. So many wands I make, longing for the proper hand, but one never comes, such a waste. But yes, to you, young man. A wand. First, your measurements." A magical measuring tape took Harry's measurements, as Ollivander searched about for the perfect wand for Harry. Several wands were tried to no avail, though the criteria for which Ollivander was searching seemed nebulous to the McAllisters. Sometimes a wand would do no more than touch Harry's fingers before it was snatched away, other times Ollivander would have Harry wave the wand around before sighing and replacing it in its box. Finally though, Ollivander held out a box, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Here, try this one, Holly, with a phoenix feather. 11 inches. Go on lad, give it a wave." As soon as Harry took hold of the wand, he felt an odd sensation, like an electric current but one that made his mind focus and his stomach tingle with excitement. He waved the wand, a stream of red gold sparks emitted from it. Ollivander nodded. Yes, that's the one. Curious. Most curious." "What's curious?" Tom demanded, his own stomach filled with a mix of dread and wonder. Ollivander fixed Tom with a soul-piercing stare as he took the wand and wrapped it for sale. "Mr. McAllister, I remember every wand I've sold, and to whom every wand has gone, and what ingredients were in each of my wands. No two wands are alike, yet some are related, just as some humans are. The core of your son's wand came from a phoenix that gave me only 2 feathers. The first was the brother of the wand that chose your son. That wand was responsible for the scar he bears. That this particular wand would choose your son, it means he is marked for greatness. For the man that took the brother wand was also a great man. A terrible one to be sure, but a great one. Destiny, it seems, has something in store for young Harry as well." Tom nodded thoughtfully, looking down at Harry. "Aye, that it does." He could only hope that that destiny was the one that would heal the divide between Muggles and wizards, instead of forever dooming one side or the other. Harry's trunk sat in the front room, filled with innumerable school supplies. Tom's throat felt as raw as a fresh recruit. Before him stood his son, ready to go off to God only knew what, to learn to be a wizard. It shouldn't have been this traumatic. Hogwarts was supposed to be the safest place in Britain and the best wizarding school in the world. Still, that didn't assuage a father's worries entirely. One last thing to pack, son, Tom said, trying not to rasp. Harry looked over the supplies, rubbing at the bill of his disguise cap. No, I don't think so. What do you think, Hedwig? Harry asked the owl Hagrid had given him for his birthday. He'd named her after someone from his school books. Put Hedwig down a moment, Harry. Here. Tom handed his son a small black carbon fiber case. Harry gasped and quickly flipped the case open. Inside was a black mat P230. Harry looked up at Tom, who nodded. Go on. Harry carefully took the gun out, making sure to keep it pointed away from anyone. He checked safety, then checked the chamber. It's loaded, he said, looking up at his father. Tom nodded. That's for emergencies. If it is an emergency, you don't want to have to mess with chambering around. I don't think you'll need it, but you never know. All sorts of trouble I can't even imagine. Just try not to use it on a person. Tom. Alice gasped as she walked into the room. He most certainly won't shoot anybody. The goblins mentioned all sorts of nasty creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Spiders the size of dogs, vampires, and even worse things. Do bullets work on vampires? Harry asked, carefully replacing the gun and closing the case. It wasn't a toy after all. No bloody clue, his father grunted, earning him a glare from his wife, which he ignored. But try not to find out. At least until you're older. Here, let me show you the combination. Once the gun was safely hidden away, Rebecca came in and the family embraced. I'll miss you, brother, Rebecca said, her own eyes damp. Harry's eyes were far from dry as well. You too, sis. All right, every week. Hedwig will bring the letters. We'll have letters for you in turn, Tom promised. Remember, keep a journal of all that you learn. Try to sound out your classmates. Find people ready to help us norms. We need heroes, Harry, and you can't do it alone. I already know where to find heroes. Ron says Gryffindor is where the brave go. Sounds like a regular den of heroes, Harry said, wiping his eyes on his sleeve. And then it was time. They joked and talked on the ride over, keeping a stiff upper lip, but it was still emotional for everyone. The Weasleys were waiting for the McAllisters, and as soon as he joined Ron, Fred, and George, Harry quickly forgot his sadness. So, where is platform 9 3/4? Harry asked. Between platforms 9 1/2 and 10, George supplied. Obviously. Keep up, will you, Harry? Fred finished. Ron rolled his eyes. It's in this magic pillar. You just walk into it. Looks solid, and it normally is, but today it's a portal to the platform to Hogwarts. Ickle Ronikins is correct, Fred agreed. But make sure you run straight at it and really believe you'll go through. Lest you fail to make the magic work and fall flat on your A. Fred, don't be tricking poor Harry, it's his first time. Molly admonished. Only joking, Mum. Watch Harry, like this. With that, Fred and George sprinted towards a seemingly solid pillar and vanished from view. You too, Tom, Alice, Rebecca, Arthur said, motioning them to follow him. It works just fine for muggles, so long as a wizard tells them about it. Wicked, Becky cried, and together she and Ginny raced forward and leapt through the portal. Tom and Alice were less sanguine about it, but went through just fine. After them came Harry and Ron. When they popped through, Harry gasped and looked around. A grand old steam engine sat on the tracks, around which crowded dozens of children and their families, all bidding them farewell. Does the train run on a regular old steam engine? Becky asked Ginny. The younger girl shrugged. I dunno, what are steam engines? You know, water vapor. It turns a turbine which moves the pistons and produces kinetic motion. We learned all about it when we studied Great British Inventions this year. James Watt and all that. Oh, Ginny looked thoughtful. I didn't know he was a wizard. Becky gave Ginny a confused look, and glanced up at Arthur. Was James Watt a wizard? Oh, him. No, just a muggle, Arthur said amiably. The train does run on steam, though I believe the water is heated by bottled dragon fire, and supplied by an ocean in a flask. Quite similar to the muggle version, though this one doesn't run out of fuel. It never runs out of fuel. But doesn't that violate some sort scientific law or something? Becky asked. Arthur shook his head. No, it's magical. A wizard does have to put work into it, but it's very efficient. Not like Muggle engines at all in that regard. I've always been fascinated by how much you Muggles can get done, even when you're limited to finite resources of energy and materials. Huh. Becky gazed out at the train. Aren't wars fought over that sort of thing? Now Arthur looked surprised. What sort of thing? Over energy. You know, like the Gulf War that my dad just fought in last year, with Saddam Hussein or whatever his name is. They were fighting over oil and stuff. Lots of people died so they could get more energy. Muggles kill each other over oil? Ginny asked. But why? Can't they just use a doubling charm or transfigure more of it? Suddenly, she realized what she'd said and blushed. Oh, right, I suppose not. Nope, there's only so much oil, my dad said. If we were to run out, it would be very bad. A lot of people were scared. Petrol prices went way up. My mum was worried we wouldn't be able to go visit the sea because it would be too expensive. And like I said, some madman out in the desert killed a bunch of people so he could have more oil. Well, why don't wizards just help? Ginny asked, looking at her father. If Muggles are dying over something we could fix so easily. Her father shook his head sadly. What Muggles fight over is none of our affair. If we were to help, think of all the problems it would cause. We can't offer a magical solution to everything, and when we couldn't, Muggles would get cross and try and kill us. That's why we went into hiding in the first place. It's a very complicated issue, my dear, one that I've thought long and hard about. Personally, I think we should help out, quietly, when we can. But I'm just a low-level minister in Muggle affairs, and not very important. My opinion doesn't count for much. While the girls and Arthur were talking, Harry and the Weasley boys got all their supplies aboard the train, and began their farewells. Harry ran up to Becky and gave her a quick hug. Bye, Becky. See you at Christmas. All right, lots. Then he turned and gave Ginny a quick hug as well. Thanks for coming to my birthday party to teach me about magic. I'll make sure Ron writes as well. Bye. He turned and ran off again before he saw the flush in Ginny's cheeks. Becky grinned at Ginny. Ooh, fancy my brother, do you? Ginny huffed and looked away, flushing even further. He's just famous, that's all. The final goodbye said, the whistle blew and the call went out for boarding. With a final hug and key asterisk, Harry parted from his parents and clambered aboard the train. He found a compartment with Ron, and took a seat as the train pulled away from the station. Wow, this is brilliant. Off to Hogwarts at last. I know I'll miss my family, but I'll finally get to learn some real magic. Harry said, taking out his wand and studying it. You know any spells, Ron? Ron shrugged, looking slightly miserable. Maybe, not much. Kids aren't allowed to do magic until they come of age. You're lucky in a way, you don't have heaps of expectations on you. I'm the 6th to go to Hogwarts, and I've got a lot to live up to. What if I don't even get sorted into Gryffindor? Fred's always on about how I'll be in Slytherin for sure because I'm so sneaky, and George says I'll be in Hufflepuff since I'm so boring. Their conversation was interrupted when the door slid open. A woman peeked her head in. Anything from the cart. Loves, I've got oh. Goodness, are you Harry Potter? Harry had taken off his ball cap now that they were on the train, and with his hair still trimmed short his scar was clearly visible. Harry McAllister, actually, Harry said, feeling a bit put out. Why did everyone know the wrong name for him? It was kind of irritating. He's really Harry Potter, Ron confided. But he's changed his name. Got adopted. Gee, thanks Ron. Why don't you tell everyone my whole history? You left out the bit about my sister being smarter than I am in maths. Ron flushed and looked away. Nothing for me, he muttered. Harry eyed the cart. Hey Ron, help me pick out some stuff. My dad gave me some spending money from my vault. I don't want to spend too much, though. How much would a galleon get me? Sitting up straight, Ron stared bug-eyed at Harry. A whole galleon. Bloody hell, Harry, you could buy the whole cart for that much. Oh, Harry pulled out a few nuts and sickles, then handed them over to Ron. Show me how to use the wizard money, I still don't understand it. Becky could. Like I said, she's better at maths than me. At first Ron appeared slightly guilty, but he soon got over it as he taught Harry how to make change with nuts and sickles. The boys ended up with far more sweets than they should eat, though not more than they could. Before they started eating, Ron guiltily pulled out some corned beef sandwiches. I've got my own. Mum packed them. You go ahead. Harry grinned and pulled out a Tupperware container of cold steak and kidney pie. Trade you for this. I like corned beef better anyway. But stuff it, I'm eating the sweets first. My parents can't see. And you too, you showed me what to get, you get half the loot. Ron eagerly traded for the pie and sweets, and the pie and sandwiches were soon forgotten. Ron showed Harry the every flavor beans, which impressed Harry only a little, as he immediately bit into a grass-flavored one. I like Jelly Bellies better. What about those? Oh, chocolate frogs. They come with trading cards. Here, let's see what this one is. Oh, just a Dumbledore. I've already got like 3 of him. You take it, Harry. Harry was too distracted by the fact that the chocolate frogs appeared to be alive, croaking and hopping straight into Ron's open mouth. Ron, are they alive? That's gross. Ron shrugged, chewing and swallowing the frog. Nah, just enchanted. Taste like regular chocolate, not frogs. Careful though, sometimes the enchantments often instead of hopping in your mouth they try to get away. The boys were still playing with the frogs when the door slid open to reveal a chubby boy with a worried expression. Have you seen a toad? He asked in a trembling voice. Harry slurped down his frog and glanced at Ron. No, just these chocolate ones. I'm Harry, what's your name? Want a frog to make up for your toad? The other boy shook his head, then started and quickly held out his hand. Neville Longbottom. Sorry, can't stay, I have to find Trevor. He did a double take before leaving, glancing at Harry's forehead, then flushed and scampered off. Wonder what that was about. Why would he have a toad? Harry wondered as he put his hat back on. Maybe that would keep people from being so irritating. It's like your owl or my rat. They let first years have a pet, Ron explained. You have a rat. Where? I haven't seen it. I like rats. Becky's friend Amanda's dad keeps them, to feed to his snakes. I can talk to them, you know. Ron gave Harry an odd look. What? The rats? No, the snakes. But show me yours, I'm sure he's awesome. Not bloody likely. Scabbers is useless. He's around here somewhere. Ron rummaged in his robes and pulled out a fat gray rat, who was sleeping fitfully. He perked up when a chocolate frog hopped by, and snagged it and began eating the frog, which croaked mournfully. Wow, should rats eat chocolate? Isn't it poisonous to them or something? Harry asked. Ron shrugged. I dunno. He was Percy's first, but now that he's a bloody prefect he got an owl instead of a useless rat. I never get anything good. Well, is he good for magic? Like using his tail or whiskers in a potion or something? Scabbers looked up at Harry with a slightly offended expression at the mention of using his body parts for potions, then went back to munching on the last of the frog. Look, he understands me. I bet he's smart. Not Scabbers. If he's not eating, he's sleeping. He's the world's most boring pet. I tried to turn him yellow to make him more interesting, but I couldn't get the spell to work. My wand's a bloody hand-me-down too, probably messed up the spell. Try it again, Harry encouraged, looking more closely at the rat. Ron sighed and pulled out his wand, waving it over Scabbers, who had finished his frog and curled up on Ron's lap, apparently not concerned about the impending color change. Before Ron could recite the spell, the door banged open and a buck-toothed girl stuck her head in. Have you seen a toad? Oh, are you going to do some magic? Let's see it then. Ron blinked, but continued his spell. Sunshine daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid fat rat yellow. Finished with a flourish of his wand, but Scabbers just twitched and rolled over. Are you sure that's a real spell? The strange girl said. Well, it's not very good, is it? I've tried a few simple spells just for practice and it's all worked for me. Nobody in my family's magic at all. It was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased. Of course, I mean, it's the very best school of witchcraft there is, I've heard. I've learned all our course books by heart, of course, I just hope it will be enough. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way, who are you? Harry blinked. Harry McAllister. My parents don't have any magic either. Ron was just teaching me about using wizard money and how wizard sweets work. They come to life and hop in your mouth, apparently. Hermione's eyes widened and she bit her lip, obviously thinking about something. She glanced back into the hallway. With a cry of delight, she jumped out of sight, then reappeared, holding a toad. I've got to get this back to Neville, but then I'm coming back. I saw how wizard money worked when my parents went to Gringotts, but I could always use more practice and I would love to learn about how to enchant food. I'll be right back, then we can study together. With that, she was gone. Harry looked at Ron, slightly perplexed. Ron put his wand away and shook his head. Kind of bossy, isn't she? Reminds me of my sister, Harry agreed. But it can't hurt to make more friends, my dad told me to. Harry cut himself off. He wasn't sure now was the time to recruit Ron into his fellowship and let him in on the secret, that Harry was out to recruit wizards to help muggles and save the world. Or something like that. Harry was still fuzzy on the details. Your dad told you to what? Ron asked, opening up a pumpkin pasty and taking a huge bite. Keep an open mind. You know, that wizards aren't all bad sorts and that sort of thing. Ron sat his patsy down, swallowing and looking offended. What do you mean, that wizards aren't all bad sorts? Better a wizard than a muggle or squib, right? There's nothing wrong with muggles, Harry insisted. Or squibs. Dr. Pottle is a squib and he's very nice. It's just that Voldemort killed my birth parents, and a wizard killed my Uncle Bill, so I didn't have a very good first impression of magic. Looking somewhat mollified, Ron nodded. Oh, I guess that makes sense. I'd think all muggles were a bunch of gits if they'd killed my parents or offed one of my uncles. What did muggles do to your uncles? Hermione demanded as she sat down after sweeping aside a pile of empty wrappers and plopping down next to Harry. I read that muggles are what wizards call people without magic and it seemed rather derogatory. I don't understand why wizards look down on muggles so much. It's because anything associated with muggles is trash, just like you, Mudblood, a new voice drawled. I'd heard Harry Potter was in this compartment, but I see I must have been mistaken. A Weasley, a Mudblood, and someone with a good awful muggle hat. Clearly, this isn't a place for the proper sort of wizard. You're Harry Potter, Hermione demanded, turning to Harry and ignoring the new boy with an odd level of practice. I read about you in my textbooks. Is that why you have on the Southampton cap? To hide the scar, is it hideous? I'm not Harry Potter, Harry grumbled. I'm Harry McAllister. The adoption papers say so and everything. Oh, so now you're going to claim to be Harry Potter. Go on, prove it, the new boy said. I bet you're just another Mudblood. Better that than a Malfoy, Draco you wanker, Ron snarled. Draco gave Ron a languid smile. Ronald, if our confrontation at Madame Malkin's didn't teach you anything, I'm sure it's only because you're too stupid to learn. Still wearing the hand-me-down robes. Maybe if your brother, Perry. Doesn't matter. Maybe if your brother keeps beeping up to my father enough he'll make enough money someday to give you his almost new ones. I don't know who you are, but you're being very rude, Harry told the intruder. Sod off. That isn't very polite, isn't Crabbe and Goyle? Draco asked, and as if by magic two hulking thugs shouldered their way into the compartment, cracking their knuckles ominously. You should be nicer to purebloods, mudblood scum, one of the brutes growled, echoing the words of his master. Harry stood up, coming nose to nose with the first boy. I don't know what a mudblood is, but you're trying to insult Hermione and me, I can tell. So sod off, before I have to teach you a lesson. Ron was immediately next to Harry, trying to be brave, but mostly looking nervous. Yeah, back off. You don't get to talk to my friends that way. Boys, there's no need to, Hermione began, but Draco interrupted her. Too bad you're too ugly to be worth it. My dad always said a mudblood mistress is only good for one thing, Sue. Harry's fist connected sharply with Draco's nose, ending the sentence abruptly. Ron jabbed at Crabbe ineffectively, and the two brutes waddled in. Harry might have been a match for one or both of them if the conditions were right, if he'd had space to use his agility and speed along with his training to wear down the larger boys. But in a tight space, mass was all that really mattered. You didn't need training to simply punch and kick, or grab and hold, which was what Crabbe and Goyle did. Harry and Ron were quickly on the ground, as a snarling Draco drew his wand. "You'll pay for that," he began, then looked at Harry's forehead, which has become exposed as the hat was removed in the scuffle. "Well well, you actually are Harry Potter. I suppose I'll just have to teach you who the real wizards are. Try a witch, Flipendo." Draco was immediately bowled head over heels by Hermione's spell. Crabbe and Goyle stared up stupidly, and Hermione repeated her spell twice more in quick succession. Harry and Ron struggled to their feet, ready to lay into their foes again, when a shout came from the hall. "What the bloody hell is going on here?" a familiar voice roared, and Percy rushed down the corridor, flanked by two more prefects and a worried-looking Neville. "They attacked us," Ron snapped. "Some help you were when we were getting clobbered." "They broke my glasses," Harry said, taking the cracked spectacles off his face and rubbing the blood off his nose. "And they insulted me and my family." "Sweet Merlin, that's Harry Potter," one of the other prefects gasped. Percy shook his head. "No, except yes, he's Harry, but he prefers McAllister. He was adopted by Muggles. He's a filthy traitor lunatic." Draco gasped, getting shakily to his feet. "He punched me and the mudblood hexed me. They should be expelled." Percy hesitated, glancing at Harry and Ron. Then his back straightened. "Your father isn't here to protect you now, Draco. And my father is twice the man he is. It's my brother's word and Harry, the boy who lived, against yours and your half-troll friends. If they say you attacked and assaulted them, then they were well within their rights. You're lucky I don't have you expelled. You're just a prefect. My father isn't here, so quit hiding behind him like a spoiled little girl. Get back to your compartment. Ross, Ivan, make sure they do. I'll help out Harry and the others." With that, the two other prefects escorted the sulking Malfoy and bloodied cronies away. Percy stepped inside and slid the door shut. Ron stared at him in wide-eyed astonishment. "Bloody hell, Perce, that was brilliant. When you'd decide you're a proper Weasley." "When I realized I didn't want to spend my whole life getting stepped on by prats like him, which was about the same time I realized his father was just being condescending when we met. Come here, I know some basic medi-magic. I'll heal you two up." Hermione watched with rapt attention while the boys were healed, then started talking. "I didn't think I could really cast that spell. It's from the second-year book and I only got to read part of it once while we were at the store. And I know I'm not supposed to cast hexes on people, but they were being so awful and you said we were friends and I just wanted to help. I'm not in trouble, am I?" Percy glanced at Hermione, then stuck out his hand. "Percy Weasley, Ron's brother. I hope he hasn't been too much trouble for you, Miss Granger." "Hermione Granger. And what does mudblood mean?" It sounded rude and Draco kept saying it like it was some kind of slur. "It means your parents were Muggles, but it's very rude. Only an ass like Draco would call someone as brilliant as you that, Hermione," Ron said. His earlier antagonism had been replaced by a kind of awe. This girl had not only hexed Draco, but his two minions as well. He was determined that he was at least going to put up with her bossiness until she'd taught him how to hex like that. "It implies that your blood is polluted," Percy said gently. "For one thing, that's nonsense. Some of the greatest witches and wizards of all time have been born of Muggles. And for another, I heard you hex Draco. The knockback jinx isn't easy, and if you manage that as a first year you're going to be a force to be reckoned with, unlike Draco who will probably just slide by on his family's name and money. Harry, hand me your glasses." Harry obliged, and Percy waved his wand and muttered a charm. The cracked glass snapped back to perfection, and the bent frame righted itself. "Wow, what charm was that?" Hermione asked. "Was that a reparo?" Percy nodded sagely, enjoying showing off. "Indeed, that's quite good. You'll be an excellent student, I can already tell. Hopefully you rub off on Ron. Provided we're in the same house," Hermione sighed. "We'll all be in Gryffindor for sure," Harry declared. "Ron, you were brave to stand up to those bullies with me like that," and Hermione kept her head in combat. That's courage under fire, you'll be with us for sure. I had considered Ravenclaw, Hermione said tentatively, glancing at Harry and Ron. But if you think Gryffindor is better. As a prefect, I should say that all the houses, even Slytherin, have their merits in place, Percy said primly to Ron's horror. But then a bit of Weasley spirit showed through and Percy gave them a wicked grin. But sod the lot of them. Gryffindor forever, you three will fit right in. Harry walked into the great hall of Hogwarts, gazing around in awe. The high ceiling reflected the night sky, while enormous banners with house crests hung from what seemed to be nothing. The ceiling isn't real, you know, it's enchanted. I read about it in Hogwarts. A history, Hermione was explaining to anyone who would listen. Ron was looking nervously around. Where's the troll? Troll? Neville asked, now just as nervous. My brothers said we have to wrestle one to get placed, Ron explained. Was it Fred and George? Harry asked. Ron nodded sheepishly. Well, yeah, I guess maybe they were having one on me. What did Percy say? Hermione asked. I didn't get a chance to ask him how we were placed exactly, but I read that it involves some sort of magical hat. Percy just went all mysterious and knowing and told me I'd be in Gryffindor, so not to worry about, Ron grumbled. Just then, Professor McGonagall appeared with a stool and set it in front of the new students. She then placed a ratty-looking old hat on the stool, and stepped back. The first years gazed at the hat in confusion, wondering what it was for. Suddenly, the hat seemed to stretch and yawn, and burst into song. It described each of the houses: Gryffindor the brave, Hufflepuff the hard-working, Ravenclaw the wise, and Slytherin the proud. Harry was still convinced he was going to be in Gryffindor, where he hoped to find all the heroes the world needed. McGonagall began to call people up by name. Whenever a student was placed in a house, their new comrades erupted with cheers and shouts as the new student was welcomed into the fold. Hermione did indeed end up in Gryffindor, where she sat next to Percy, who enthusiastically began introducing her as the girl who hexed Draco Malfoy and his two cronies, whom several Gryffindor students seemed to be familiar with and already disliked, especially since the cronies were already in Slytherin. To no one's surprise, Malfoy ended up in Slytherin. Harry anxiously awaited his name to be called, only for it to be skipped as McGonagall called for Padma. Harry looked around, stunned. Ron was looking surprised and upset himself, and both boys were considering speaking up when McGonagall called, Potter, Harry. Shocked whispers spread around the hall, as everyone from the magical world anxiously looked to see what Harry Potter looked like and where he would be placed. Harry, however, stubbornly crossed his arms and sat down. That's you, mate, Ron whispered, giving Harry an elbow in the side. No, it's not, Harry grumbled. They keep screwing my name up on purpose. I'm not going along with it anymore. Harry Potter, come forward, McGonagall called. There's no Harry Potter here. Ron shouted back. Harry looked up at him gratefully and Ron winked back. That brought quite a few mutters from the students and teachers, as the hall became restless at the interruption in proceedings. McGonagall seemed to be at a loss as to what to do. She couldn't see Harry with the remaining first years, as he was now sitting on the floor, and rarely did any student refuse to be sorted. She glanced up at the head table. A tall elderly man who looked exactly like a classic wizard stood up and cleared his throat. It is traditional for a wizard to be sorted under his or her magical name, not one they are known as among muggles. Names have great power, and changing them can lead to unforeseen consequences. Will Mr. Harry Potter please come forward? Try Harry McAllister. Harry shot back grumpily. Nothing wrong with that name. He wasn't turning his back on his family, no matter what the teachers did. McGonagall harumphed and glanced at the headmaster, giving him an "I told you so" look. Dumbledore sighed and closed his eyes. For a moment, Harry thought he would insist on calling Harry the wrong name, but instead he said, "McAllister, Harry. Come forward." At that, Harry stood and marched forward, glaring around at anyone who would dare challenge him. He heard laughter and mockery from the Slytherin table, and he bristled. There was no way he was getting sorted there. He plucked the hat down on his head and sat on the stool. Well, what do we have here? This is unusual. Haven't seen something like it for, 60 years or so. A wizard taking a muggle name. That changes things, you know. Harry started at the voice in his head, and looked around before he realized it must be coming from the hat. Yes, I am the Sorting Hat. And yes, I am reading your mind. Psychic doesn't really describe what I am or what I do, but I suppose it's a decent enough label. You're rather adamant about not being in Slytherin, aren't you? Shame that. You have a lot of ambition and pride, and that house could help you become great. I don't want to be great. I want to help my father and all the other Norms, Harry whispered fiercely. Such loyalty. Hufflepuff would be a good fit for you, a good fit indeed. And the obsession with Muggles, yes, you'd fit right in with Hufflepuff. Will I find heroes there? I need to find heroes brave enough to change the world with me. I thought I could best find them in Gryffindor. Ah, yes, you so desperately want to be a hero, yet you deny wanting to be great. But if I do put you in Gryffindor, that could change everything that a 300-year-old law has sought to accomplish, and everything wizards for 1,000 years before that worked towards. To change fate in such a way, that may be something I have to prevent. What do you mean? I thought you just sorted us into our houses. Oh no, I do far more than that. I am a guardian of destiny in many ways. You see, the founders knew that what house a wizard was put in would influence their destiny quite strongly. They also knew a delicate balance had to be maintained between houses, as each represented something the wizarding world needed. They sought to prevent any one house from becoming too powerful, or from one kind of magic dominating everything. Well then, are you going to try and stop me from helping the Norms, who wizards insist on calling Muggles? I think that's what some would want me to do. But Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were always rather favorable towards Muggles. You'd make everyone's life interesting in Gryffindor, and you do have the courage for it. So I suppose you'd best go look for your heroes in Gryffindor. That last part the hat said aloud, and Harry quickly dropped it onto the stool and ran over to sit with Percy and Hermione. Fred and George had clambered onto the table and were busy blowing raspberries at the Slytherins, who were giving catcalls back. Harry was about to stand and make a rude gesture at them before Dumbledore raised his hands and called for silence. The room quieted down, and the sorting continued. Harry studied the head table more closely this time, looking at the teachers. McGonagall and Dumbledore he knew a little about, and Hagrid he remembered, but he didn't know any of the others. He found one of the teachers looking straight back at him as he studied the table. This one had lanky black hair, and a shrewd expression. He was looking at Harry as if he were measuring him, and finding him wanting. Harry stared back, determined not to be bullied. He and the teacher locked eyes for a few moments, before the teacher grimaced at Harry and looked away with a pained expression. Who's that sitting next to the teacher with the purple turban? Harry whispered to Percy. Percy looked up and frowned slightly. That's Professor Snape, head of Slytherin House. He's the potions master. Be careful around him, he's rather strict. Bit of git ain't he, Percy? Fred whispered, winking at Percy. His older brother shrugged. He's a teacher. Try and respect him, Fred. Fred sat back and gave Percy an odd look, but just then the last student was sorted and Dumbledore stood. Welcome, all of you, to Hogwarts. Before we begin, I have a few announcements. First, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is off-limits to those who do not wish to die a most painful death. Harry looked around, but the older students seemed to just accept that parts of the school were death traps, so he did his best to as well. Second, our staff has been joined by Professor Quirrell, who will be teaching defense against the dark arts. The turbaned man stood and bowed nervously to the room. As he did so, Harry's scarf flashed with pain. He winced and rubbed it, not having felt anything like it in years. Maybe it was all the new magical energy. All right, Harry, Percy asked, noticing his pained expression. Harry nodded and tried to smile. Percy didn't look convinced, but let it go for now. Dumbledore gave a few other announcements. Then, with a wave of his wand and a few nonsense words, a feast appeared on all the tables. Harry and the other students let out gasps of delight and dug in. Harry had always been a skinny boy, and still was despite his mother's best efforts. He ate heartily though, focusing on meat and vegetables. He remembered what his father said about training and diet, and he'd eaten a good deal of junk food earlier. Everything was delicious though, with roast beef, turkey, pies, pumpkin dishes, and other strange and wonderful foods Harry had never tried before. He also got to meet his new fellow Gryffindors. The Weasleys he already knew, and they busily introduced him to quite a few others. Harry took a special note of Parvati Patil. "I know your uncle, Dr. Copula Patil," Harry told her excitedly. Parvati looked slightly embarrassed at this. "Oh, you know Uncle Copula? I'm sure he's nice. Don't you ever hang out with him? He's pretty funny and he's a good doctor," Harry continued, not noticing her embarrassment. Lavender Brown, one of the other girls, elbowed Harry and hissed into his ear, "Leave off, idiot, he's a squib." "Well, I know that," Harry said. "He told me he was a squib. He's the one who told me all about magic and stuff." Several of the older Gryffindors now looked rather embarrassed for Harry, and Parvati was now studying the floor very hard. "Harry, it's not polite to talk about squibs," Ron whispered. "My family has one, they're kind of embarrassing. We don't ever talk about him, especially not publicly." "Why is it embarrassing to have family without magic? Don't you still love each other?" Harry demanded. "That's enough for now, Harry," Percy said sternly. "We can talk about it more later in private." "I want to know too," Hermione said loudly, glaring at the other Gryffindors. "If you lot are going to be as bad as the Slytherins just because my parents don't have magic, I think I'll go back and demand to be put in Ravenclaw after all." The hat said I'd fit right in. "No one here is going to go on about blood status," an older Gryffindor, Oliver Wood, said quickly. "Plenty of us are half-bloods or muggle-born ourselves. It's just, well, having a squib is rather embarrassing. They get resented for not having magic, and they in turn resent us for having it. Hard feelings all around and it makes your family look bad. So it's not brought up in polite company, so kindly leave Parvati alone. He family has a long distinguished bloodline and has produced many great witches and wizards. Don't see what's wrong with being a doctor," Harry grumbled to Hermione after the feast was over. "He helps loads of people. More than a lot of wizards, I bet." Hermione nodded fiercely, glaring around at the other students. "My parents are dentists. They're wonderful people who keep everyone's teeth healthy and make sure that no one gets any cavities or any other diseases. So if you ever have a sore tooth you'd regret making fun of them. Why couldn't we just get a potion or something to fix our teeth?" Lavender demanded. "It's not like we're muggles. I hear muggle tooth cures hurt. A decent medi-wizard could fix you up proper with none of that." Hermione huffed and turned her back on Lavender. "What do your parents do, Harry?" she said loudly. "The ones that raised you, I mean." Harry looked at her gratefully. "My mom used to be a stockbroker, but now she mostly keeps house. My dad though is a major in the Special Air Service, but he's up for promotion to colonel soon. He doesn't really want to as it would take him out of active combat, but he's resigned to a desk job." "Your dad's in the SAS?" Dean Thomas demanded. Harry nodded. "Yep. My grandfather earned the Victoria Cross in Korea. My whole family has a history of being soldiers. One day, I'm going to join the RAF and be a pilot. I bet magic would be dead useful for a soldier." "Wizards don't become soldiers, silly," Lavender said in a haughty tone. "That's for muggles. You might try to be an Auror instead." "That sounds boring," Dean said. "The SAS are bloody brilliant, best in the world. Even the Americans are jealous of how good our lads are, and the Russians quake in their boots." "Did your dad ever fight, Harry?" "He was in Kuwait earlier this year," Harry said. "He said he didn't see any front-line combat as an officer, but he was near some shelling." "Wow," Dean said, grinning at the other students. "My dad's a solicitor and my mum's a grocer. Your parents are way more interesting. You'll have to tell us stories. Did he ever fly in a helicopter?" "Flying a broom would be way better," Ron grumbled, upset that he didn't understand anything of what Harry was saying and slightly jealous of Dean. "He was in the Paris," Harry told Dean. "He also flew in helicopters loads of times. I saw pictures and a video of it. I bet he'd like to fly on a broom though, I know I would." The conversation ended as their head of house and prefects showed them into their common room, and explained the house rules. The Gryffindor Tower was amazing, and reminded Harry of nothing quite so much as descriptions of magical places from Tolkien and C.S. Lewis. There were roaring fireplaces, Animated portraits of noble knights and warrior women, huge carpets and cozy couches and wonderful and gold draperies showing heroic scenes of valor from the past. Out of the enormous windows Harry could see the darkened grounds and night sky, giving the room a feeling of home. Harry, Ron, Dean, Neville and Seamus, an Irish boy who told Harry that he was half and half, all ended up sharing a dorm together. The four-poster beds looked warm and comfortable, though the pleasant August night didn't call for heavy bedding. "Thanks for standing up for me, Ron," Harry said quietly as they prepared for bed. Ron looked up, confused for a moment. "What, you mean during the sorting?" "Yeah, it seems like a lot of other wizards have a problem with my parents and people without magic in general. But you've been pretty great. I know you're a real friend." Ron flushed, glad Harry couldn't see him in the darkness. He thought Harry's family was nice, but weird and sort of pitiable since they had no magic, but Harry clearly didn't see it that way. He was embarrassed about his squib second cousin after all, but he didn't think he could tell Harry that. He resolved to be a better friend. He wasn't going to let Dean steal his best mate. "You got it, Harry. No one's going to make fun of you or your family on my watch. I think the way Parvati acted about her squib uncle was rude. I'm sure he's fantastic. Yeah, goodnight, mate." "Night, mate." Dumbledore sat in his office, gazing at his various magical instruments, but not really seeing them. The portraits of the school's old headmasters around him dozed quietly, having finally settled down after their start of term excitement. Things were not going well with Harry. First, the lack of the blood wards. Harry was in great danger now, greater than he could possibly now. While he was at school, Dumbledore was reasonably certain he could keep him safe, but when he went home for the holidays, he would be naked and helpless. All it would take was one old Death Eater, a quiet resurgence of Tom Riddle, or even just an accident of some sort, and Harry would be dead. The new development was the most disturbing though. Changing his name magically would have consequences. Dumbledore should have foreseen it, have warned Harry and his parents, but he hadn't thought of it. Of course he would want to be Harry Potter. His parents had died for him. But Harry had new parents that obviously loved him, and that he loved in return. While he certainly didn't have an overinflated opinion of himself from being around wizards all his life, he instead seemed to be rather unimpressed by magic. If Harry didn't develop strong bonds in the wizarding world, if he didn't become firmly rooted in magic, he might never become the weapon against Voldemort the world needed. And to change his name, there was power in words and in names. To abandon such thing could severely hurt a wizard's abilities. Time would tell if Harry would develop into a strong wizard, but he could have been so much more if he'd kept his birth name. Fate hung in the balance now. Would Harry become the sword and shield the world needed? Dumbledore didn't know, and he didn't like that. It was time to start exploring contingency plans. He got out a sheet of parchment and began composing a letter to Cornelius Fudge and to Amelia Bones. It was time for a shake-up in the ministry. The next day, rumors and whispers seemed to follow Harry almost from the moment he woke up. Raised by Muggles. The scar, is it from? Turned his back on the wizarding world. Thinks he's better than us. Peeves the poltergeist, who had rudely introduced himself to Harry by throwing water balloons at the back of his head, floated behind him singing, "Potter is notter, a wizard's just a lizard, if a Muggle name he has, but Harry's not scary he's just a little mad," and other nonsense, most of it quite rude. Percy managed to get Peeves to leave Harry alone for a while by threatening him with Bloody Baron, but that didn't last long. As soon as the older boy left for his classes, Peeves started in on Harry again, at least until he reached his first class, which was Transfiguration. It was taught by the Professor McGonagall, the Gryffindor house teacher, who took roll and lingered over Harry's name, giving a heavy sigh as she read, McAllister. Once the lesson started though, she demonstrated her transformation into a cat. All of the first years applauded and cheered, even the slightly miffed Harry. Once she had their attention though, McGonagall was stern. Transfiguration is one of the most potent and dangerous magics you can learn. If you are caught disregarding your instructions, you will leave and not return. Now, we shall begin with Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. She's an animagus, and they're really rare, Hermione explained to Harry and Ron after class. That would be so cool to be able to turn into an animal, Harry said. Ron nodded. What animal do you reckon you'd turn into? Harry grinned. Oh, probably a snake. They're my favorite animal after all. Ron made a face. But that's a Slytherin animal. What you want to do that for? Oh, yeah, maybe a dinosaur of some sort then, like a T-Rex, Harry mused. He was interrupted by a hideous voice crooning, "Oh, Potter, he's not her, but he's really a rotter, a muggle lover and a bit of a bother." "Oh bloody hell," Ron grumbled. "Will he be at this all day?" Peeves soon lost interest though as the Gryffindor first years made their way outside to herbology. Professor Sprout was a large woman who radiated a sense of more love and care, and reminded Harry of his Year 1 teacher who had been his favorite for many years. Unlike his Year 1 teacher, she called him Potter at first. Still, when she showed them around the greenhouse as an introduction, Harry was fascinated by all the magical plants. Neville managed to earn several points for the House Cup from Professor Sprout, as he was able to identify several rare magical plants and explain their uses. His outshining Hermione in the knowledge department in regards to plants was a source of some consternation to her. "Oh relax Hermione, you'll have a chance to show off later," Harry assured her. Ron made a face. "Oh, I dunno. We've got potions next, with Snape. Fred and George said he really hates Gryffindor, and even Percy had a hard time finding good things to say about him." "He can't be that bad," Hermione insisted, though Harry and Ron were both quite certain that she'd never said a bad thing about a teacher her entire life. Potions was down in the dungeons, and as they made their way there Harry saw the Slytherin first years. Draco was with his 2 half-troll minions, and leered at Harry as they approached. Harry rolled his eyes and tried to ignore Draco, but he had a hard time forgetting the insults he'd given Harry's family. Snape started class by taking roll. He paused when he got to Harry's name, saying, "Harry," slowly and deliberately. Harry glared at the man, daring him to skip the McAllister and call him Potter, but Snape finished with a rather deliberate McAllister. Harry relaxed slightly at that, giving Snape a grateful smile. In return, he got a scowl seemed designed to prevent any future displays of happiness in the class. Harry shrugged, but couldn't help a small satisfied smile. One victory for the day at least. "Potions is not like your other classes," Snape began, glaring around the room. "The art of potion making contains no loud bangs or flashy lights, which might lead some of you to believe it is safer and easier than other magical arts." He suddenly spun, making his robe swirl in a dramatic flare. "It is not. I don't expect you to understand the subtle beauty of a softly simmering cauldron or to understand the power of magical liquids seeping into the human mind and body, bending reality to your will. I can teach you to capture fire in liquid form, to expand your senses to heights you cannot comprehend, to distill the essence of joy and hope, or to brew despair and fear in the blood of your foes. That is, if you're not as mentally deficient as the usual lot of students I receive in my first-year classes." "McAllister," Snape snapped, causing Harry to jerk upright. He smiled at Snape to show he appreciated the gesture. "Yes, sir. What would be the reason for gathering acacia blossoms on Midsummer's Day?" Harry frowned and thought for a moment. I don't know, sir." Hermione's hand shot into the air, but Snape ignored her. "It is used to make a potion of St. Clair's purification, McAllister." "What of calla lilies? Where would I find their native habitat?" Maybe Hawaii, sir. I think I saw some there on holiday." Once again, Hermione raised her hand, but Snape ignored her. "They are native to South Africa, Mr. McAllister, not Hawaii. What would you add to a potion of eternal beauty after it had brewed for 3 days to complete it?" This time, both Lavender Brown and Hermione raised their hands, but Harry was stumped. "I don't know, sir. Idiot. Narcissus flowers are known for their properties in cosmetic potions. What is the common name for Cupressus sempervirens?" This time it was Neville who had his hand raised, but Harry thought furiously. This one he should know, he'd taken Latin in school after all. That's cypress, isn't it, sir?" Neville and Hermione beamed at Harry for getting the question right, but Snape just stared into Harry's eyes again. "Yes, perhaps you are not as foolish as you would have us believe." Snape seemed to peer into Harry's soul, so deep was his gaze. It was starting to make Harry uncomfortable, when Snape's eyes snapped away and he glared at the rest of the class. "Well, Why are you not writing this down? Snape walked next to Harry's desk and rapped it once with his knuckles. Not completely useless. 1 point. To Gryffindor. He broke off and went to berate Neville, who had somehow managed to leak ink all over his school bag before he'd even opened it. What was that all about? Harry whispered to Ron as they took down the notes. I dunno. I thought for sure he was going to take away a load of points. Fred and George says he hates Gryffindor. But he actually gave you one. What's up with that, I wonder? Harry just shrugged, and continued taking notes. As it was, it turned out that the 1 point Harry earned for Gryffindor was soon erased as Snape found ways to harangue all the Gryffindor students. Hermione got 2 points taken away for trying to help Neville, and Neville lost 5 points for managing to stain one of the desks with ink. Harry even lost the point he had earned when Snape found dust in his cauldron during inspection. By contrast, Draco Malfoy earned 10 points for having a spotless cauldron, and even Crabbe and Goyle earned a point each for preparedness. It's like Snape thought he had to punish us for giving me that one bloody point, Harry grumbled as they made their way out of the dungeons. Snape actually gave you a point, Harry? Percy asked, coming up behind them. When Harry nodded, Percy beamed at him. Well, you must have done a really good job then. I don't recall the last time Snape has ever given any Gryffindors a point. Even I have a hard time not losing points in his class, despite the fact that I try to ensure that my fellow fifth years treat him with the respect his position deserves. I don't think he deserves any bloody respect, Ron grumbled. Percy put his hand on Ron's shoulder to stop him. Ron spun, angry, but Percy just shook his head. Ron, I didn't say whether or not Snape deserves respect, I said his position deserves respect. He is still a Hogwarts professor, and he's actually very good at his job. Students who pass potions, owls and newts here are highly sought after the world over for their skills, because everyone knows that Snape is one of the best potions masters around. So whether you like him or not, still treat him with respect because he has a powerful influence on your future. Ron opened his mouth to argue, but then frowned. Well, I still think he's a git, he grumbled. Ron, don't say that about a teacher. Hermione scolded. Treat him with respect, like your brother said. Ron looked at Harry, who shrugged. Hey, at least he didn't look at me all mournful like because I've decided I love my parents, even if they don't have magic, or mock me because I decided I like a muggle name better than a wizard one. Peeves still giving you a hard time then, Harry? Percy asked, as they started walking towards the Great Hall for dinner. Not just him. McGonagall sighed when she read McAllister, and Sprout called me Potter and I had to correct her. I do like Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout, but it seems like everyone is set on me being Harry Potter, even if I've never been called that as long as I can remember. I've had people act all shocked because I'm Muggle-born and know so much, Hermione put in. They act like I spent the first part of my life without a brain. Honestly, it's not like I didn't got to school and get good marks before. Yeah, but that was just Muggle school. It's not like it really matters. I never went to Muggle school, my parents didn't see the need to bother. Mum taught me, Ginny and my brothers to read and stuff, Ron said with a dismissive air. But what about history, science, maths, grammar, physical education, arts? Hermione demanded, glaring at Ron. Percy raised an eyebrow at Hermione. It's not like any of that stuff really matters once you became a witch. Who really cares about Muggle stuff, when magic is just so much better at everything? Hermione opened and closed her mouth in exasperation. But you can learn so much from history. And without science, how would we have trains and photographs, and so many other important things? Magic can't be better at everything, Harry argued. I'm sure there's stuff that has been done without magic that's just as good or better than what wizards do. Percy shook his head. All the best things are created by wizards first, Harry, and there's nothing Muggles have managed that wizards haven't done better before them. So when did wizards go to the moon? Hermione demanded. Percy and Ron stopped dead in their tracks. Do what? Ron asked. Go to the moon, Hermione repeated. The Americans did it ages ago, 6 times in fact. And the Russians put probes on Venus, and the Americans have been to Mars with robots, and there have been loads of space probes to Jupiter and Saturn. Don't be silly, Hermione, you can't take a portkey or apparate to get to the moon, and brooms can't fly that high," Percy declared imperiously. "It's been proven that there is no way of getting off of the planet. And to go beyond that, well, that's just silly." "But they did go," Harry said. "I have a book at home with pictures of the Apollo program. And we learned about Prospero in school. It's the satellite that was built and launched using only British resources, though we had to do it from Australia. Oh, and I suppose our ICBMs can go into space, though if they launch that's pretty bad." Ron and Percy still looked incredulous. "But you can't get to the moon. The magical currents won't allow it or something," Ron said slowly. "But they didn't use magic, Ron," Hermione half shouted. "The rockets they used to get to the moon had no magic at all. They used hydrogen burners to achieve lift and maneuver." "What's this, a mad mudblood fantasy?" a new voice drawled. "Everyone knows that Muggle claims about going to the moon are a load of nonsense. It's impossible. The Sir Serpens Malfoy proved that a long time ago in his treatise on ley lines beyond the earth." Percy's face darkened and he turned slowly to face Draco Malfoy. "What was that, Draco? I think perhaps the two of us need to have a conversation with Professor Snape about your choice of language." Draco sneered. "I said a mad Muggleborn fantasy, Weasley. Clean out your ears. I thought prefects were supposed to be bright." "My hearing is fine, Draco. And I have 3 witnesses. Ah, there's Professor Snape now. Come along, Draco. Professor Snape, a word, please." And Percy marched off, dragging a suddenly recalcitrant Draco with him. Harry and Ron grinned at seeing Draco get a tongue lashing from Percy, but when they looked at Hermione she just looked disturbed. "Do wizards really believe that going to the moon is impossible?" she asked quietly. Ron looked from her to Harry. "Well, yeah. You can't do it," he said, then hastily added, "magically, anyway." "I dunno, you two seem awful convinced." Hermione and Harry looked at one another for a moment, then Harry shrugged. "I'll have my dad send over my book on the Apollo missions. It's got pictures and stuff in it, stuff you couldn't fake. Ron can read that. Oh, and I bet we could find other kids, like Dean, to confirm it." Hermione nodded enthusiastically. "I'll have my parents send over my illustrated guide to the solar system from Dorling Kindersley they got for me when I went to astronomy camp last year. It has a whole page about the Voyager probes. You'll have to believe that, Ron." Ron agreed, happy to move on to another subject, like what was for dinner that night. That night, Harry lay in bed, composing a letter to his parents. He was getting frustrated with the quill and inks, but persevered on in composing his letter. "Dear Mum, Dad, and Becky. Hello, I am having a good time here at Hogwarts. I have made friends with a girl in my year named Hermione Granger. Her parents don't have no magic either. They are dentists. I've added their phone number. I think Hermione will be very happy to help us someday. She is very smart. Will you please send me my book on the moon landings? Ron don't believe that people have been to the moon. Oh, also I am in Gryffindor with Ron and his brothers and also Hermione. It is very nice. Love you lots. Harry McAllister. P.S. Please send some notebooks and clicky pins. Parchment and feathers are rubbish. I have to use them in class but I don't want to write to you with them, they stink." He tied the letter to Hedwig's leg, having retrieved her from the Ollery earlier in the evening. He walked to his dormitory window and let her loose, watching her fly off into the night, her white body seeming to glow in the reflected light of the castle. As he did so, he felt a slight pang of longing that he couldn't go with her. He'd been away from home before, of course, but it seemed an awfully long time until the winter holidays, and he was already missing his family, if only a little for now. He turned back, walking past Neville's bed. The other boy was frantically searching through his trunk for something that he'd already managed to lose. "What are you after now, Neville?" Harry asked, stopping to gaze down at the other boy. Neville jerked upright, banging his head against his trunk lid. "Oh, nothing, Harry. Just, well, I can't find any more ink bottles. I've spilled all of mine already, and my gran will be furious. I'm always losing things, you know. She gets kind of upset with me, and I don't have to write for more already, and I needed to write her since she wants me to send her letters all the time and I have to tell her I'm in Gryffindor like." Neville's voice suddenly thickened and he half choked out, like my parents." You live with your grandmother? Harry asked, surprised. Did your birth parents die too? Neville looked around surreptitiously, then sighed. No, not like yours, Harry, though Gran says they were friends with your birth parents. They're still alive, but, for a moment, Harry thought Neville wouldn't say anything more, but then Neville said all in a rush, but they were tortured by Death Eaters when you killed he who must not be named because they were looking for him. They're in St. Mungo's now. I see them, sometimes, but they're not well. Oh, Harry was silent for a moment, then trotted back to his own bed, and grabbed the mostly full bottle of ink he'd been using, and brought it back to Neville. Here. Neville took the bottle of ink, looking slightly perplexed. What's this for, then? For you. I wrote to my parents, they'll send me some pens and paper. They're much better for writing than parchment, and I've got a few bottles of ink left and I won't need as many since I won't use them to write home now. I understand about your parents. I haven't told anyone else, but it really hurts me when people talk like my family isn't really mine, like they don't love me or something. I guess I do love my birth parents, the Potters, but it's hard. I don't think of them when I think of my mum and dad, and I think of Becky when I think of family too. And Grandpa Charles and Grandma Melba and Uncle Jordan and Aunt Jezebel, and my cousins Jesse and James and Jenny and Julie and Jamie. That's a lot of names that start with J, Neville interrupted, then flushed. Sorry. Harry chuckled. No, it's okay, my dad says the same thing. Says his sister's mental for naming her kids like that, but whatever. The point is, I understand how you can love someone and still kind of resent them, and feel bad about it. So, sorry, it's okay. We can still be mates, as long as you don't hate me. Hate you for what? Neville asked, now looking even more confused than usual. You gave me the ink, that was really kind of you. Harry looked down at his feet and scuffed the thick carpet. For getting your parents tortured, like you. The next thing Harry knew, he was flat on his back with a bleeding nose. He stared up at Neville, dazed, who was breathing hard, while tears leaked down his face. He was flushed, and looked as if he couldn't decide if he was furious or despairing. Don't you dare say that, Neville shouted, louder than Harry had thought the quiet boy was capable of. Don't you dare say that, Neville sobbed, scrubbing at his face with one hand while shaking out the bruised hand he'd just used to break Harry's nose. My parents, what happened to them was the fault of Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, Rastabin Lestrange, and Barty Crouch Jr., and Voldemort's. Neville took a deep breath, then held out a hand to the still dazed Harry and helped him up. Sorry, Harry, sorry. I don't know, I mean, I didn't. No, IBSOH gay, Harry said, pinching his nose shut. I bus being a bit. Bet's bind per bees, he can bix by nose. They walked down to the common room, where Percy gave them both a chewing out, and fixed Harry's nose with a wave of his wand. Merlin's beard, what were you two doing, getting into a fight in the dorms? Percy demanded. Neville, I never would have thought you would do such a thing. I'm telling Professor McGonagall that. Don't, Harry said hastily, wiping the excess blood on the hanky Percy had handed him. Please, don't Percy, I kind of deserved it. It's all right, Neville and I have already made up. See, we're mates. Harry demonstrated this by putting his arm over the shocked Neville's shoulders. Neville suddenly straightened though, and nodded fiercely. Yeah, mates. Studying the two of them carefully, Percy came to the conclusion that any boy with more brothers than he really wanted but just as many as he truly needed would. They're nothing like a few blows to make everything right between two blokes, and have them be good mates again. Something he really wished his mother understood better, because there were times he was utterly certain that if she'd just let him smack Fred and George around a bit, they'd probably get along better in the end. All right, but if you must do any more fighting, for heaven's sake, don't go bleeding all over the place again. And don't hex each other, neither of you know enough about magic to go around doing that just yet. Harry and Neville walked back up the staircase together, a quiet companionship between them. Neither felt the need for words, and both boys felt as if they really understood each other, in a way that only two boys who have both lost something and fought each other really can. When Ron came up to the dorms later to ask what they'd had a row about, Harry and Neville just exchanged grins. "What about a game of cards, Ron? I can teach you and Neville how to play Egyptian rat screw. Bring Scabbers over, maybe he'll like it." Slightly disappointed that he didn't get any details on the fight, but excited at the prospect of learning a game with such an absurd name, Ron hastily agreed, and soon all three boys had sore hands from slapping the card piles, laughing and talking until bedtime. As they did, Harry couldn't help but feel that maybe he'd found another hero, even if Neville was rather an unlikely-looking one. "I can't believe it's only Thursday." Hermione chatted excitedly as she, Harry, Ron and Neville made their way down to the Great Hall. "I must say our classes so far have been really interesting. I feel like I've already learned so much." "What about history of magic?" Ron asked, stifling a yawn. "That was bloody boring. But it could be so interesting. I think the history textbook is my favorite. It has a whole new world of history, full of rebellions, magical conventions, monsters and—" "But it's taught by Professor Binns," Ron argued. "He's so boring he killed himself from sheer boredom and then kept right on teaching." "Well, the subject is still fascinating," Hermione declared, "even if the delivery can be lacking." "I like herbology best," Neville said, looking at Harry for affirmation as Ron and Hermione continued to argue. He still seemed rather unused to hanging around with friends all the time, but Harry had dragged him along for the past 2 days, and neither Ron nor Hermione had objected. Hermione seemed to actually like Neville quite a bit, as he allowed her to boss him around, and Ron liked the fact that Neville wasn't always going on about Muggle nonsense, like Harry and Hermione. "I'm looking forward to flying today," Harry said. "I thought defense against the dark arts would be fun, but Quirrell gives me a headache. I think it's the stutter and that awful smell that he has. I heard from Ron's brothers that he keeps his turban full of garlic to scare off a vampire he met in Albania," Neville said, looking around nervously as if a vampire were going to really appear in the corridors. "I dunno, it smelled kinda rotten to me, and a bit like gunpowder," Harry said. "What's gunpowder?" Neville asked. Harry blinked. It was weird how much stuff Ron and Neville didn't know. They seemed to know all kinds of things about magic and wizarding in general, but they didn't know what rockets or electric lights were. It's an explosive. It's what non-magical people use to fight and stuff. I thought Muggles used swords and pitchforks and torches," Neville said. "That's what they use in the stories my gran tells me." "Don't be thick, Neville," Hermione interrupted. "We stopped using those as weapons ages ago. Guns, tanks, planes, rockets, all that sort of thing is what norms use these days." Hermione seemed to have picked up on the fact that Harry avoided using the term Muggle, unlike Ron and Neville. Harry's dad had said it was a bit patronizing, which he had explained meant it was insulting. "Oh," Neville said. Ron, however, wanted to know more. "Planes. Like an aeroplane. Isn't that what Muggles use to fly? My dad's always on about those. I think it's his life's goal or something to figure out how they work." "Their wings generate lift so they can fly," Harry said. "Do they flap their wings like a bird?" "That's what my Uncle Algy thinks," Neville said. Before Harry could answer, Hermione jumped in. "No, they use jet propulsion now mostly, which runs by igniting petrol to spin a turbine very quickly, which compresses the air and shoots it out in a jet stream behind the plane to generate thrust." Ron blinked and looked at Harry. "You understand any of that, Harry?" Kind of. They burn stuff and that makes something spin really fast and it moves the plane forward." Hermione rolled her eyes at that explanation, but Ron and Neville quickly agreed they now understood to avoid further argument, as they had arrived in the Great Hall and wanted to eat. As Harry was digging into a plate of bacon and eggs, the post arrived. An enormous parliament of owls swooped in, some bearing large packages, others bearing sealed envelopes and a few clutching rolls of parchment. Hedwig landed on Harry's head and dropped a large package into his lap, then gently pecked at him until he offered her a few pieces of bacon. She happily took the bacon, allowed Harry to reach up to scratch her neck a bit, then flew away. Harry opened the package to find several packages of pens and 3 notebooks, along with his book on the Apollo mission, a National Geographic on the American and Russian space programs, and a pamphlet on Helen Sherman, who had been the first Englishwoman in space earlier in the year. He grinned and waved the pamphlet under Ron's nose. "See, proof. We have been to space. They sent a British citizen up there in May." Ron's eyes crossed as he tried to focus on the waving pamphlet. Harry held it still, but before Ron could take it, the pamphlet was wrenched from his hands. "What's this then? More of your Muggle nonsense. Gracious, Potter, everyone would think you're a mudblood instead of being descended from pure stock." "You leave Harry alone," Neville cried, standing and shoving the sneering Malfoy back as he clumsily grabbed for the pamphlet. Crabbe and Goyle were there in an instant, one grabbing a hold of Neville as the other held Ron and Harry back easily, the two other boys having jumped up to help Neville. Thunk! Crabbe and Goyle both sat down hard, dazed and rubbing their heads. "Mate, you don't want to do that," Fred said calmly, putting a hand on George's shoulder. The more impulsive twin had just slammed the two Slytherins' heads together, hard. "I should think so," Malfoy sputtered. "Tell your brother to keep his filthy blood traitor hands off of." Malfoy suddenly found legs in the wrong place, and joined the other Slytherins on the floor. "He was talking to you," Percy said, extending Malfoy a hand as he kicked Fred's boot out from under Malfoy. "It isn't wise to pick a fight with a Weasley. We have a habit of multiplying." George sniffed loudly and wiped an imaginary tear from his eye. "Oh Perce, it moves my soul to see you finally taking after us. Brother mine, I think we actually might be related to him after all," Fred agreed, dabbing at his eyes with George's robe's collar. "Back off you two. These three are all firsties and can't even begin to fathom how out of your league they are," Percy growled. "Let a prefect handle this." Fine, Fred agreed easily, bending over and freeing the pamphlet from Malfoy's quivering hand. "Here you go, Harry, have your paper back." He paused before giving it to Harry, frowning as he read the title aloud. "British Heroes. Helen Sherman, first in space. Oi, Harry, what is this? Looks like this Muggle was, blimey. Fred, look at this." What is it?" Ron demanded, standing on his tiptoes to try and read the pamphlet that Fred and George were fascinated by. "It's a bunch of Muggle lies and propaganda that Harry and his Muggleborn friend are trying to feed us," Draco growled. Sighing, Percy helped Crabbe and Goyle to their feet. "You three just don't learn. Now clear off before I call a professor, or worse yet, turn my back the next time you pass this lot in the corridor." "I'm not afraid of Potter," Draco grumbled as he stomped off. "It's McAllister," Percy snapped at his retreating back. "And I was talking about giving my brothers a free hand." He glanced at Fred and George, who were still gazing fixedly at the pamphlet. "What? No cracking witticism at the Slytherins' expense. You two are slipping." Yeah, Draco's a rotter," George muttered as he flipped the pamphlet over, eyes racing over the text. "Slytherin stinks," Fred agreed absently. "Harry, is this for real? Can you really go beyond the earth? This says that this Helen lady lived on out a platform of some sort beyond the world for 8 days. "Oh, is that on Helen Sharman?" Hermione asked brightly. She held up her own recently arrived package, which indeed contained her Dorling Kindersley illustrated guide to the solar system, and a new book, Eyewitness Spaceships, which had a small plastic model attached. "This is a brand new edition. My parents were so thrilled I hadn't forgotten all about the non-magical world and its education that they got me a new one. It has the whole Soyuz craft and the Mir space station in it." "You can't possibly be going on about that still," Percy said, sounding skeptical. Malfoy was a brat about it, but he was right. His great-great-grandfather did prove that beyond Earth there are no magical ley lines, and as such a wizard can't draw power. Therefore, you can't travel beyond the Earth. "Yeah, but they did this with explosives. We could make those," Fred said, grabbing the Eyewitness book from Hermione. He and George were soon poring over it, their breakfast forgotten. Percy shook his head, gave Harry and Hermione a pitying glance, then went back to his own meal. "It's too bad Britain doesn't have a space program of her own," Harry remarked as he turned back to his own breakfast. "Helen had to travel with the Americans." "The Soviets, actually," Hermione corrected. "It was a gesture of international cooperation. It was in all the papers." I used to dream of being an astronaut, but now. Fred and George both suddenly looked up. What? Why wouldn't you still want to be an astronaut? Fred demanded. It says here that the Americans went to the moon. George agreed. Fred held up the book, pointing to an illustration of a predicted future craft. The moon, Hermione, and they have this craft here that could go to Mars. Can you even imagine? George whispered, his expression reverent. That would be like the greatest prank ever. Quote. Fred nodded. You'd be famous forever. You think that's real? Ron asked hesitantly. Fred and George both nodded, their faces serious. Ronikins, do you remember the firework we set off 3 years ago New Year's? The really big one. Yeah, why? Ron asked, confused. George closed his eyes. We wanted that one to hit the moon. Make a big explosion, leave a mark on it. We even got it off before Mum could take it, Fred agreed. But the explosion was pretty cool. It lit up the whole sky, Ron protested. Dad said the ministry had to wipe a few memories because it could be seen for so far. We wanted it to reach the moon. Mum and Dad set us down and gave us a talking to after, Fred explained. Mom was mostly angry that we'd done something so dangerous, George said. But Dad was more concerned about our space obsession. Said it was impossible, dangerous, and that he would personally skin us if we broke the international statute of secrecy before all of England. So we stopped, but only because he and Mum convinced us we really couldn't hit the moon. We were so naive, so young, so tender, but not anymore. And now we have proof. If a bunch of muggles, Americans and Russians even, a bunch of non-British especially thick muggles then, can make it into space, then there is no reason that 2 British wizards can't. Neville looked extremely confused, clutching at a glowing red ball he'd got in a letter of his own. What are you on about? Going into space? It's something Harry and Hermione were on about on Monday, Ron explained. Something to do with muggles going to the moon. Oh, Neville thought for a moment. Well, that sounds exciting at least. Personally, I'd rather keep my feet on the ground. I'm not looking forward to flying later. Here, take my book, Harry was whispering to Fred and George. If you're really interested, let me know. It'd have to be a secret, but I might be able to help you two become astronauts. Fred and George looked as if they'd just received a divine mandate on their new purpose in life as they held the book on the Apollo program reverently. Oh, I think we will, Harry, Fred said. Come to our dorm after dinner, George agreed. We can talk privately there. And with that, breakfast was over, much to the regret of Harry and Ron, who had spent most of their breakfast doing things besides eating. They managed to grab slices of toast to eat as they ran to Defense Against the Dark Arts. Harry had started off with high hopes for Defense Against the Dark Arts on the first day, but all Quirrell had done was natter on about how they had to be careful around dark magic and that danger lurked around every corner. At first Harry had thought he was building up to something, but eventually he seemed to frighten himself so much with his own lesson that he had to sit down and sniff smelling salts for a minute. While he'd done that, he'd turned his back to the class, and Harry had started to develop an ache in his scar. Today was looking to be no different. Quirrell was at the blackboard, stuttering as he pointed to some diagrams of what might have been some fascinating stuff, but the stutter was so bad and Harry's scar hurt so much he could barely focus. NNN now CC class, QQQ, Quirrell began. AAA, as I have SSS said, light is most useful in repelling the DDD darker creatures. WWW, we will PPPP practice this simple spell. Lumos. A faint light flicked out of Quirrell's wand. All this seemed to be too much for the man. He collapsed in a chair as if nearly fainted, and waved to the students to practice while he fanned himself with a large paper fan. Wow, I think I learned more about defending myself in my first lesson in the dojo, Harry grumbled as he partnered up with Neville. Ron was determined that he would learn how to hex like Hermione, even if he did have to put up with her bossiness. Is that like Muggle defense against the dark arts? Neville asked. It a form of non-magical defense, yes, Harry corrected. Oh, so what did they teach you? Harry looked Neville dead in the eye. Run away really fast. Neville blinked twice, then a guffaw escaped him. He covered his mouth with his hands, looking around to see if anyone had noticed. Quirrell was still busy fanning himself, and Neville lowered his hands. Actually, that doesn't sound like half bad advice. Even if it isn't very brave. Only fight the battles you have to, and when you do, don't fight fair, Harry quoted. Anyway, let's see if we can get the hang of this. Lumos. Harry and Neville were both among the last of the class to master the spell, by which point it was nearly time to go. With Hermione's tutelage, Ron was actually doing quite well, a steady beam of light emitting from his wand that was only eclipsed by the one Hermione was producing herself. After that was another session of potions, again with the Slytherins. Harry did his best to keep his head down and follow the directions on the sheet. It was a bit like cooking or chemistry, which he was very careful not to mention to Professor Snape, as Harry was certain that would deeply offend the man. Still, he'd practiced with a peewee chemistry kit he'd gotten 2 Christmases ago, and he'd helped with cooking often enough to read a recipe and follow directions. Hermione had told Neville that he really needed her help, and that left Harry with Ron. Together, the two of them sort of managed to make the simple cheering flask, though instead of being a bubbly yellow, theirs was a sputtering light orange. Not awful, McAllister. Perhaps if Mr. Weasley were paying more attention, the two of you might have more fully succeeded, Snape sneered as he passed their cauldron by. I think Ron was a big help, sir, Harry said stoutly. Snape ignored this, as well as Neville and Hermione's potion, which was a happily bubbling yellow that seemed to glow the color of sunshine on a bright summer's day. What a tosser, Ron muttered as Snape inspected Lavender and Parvati's cauldron, docking 2 points for Gryffindor because it had somehow turned a putrescent green color. Ours wasn't half bad, and Hermione's looks like it was made by a bloody 6th year. And he gave Daphne 2 points for a potion that was just as good as ours. At least he's not boring, Harry said, a bit louder. I'll take potions over history of magic or defense against the dark arts any day. I don't fall asleep, and I don't get headaches. Plus, at least here we learn something useful. All Quirrell has taught us is how to turn our wands into a torch, and Binns couldn't teach his way out of a wet paper bag. There is no need for side conversations, McAllister. Do it again, and I will be forced to dock points, Snape growled. Harry gave him a smile and a wink. Yes, sir. What are you doing with Snape, Harry? Ron demanded later at lunch. It's almost as if you like the bloke. My dad always said that if you were stuck with a bad superior, the best you could do was key and make the best of it, Harry said pragmatically as he took a bit of shepherd's pie. He frowned when he bit into it. What is it with the obsession with pumpkin? I think they put some in the shepherd's pie. I mean, it's not awful, but there are other things to eat and drink. Pumpkins are good for magical energy, Hermione explained. Neville nodded. Yeah, they have properties that can enhance your magical reserves and are good for developing wizards' minds. It's in Granada Greenthumb's Guide to a Greater Garden. My gran got it for me, but I left it at home. Huh, Harry looked at Ron, who just shrugged. I just like the taste. Still though, I don't like Snape. I think he hates us or something. Don't let him get to you, Hermione said. Just keep a stiff upper lip and get through it. You've got at least 4 more years with him. Make the best of them. Ron grumbled at this, but even he couldn't really argue with the wisdom of Hermione's advice. After lunch was Transfiguration, which was interesting enough, but Harry couldn't wait until McGonagall had finished. He practically leapt from the classroom, excited to finally get to fly. I've always wanted to fly, Harry gushed to Ron as the two of them sped through the corridors. Neville and Hermione were lagging behind, not nearly as enthused. I used to dream about riding on a flying motorbike, and I've always wanted to be a pilot. I've been flying for years, Ron bragged. My brothers and I play Quidditch all the time. I reckon I'll be a decent keeper one day, or maybe a beater like Fred and George. What's Quidditch? Harry asked. Ron looked at Harry as if he'd just committed a sacrilegious act. Only the most brilliant sport in the whole world. You play 1 brooms and have to fly to score with the quaffle while avoiding the bludger, and then the seeker has to catch the snitch. It's really dangerous too. Sometimes people get hurt or vanish and turn up the next county over a few weeks later. No one's died in years though. Sounds brilliant. Do you think they'll teach us to play in class? Harry asked as they hurried down the steps. He came to a sudden halt. Oh, fantastic. Of course we're with the Slytherins again. Lined up outside were the Slytherin first years in their green accented robes. As soon as they saw Harry and Ron on the steps, several Slytherins turned away and sniggered. Others openly pointed and laughed. Going to try flying to the moon, McAllister? Someone called. Harry ground his teeth, and Ron clenched his fists. Just ignore them, Hermione said, coming up behind Harry and Ron. Neville looked to Harry, who simply shrugged. I don't want to get in trouble now. Let's just be the best damn flyers here and make them look like idiots. The 4 Gryffindors were soon joined by the others in their year, and trooped out to the field as Madam Hooch, the flight instructor, appeared. Right. No waiting around. Everyone, find a broom and stand by it. No, one of you to a broom. Crabbe, Goyle, you're both far too large to even be considering sharing. Right. Everyone have a broom then. Extend your hand and say, up. Cries of, up, filled the grounds. Harry's broom snapped straight into his hand after his first word. Ron's took 2 or 3, but Hermione's and Neville's simply flopped around on the ground for several seconds before reluctantly hovering up to their hands. Very good, very good. Now this is you mount a broom properly. Watch where my hands are. You need to have a proper grip to get the most performance out of your broom. Malfoy, stop sneering at Longbottom. His grip's a far sight better than yours. You've obviously developed your grip wrong. Like this. No, there. Better. Harry carefully matched his hands to where Madam Hooch's were. Right then. There is simply no way to learn to fly without actually flying. So, when I blow my whistle you'll kick off from the ground, hard. Hover for a few moments, then lean forward to descend back to the ground. Don't lean too far or you'll fall flat on your face. She quickly demonstrated the proper technique, then once she was back on the ground gave a sharp blast on her whistle. Harry kicked off easily, getting a good 10 feet in the air. He felt a thrill down his spine, and glanced around to see how everyone else was doing. Ron was on a level with him, as was Draco and a few others. They all leaned forward and started back down towards the ground. Except for Hermione, who did exactly as Madam Hooch had told them not to, and tipped straight off of her broom. She landed with a loud thump. Ron was instantly at Hermione's side, Harry only a step behind. Hermione was biting her lip, trying to keep the tears back, but it was obvious she was in a great deal of pain. Her forehead had a large gash which was bleeding profusely, as head wounds are bound to do. Without thinking, Harry ripped his robe sleeve and quickly bound the wound as Madam Hooch elbowed her way forward. That's exactly what I was talking about. You have to keep a firm grip and lean forward, not lay flat and then fall straight off. Yes, that's a rather nasty gash. Probably have a concussion as well. Right then, hospital wing for you. I can help, Ron said, putting his shoulder under Hermione's arm and helping her stand. Give me a hand, Neville. Neville quickly took her other side, and followed after Madam Hooch, he and Ron having to carry the still dazed Hermione. Stupid mudbloods, can't even sit a broom properly. Probably didn't help that she was carrying trash like this. Harry turned to find Draco sneering while he held up Hermione's book on spaceships. Hey, drop it Draco, that's Hermione's. Harry cried, stepping forward angrily. What are you going to do, McAllister? Make me, Draco drawled. Crabbe stepped forward, flexing his arm menacingly. Harry punched him in the solar plexus then danced away from his pawing arm, then hit him hard on the side of the head. The bigger Slytherin dropped, and Goyle paused at seeing his compatriot handled so easily. Draco paled slightly, then shouted, up, and lifted into the air on his broom, still clutching the book. Come and get it McAllister. Oh, that's right, you can't, they don't have brooms at your muggle house, just make-believe rubbish. Up. In a moment, Harry was level with Draco, closing fast. He wasn't going to take any more guff from Draco, and he wasn't going to let Hermione continue to be insulted. Give it back Malfoy, or Hermione won't be the only one in the hospital wing. Draco sped away across the grounds, and Harry followed. It was difficult to keep pace and course, the broom was vibrating now and veering slightly to the left, but Harry had eyes only for Draco and managed to stay the course. Fine. You want it so bad, McAllister, catch. Draco suddenly went into a steep climb, then tossed the book as hard as he could. Harry reacted without thinking, doing a loop in midair to reverse course and going into a dive to catch the book. He let go of the broom with his hands, keeping a grip with his legs. He managed to catch the book a bare foot from the ground, and had to climb again to avoid a crash. Harry McAllister, you get down here right this instant. Harry flushed and gulped. Professor McGonagall was striding towards him, gesticulating wildly for him to descend immediately. Reluctantly, Harry leaned forward and brought his broom down gently. He tucked his book in his robes and scuffed the ground with his trainers. Professor, I don't want to hear a word of it. Such reckless. Of all the things, I never. Malfoy was being a git, ma'am, Dean said loudly. He really insulted Hermione, then he. Mr. Thomas, I won't want to hear another word. Mr. McAllister, with me, now. If any of you even thinks of touching those brooms before Madam Hooch returns, you'll have detentions until you graduate. Harry sulked after Professor McGonagall, focused on how massively unfair the whole thing was. Draco had been flying recklessly too, but McGonagall didn't even seem to care, and she was his head of house. They began to descend into the dungeons, and Harry started to become worried. He'd heard rumors from older students that Argus Filch, the caretaker, kept some instruments of torture down in dank old chambers. When they stopped in front of the potions classroom though, Harry was slightly confused. Professor Snape, my apologies, I need wood for a while, McGonagall called into the classroom. After a moment, the older Gryffindor boy who'd explained the wizarding world's prejudices against squibs appeared, looking rather confused. McAllister, wood, come, McGonagall ordered. They went a few paces away from the classroom, Harry and Wood exchanging confused looks. McGonagall turned after a few paces, but instead of looking furious as Harry had thought she would, she was beaming. Oliver, I think I've found you a seeker. Wood's face brightened instantly. Really, Professor? McAllister's just a first year, and practically a muggle born to boot. You don't really think he's a natural, better than Charlie Weasley in his prime? McGonagall said, her tone near rhapsodic. Harry studied Oliver and McGonagall carefully. So, I'm not in trouble then. McGonagall harumphed. I'll give you a choice, Ho McAllister. Either you agree to play Quidditch for Gryffindor, or do lines for me for a month. And not because of your stunt earlier, but because I simply couldn't bear to see such talent go to waste. And because I'm not nearly half as mad for Quidditch as you, ma'am, Wood said, giving the professor a grin and a wink. Oh, relax, Harry, she's not serious. Ever played a game of Quidditch? No, but Ron told me it was a sport you played on brooms and that it was kind of dangerous, so naturally I'm all for it. I think flying is my all-time favorite. Nodding, Wood began to pace around Harry. Good. You've got the build for a seeker too. You'll need a decent broom though. One of the new clean sweeps, or a nimbus would be ideal. Think we can manage that, Professor? He's a firstie after all. I'll make the arrangements with the headmaster and write to his parents, McGonagall vowed. Harry, do you think they could be persuaded to get you a broom? Harry remembered his father's wistful face when commenting on the fact that they couldn't get Harry a broom this year, probably thinking of what an excellent opportunity was going to waste to analyze such an important wizarding tool in the lab. Oh, I think they'll come round, Professor. My father was in the Paris, you know. He's rather keen on flying, and he knows I am too. What's the best broom around, for reference? The Nimbus 2000, Wood and McGonagall said together. Thinking of how delighted his parents would be with the great strides he'd made uncovering the wizarding world's secrets and recruiting new allies, Harry flushed with excitement. Well then, I'll just have to tell my dad nothing else in the world would do for an aspiring Quidditch player like me. A slightly predatory look came over McGonagall's face. It reminded Harry of a cat who'd just caught a bird it hadn't really thought it would. Severus will never know what hit him. Later that evening, Harry was up in the third-year boys' dorm, alone with Fred and George. They'd convinced Lee Jordan and their other bunk mates to clear off, having implied that several spectacular stinks were about to begin emanating from their combined poster beds. Harry was carrying his and Hermione's books on space, having gotten permission from her after visiting her in the hospital wing. Fred and George were simply devouring the books, their faces lit with intense interest and pleasure. "There's just so much here we don't even understand," George muttered as he studied the diagram of a Saturn V rocket. Fred nodded. He was studying a Soyuz diagram. "None of this is magic at all. I don't really get how they can make such sustained explosions without bewitching or enchanting stuff." "Look at how heavy this stuff was," George said, pointing to a picture describing the fuel payload. "Yeah. 2,000 tons of the stuff. But I bet with the right magic, you could create just as much thrust without nearly that much weight. But then you wouldn't need that much thrust, if you reduced the weight of the fuel." Right, because the payload could be lighter. Or heavier payload, but less fuel." "Brilliant." They both turned to look at Harry, who was suppressing a grin. "Sure you don't think it's all Muggle rubbish?" he asked. George made a rude sound, and Fred shook his head. "Look, we didn't get much schooling in maths, Mum's not too keen on them. But we're right brilliant at them. Have to be, to pull of the pranks we have. Yeah, you've got to calculate exactly how much manticore blood it will take to power your fireworks. Or how much pixie dust it will take to levitate an object of a certain mass, say one cat around the size of Mrs. Norris, for 3 hours. Or how much Kelpie venom will put your enemies to sleep, but not hurt them. Right. The point is, we're good at that sort of thing. Always have been. And the maths here make sense, Harry. We can't prove it, we don't know how. And even if we did it would probably be too much for us now. But we could learn how. So, tell us, how could you put us in connection with the people who could teach us this? And make us the very first wizards on the moon. Or Mars. Venus might be better. We're not picky, point is. We've always had one goal in mind." Harry looked back and forth between the two twins, struggling to keep track of who was whom and who was talking. "What goal is that?" "To be rich. And famous. Or famously rich. To be unforgettable. To bring a laugh to everyone. And never be a joke ourselves. You may not have noticed this, Harry. But Ickle Ronnikins has a bit of an inferiority complex. Don't tell him, but he's not the only one. And don't tell Dad. Or God help us, Mum. But we don't want to end up like our father. Stuck doing what other people tell him. The butt of every joke at the ministry. Too poor to afford to actually pursue our dreams. And forced to do things for other people, who get the credit for every good deed we do, while we get all the blame." Feeling slightly confused, Harry frowned. "But your dad seems like a great bloke, and he seems to be a pretty good wizard." Fred blew out his cheeks, and George shook his head. "Oh, don't get us wrong. Dad's a great chap. We love him dearly, but he's a small part of a big thing. Instead of being a big part of a small piece of history." Harry considered that for a moment. "So, you'd actively consider working for Muggles, even if you ended up breaching the International Statute of Secrecy or whatever?" Fred and George exchanged looks, then nodded. "Of course. Always thought it was a bit stupid anyway. Muggles have some great stuff. Big fans of Roman candles. And juggling. Taught ourselves ages ago, though it's easier with a bit of magic." Harry thought hard. "All right, I can't make any promises now. Or tell you too much. But I will tell you this much. Some Muggles have had it." That elicited raised eyebrows from Fred and a frown from George. "What do you mean by that?" "Well, think about it. Do you really think the Muggles didn't notice it when Voldemort? Oh, grow up, he's not a demon or something, he won't appear if I say his name. Anyway, when Voldemort was going around blowing up villages and killing people left and right, do you really think the Muggles never noticed?" George sat back, thinking hard, but Fred shrugged. "I figured they did, but the ministry just obviated anyone who really did notice. You can't mind wipe everyone with a brain. And you can't obviate a computer." Fred glanced down at the book that was still in his lap. "Yeah, meant to ask you, what is a computer? I keep seeing it mentioned, but I haven't the faintest what one of those is." Harry rubbed his chin. "I'm probably not the best person to explain. But I think I know someone who is." "Who?" George demanded. "Hermione. She's bloody brilliant, and some friends of my dad's. But listen, this isn't something we can talk about at school. I'll write to my folks, and my dad can come up with a plan. But if you're really serious, there's one thing you can do now. What? We'll do anything. Well, almost anything. Yeah, we won't snog Malfoy for you. Harry just ignored the last one. Study hard. Become the best damn wizards you can. Because if you do throw in your lot with the right people, they'll need every ounce of magical know-how at their disposal. That would really take the piss out of the ministry, Fred said, frowning. And be the best bloody prank of the millennia. We'll do it. After a moment, Fred nodded as well. Why not? Who wants to just be a regular old wizard anymore? Later, as Harry composed his letter to his father, he couldn't help the huge grin on his face. Things were going better than he'd ever imagined, and far faster too. What could possibly go wrong now? Tom read Harry's latest letter carefully, torn between smiling at his son's brilliance and progress, and frowning at his reckless charge forward. He looked up at Hedwig, thinking about his response. Why don't you rest now then? Got some live mice and a few of those owl treats Hagrid bought. Sound all right? Hedwig bobbed her head, and Tom tossed her a treat, then walked into the kitchen. Another letter from Harry, he told his wife. He handed the letter over as he poured himself a cup out of the kettle. Quickly taking in the letter, Alice smiled wanly. Well, he does seem to be making progress at least. And friends. I think that's what does my heart the most good. This Neville boy seems like a good sort from the letter, and the Weasleys are a good family. What's about the Weasleys? Becky yawned as she plodded into the room, rubbing at her eyes. She took the cup of tea her father handed her and sipped at it, then read the letter her mother passed to her. Fred and George want to be astronauts. Ginny says they're hellions. Sure, we want them. I don't think we'll be trusting them with any national secrets right out of the gate, Tom said, taking the letter back. But we can use any help available. Besides, Mr. Weasley is far more accepting of our world than I had been led to believe most wizards would be. What about the Draco kid Harry mentioned? He sounds like a proper, Becky glanced at her mother and made a last-second word swap, nasty person. Shaking her head, Alice leaned back in her own chair. Griphook alluded to most wizards being quiet, biased against people who weren't proper wizards, including goblins. He made it sound as though most wizards would never consult a goblin or a gnome in regards to anything, even their finances, which are not exactly a common career path for those with magic. So, what? We help Ginny's brother become astronauts or something? How does that help us? Becky demanded as she poured herself a bowl of cold cereal. Never you mind, Tom said. That's not something even I know. All I know is that we are to recruit young Maggies and keep Harry safe. The rest is for command to decide. At this point I'd wager they don't even have an endgame, just a desire not to be so in the dark in regards to things magical. Perhaps we should invite the Weasleys over for dinner soon, Alice said. Ask your superiors. We're already having the Grangers over Wednesday. They sounded so delighted to actually be able to talk about this with someone. We'll probably end up playing hosts to them as well. Having an inside source of information at the Ministry of Magic is ideal. And honestly, I rather enjoy their company. Right now they're alone with their daughter as well. Ginny seems like she needs a friend. And an education, Becky declared through a mouthful of cereal. She didn't even know about Jane Austen or Tolkien. Honestly, I can understand not keeping up with all the American stuff, but to not even know English authors. It's an outrage. Alice nodded and passed Tom a plate of toast for his own breakfast. Just focus on being her friend for now, love. You're both lonely and missing your brothers. Don't try and shove the entirety of British culture down her throat. She's at least got to read The Hobbit, Becky groused. It's loads better than the Lockhart stuff. His books are too full of themselves. Mind your mother, love, Tom said as he quickly penned a letter back to Harry. And make sure you write your brother. Hedwig gets antsy if she hangs around the house too long. Yes sir, Becky agreed. I'll do it before judo practice. Dear Harry, things are going well at home. Mom and Dad are proud of you, I think, and I am too. School's interesting, but probably not as interesting as being a wizard. I'm not too jealous though. Alright I am, but that's besides the point. Anyway, tell Ron and Fred and George and Percy that me and Ginny are mates now, so she won't be lonely. Oh, and I am going out for my brown belt in judo, so wish me luck. Love, your sister, Rebecca McAllister. Dear Harry, I am so proud of you. You bless my heart with your frequent letters, and I look forward to each of them. Hearing that you have made so many friends in such a short time is an ease on my mind that I know you won't be able to understand until you have children of your own. It has been so hard for your father and I, having you so far away in a place we cannot reach nor truly be a part of. Know that no matter what happens, your father and I will still love you and be proud of you. Make sure you are eating properly. I don't know much about wizarding foods, but I do know that even young wizards need to eat fruits and vegetables. To contradict myself properly, I've included a small care package of your favorites, treacle tart, Mars bars and biscuits. Make sure to share them with your friends. Mind your teachers and do your best. I will always love you, and you will always be my baby boy. Love, Mum, son. I can't begin to tell you how proud of you I am. Make sure to move forward with things slowly and surely. Don't try to make friends with everyone, only those who will stand by you in your quests in life. Keep safe, and let us know if you have any trouble. I won't pretend that I have any pull with the headmaster or any of the teachers, but there are still things that can be done. We can talk more later. I've included a book on Morse code. Learn it visually and auditorily. It might come in handy sometime. Maj. Tom McAllister, Sass. Your dad. The weeks at Hogwarts seemed to simply fly by. In Harry's case, that was quite literal. He had been excused from flying lessons, instead spending the time with Oliver Wood or one of the other players on the Quidditch team practicing. This meant that Harry was around Fred and George even more, and though it made Ron slightly jealous, Harry was excited to have found two real wizards who were so very interested in the Muggle world. Don't see why you have to spend so much time with them, Ron grumbled at breakfast. They take enough things, they don't have to try to steal my mates as well. Relax, Ron. They're just really interested in space. Besides, we're on the Quidditch team together now. I have to spend time with them. I still spend more time with you. Come on, after classes we can play chess again. You're not spending enough time studying, Harry, Hermione said. Your grades will suffer if you don't pay more attention to your classes and less to Quidditch and other silly games. It's not a silly game, it's Quidditch. Ron protested despite his lingering jealousy that Harry was on the team. I think she's right, mate. You and Harry got lower marks than even I did on our last essays, Neville said, once more following Hermione's lead. Harry and Ron looked at each other and rolled their eyes. That's because it was bloody herbology, Neville. You and Hermione are fighting over who gets top marks there for the whole bloody school, Ron said. We did fine on the history essay, Harry pointed out. Hermione sniffed loudly. That's because you just copied my notes. Again, I'm not letting you do the same thing for our potions essays. Have you even started those? You'll still help me, right, Hermione? Neville said, sounding slightly panicked. Of course I will, Neville. Unlike some people, you've been helping me revise mine for the last 2 days. Half the work is probably yours by now anyway. Neville beamed and Ron and Harry, who both made rude noises. It'll be fine. Ron and I will write ours together during History of Magic today and you can lend us your notes. Before Hermione could launch into another lecture, it was time to head off to class, Dada lessons then history. Harry and Ron did indeed spend the period working on their essays, as the other Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs were quietly doing. As long as you occasionally glanced up at Professor Binns and looked mildly productive, you could do whatever you wanted as the incorporeal professor would drone on endlessly about whatever the topic of the day was. True to form, Hermione once again shared her notes, as one of the Hufflepuff students did as well. They appeared to have some sort of rotation, where one of them would take notes while the others did homework. See, even the hard-working Puff's crib notes, Ron pointed out as he performed the copying charm after class. Plus, I've learned loads. You taught me this charm and now I can use it perfectly. Brilliant. Yeah, thanks Hermione, Ron, Harry said, accepting a copy that Ron conjured for him. He was still struggling to perform the charm as well as his two other friends. Hermione was insistent that she wasn't letting Harry or Neville charm any of her notes until he could perform the spell to her exacting standards. Ron took it as a point of pride that he was better than Harry at something, and was happy to show off for the others. Suddenly, a barrage of dung bombs peppered the group, followed by a piercing wail that was supposed to pass for song. Ooh, Potter is notter. He's really a rotter. He copies the notes of his beaver-faced chum. His wand is quite limp, he's really quite dumb. Oh bloody hell, Harry grumbled, a sentiment Ron echoed. Come on, this way, Hermione cried, and the group ran, trying to lose Peeves as their other classmates scattered away from the putrid fuselage. Will he ever get sick of this? Harry demanded as they fled up a flight of stairs. Dunno, ask Fred and George. I think they're the only students he actually listens to, Ron said as they dodged around another corner. After 10 minutes of dodging dung bombs and listening to Peeves' increasingly nonsensical and insulting verses, the group managed to round a corner while Peeves was still far enough back not to see them. Quick here, Alohomora. Hermione opened a door and the group hurried inside, slamming it behind them. Outside, they could hear the wailing of Peeves as he passed by, then sped down the halls. I think he's gone, Harry said, his ear to the door. Guys, Neville whispered. Give him a moment, Harry, make sure he's long gone, Hermione lectured. Guys, Neville said again, his voice climbing an octave. Ron shook his head, looking through the keyhole. We never seem to really lose him. He always comes back. Guys, Neville said again, his voice now cracking, it was so high-pitched. 3 irritated faces turned to Neville. What? A trembling hand pointed upward. Dog. 3 pairs of eyes followed Neville's pointing finger upwards. Big dog. Shaking themselves slightly as if to wake from sleep, 3 pairs of eyes peered back. A low, rumbling growl seemed to make the dark room vibrate as an enormous 3-headed dog stood up. All 4 firsties scrambled to reopen the door, falling outside in a heap. That was close, Harry groaned from the bottom of the pile as he scrambled for his glasses, which had slipped off in the chaos. Oh. No, my sweets. It was just right, a harsh voice rasped. Meow. Oh bloody hell, Ron groaned. The friends found themselves seized by their robes and bodily hauled to their feet. Argus Flitch grinned a gap-toothed, malicious grin. Look what we found. Love, he cooed to his cat, Mrs. Norris. 4 little lost lambs. Going places they shouldn't. Finding things they oughtn't. It was Peeves, blurted Neville. He was chasing us, agreed Harry. Lost track of where we were, explained Ron. We just wanted to hide, pleaded Hermione. Silence. The 4 friends fell silent, swallowing and dropping their gazes to their feet. The right-hand corridor on the 3rd floor is forbidden. I'll have you for this. And don't go blaming Peeves. I caught him throwing dung bombs at portraits on the left-hand side. It'll be detention for this. Oh yes. Perhaps they'll let me break out the ankle chains for this one. Nothing teaches a lifelong lesson like a few hours hanging from your ankles in the dungeons. As it turned out, Professor Snape, the first Professor Filch could find, didn't quite agree about the ankle chains. No, Argus, not the ankle chains. The headmaster wouldn't approve of damaging his latest pet. He gave Harry a sneer as he said the last. Well, what about the Forbidden Forest? Good way to teach a lesson, might even get mauled, Argus said, his eyes glowing malevolently. Sir, we didn't realize where we were, Harry said, stepping forward and speaking to Snape. We accept our punishment, but honestly, we just got lost. We won't do it again. Can we just serve our detentions with you? I know you'll treat us fairly. Ron goggled at the idea of being at Snape's mercy, though one look at Filch's face prevented him from speaking against Harry's plea. You would rather serve your intentions with me than working for Mr. Filch. I thought you loathed your time there, Mr. McAllister. Better potions than monsters, Neville muttered, blushing when he realized he said it out loud. Shrugging, Harry put on his most winning grin. I know you'll treat us fairly, sir, and that you only have our safety at heart. That's what you're always on us for in class, right? Harry's heart pounded slightly. He had practice at getting into and out of trouble with teachers, but he knew that with Snape it wasn't a question of whether or not he was going to be punished, but rather how unpleasant that punishment would be. Fine. You all 4 will see me this evening after dinner. 5 points each from Gryffindor for endangering yourselves. Perhaps it will help you retain a better sense of direction in the future." With a swirl of his robes, Snape stalked off in the direction Filch had just led Harry and his friends from. "You four are lucky. It could have been the forest for you. Something's been killing the unicorns. I'm certain it wouldn't mind an extra snack or four," Filch growled. After dinner the four friends dutifully trooped down to the dungeons. Professor Snape was at his cauldron, stirring occasionally. He pointed to the messy classroom without looking up. "You will find cleaning supplies in the back cabinet labeled as such. I expect this room to be silent as you work. You are here for punishment, not socialization." The classroom was filled with spilled ingredients and dirty cauldrons, and a faint smell of burned hair. Hermione raised a hand, standing for a moment until Snape looked up. "What is it, Granger?" "Please sir, we've just learned the cleaning charm, mightn't we use it to help with the cleaning? Harry's having a hard time with it and so is Neville and Ron and I. Struggling with basic cleaning charms, Potter. Too good to get your hands dirty." Snape growled as he added in a handful of ingredients to his cauldron. Harry quickly shook his head and sent a glare at Hermione. "No sir, I'm fine with no magic. I've done plenty of cleaning for my parents before, and they're muggles so I'm used to doing it with elbow grease. I'm pants at the charm anyway." "Your birth mother was rather adept at charms as I recall," Snape said, his gaze lowering back to the cauldron. He seemed about to say more when Harry interrupted him. "You knew my birth mother, sir." I don't know much about her. I really want to. Did you know her?" Snape was silent again, stirring his cauldron. He stopped and carefully set the spoon aside. "Very well, you may use magic." Hermione and the others ran off to start immediately, but Harry lingered behind, trying to catch Snape's eye. "McAllister," Snape snapped, suddenly looking up. His own black eyes seemed to bore into Harry's own, and he felt a slight pressure. It eased after a moment. "You will clean as well. After, we shall talk." The detention seemed to drag on forever. Hermione and Ron showed the proper cleaning charms, and by the end of 2 hours Harry even began to master them. Finally, every cauldron was cleaned, every spill scoured away, and the classroom set to rights. Snape inspected their work, then nodded. "Very well, you are dismissed." Ron seemed reluctant to leave Harry alone with the menacing potions master, but Hermione dragged him off. Neville paused, patting Harry on the arm. He didn't say anything, just smiled at Harry, then at Snape, and trundled after the now arguing Ron and Hermione. The world seemed to press in on Harry, and he found himself breathing very fast. His vision narrowed on Snape, who was standing and studying Harry. With a flick of his wand, Snape brought a chair over. "Sit, Mr. McAllister." Obediently, Harry sat and looked up at Snape, hope and fear warring within his chest. What were my parents' names?" "No one has ever told you," Snape demanded, appearing taken aback by the simple question. "Well, no, not really. I know they were the Potters, and I know they were killed by Darth Vold something." A corner of Snape's mouth twitched slightly. "They were indeed killed by the Dark Lord. Do not speak his name. However, referring him to as Darth in my presence is acceptable." "You saw Star Wars?" Harry asked with a grin, feeling his tension lessen slightly. "Indeed. It was Lily who took me to see it the summer it came out." "She was your mother?" "Lily," Harry repeated, savoring the name. "And she liked Star Wars and was good with charms?" "Yes." Snape studied Harry's face again, once more peering into his eyes. "You have her eyes." Reaching up slowly, Harry felt at his face. "She had green eyes. Like me." "Quite." A moment. Snape opened his desk drawer, and carefully removed a small box. He muttered, "Always." The box sprang open, and gently, reverently, Snape lifted out a photo from the box. He held it in his hands for a moment, as if to lock the image upon it in his mind forever. Then he passed the photo to Harry. "This is rightfully yours." In the picture, a young woman was laughing. She had long auburn hair, piercing green eyes, and an air of life and excitement about her that was telling even in the small photo. Next to her sat a dark, lanky-haired youth with sallow features. He appeared to be fighting off a smile, occasionally breaking into a grin as the girl next to him embraced him. "Is this you and my mum?" Harry asked very quietly, touching the girl's face gently with his finger and stroking it. "That is Lily Evans and myself, the summer of our 5th year. This is perhaps the last photo of us together and happy. We had a falling out that year. I said something I will regret until the end of my days, and it hurt her deeply. In the end, it led to you. She turned to your father, as I had tarnished our relationship." Tears filled Harry's eyes, and he rubbed at his face. "Who was my dad?" "James Potter," Snape growled, his voice no longer soft and caring as it once had been. Harry looked up in shock. "He was my tormentor, and I his greatest adversary." "My dad was a bully?" Harry asked, feeling his throat close up once again. "Your father was capable of great cruelty. He was the golden boy, one that no one could touch, especially not one such as I." "What do you mean, sir? I too was raised in the Muggle world. My mother was a witch, but a poor one. I heard about your familial situation before your current parents took you in." "Petunia was always a bitch." He glanced at Harry's shocked expression. "Your aunt beat you, child. You were locked in a cupboard, starved, and forgotten. I learned of it from one who knows, though I will not name her. It was a situation all too reminiscent of my own upbringing. I would not wish that upon any child, not even James Potter's, and most assuredly not Lily's." "You seem rather taken with your current family." Harry quickly nodded. "Yes, sir. My mum and dad, the McAllisters that is, they love me. And I love them. They told me I was going to be a wizard and that my parents had been killed, and that—" Harry cut himself off, looking away from Snape. "He's almost said, and that I need to find wizards to help them the next time a Darth wannabe shows up." "Look at me," Snape commanded. Slowly Harry turned and met Snape's gaze. The pressure returned, but Harry didn't break eye contact. He was grateful to Snape, and the man seemed to be looking for signs of injury or lies. Snape suddenly reeled back, shock on his face. "They wouldn't, they couldn't." He cut himself off, placing a hand over his mouth. "They never hurt me," Harry exclaimed. "I mean, I got paddled sometimes and grounded, but that's because I was bad. I mean really bad, like hid my sister or snuck a snake into the girls' lab at school or—" "Enough," Snape growled. "You are more of James's son than I thought." "I'm Tom and Alice's son now," Harry said quietly. "You out of all the teachers here seem to respect that. Was I wrong about that, sir?" This time the title was acerbic. Snape studied Harry carefully. "Tell me, Mr. McAllister," Snape put special emphasis on the name this time. "Do you think your new father and mother could have stopped the Dark Lord? Do you truly believe that they could have prevented the death of your birth mother and so many others?" The question stunned Harry. For a moment, he couldn't think, couldn't come up with an answer. How did Snape know to ask that? He swallowed, studying his feet dangling from the chair. Finally he looked up again. "I don't know, but I do know that my dad and his mates, his troops, are trained to fight. They fight bad men all the time, and win. That unlike my mum and dad, who from what I know were just regular people, they are trained for fighting, and they are willing to die. Because that's the risk they take. But they do it because they love Queen and country, and so that people like Lily and James Potter don't have to die." Snape was silent again, once more locking gazes with Harry. The pressure built, but Harry didn't look away. Finally, Snape nodded. "Very well, I have much to think on, Mr. McAllister. In the morning, I want you here, in my office, before class. You have double potions anyway. We shall determine your fate, and the fate of your family, then." Confused, Harry nodded and slipped off his chair, hurrying from the dungeon. He had a long letter to write tonight, and he was going to need to use the Morse code book to write it, he thought. Once Harry was gone, Snape sat alone, long into the night. He pulled another picture from the box, this one unmoving. It was he and Lily before they had started at Hogwarts, ready to depart to platform 9 3/4. His finger carefully traced Lily's features, barely touching the Polaroid. He closed his eyes, carefully setting down the picture and putting his head in his hands. What would she have wanted? He had seen it all, in Harry's mind. The outlines of the Muggles' plans. There had been several people in Harry's memories who had known. It was a conspiracy, and perhaps the greatest threat to the wizarding world since Dummy in 1863. But would she have lived? He raised his eyes from his hands looking at Lily's smiling face. To die so that others did not need to. That was what she had done. She had sacrificed herself. It had been she who slew the Dark Lord in truth, not Harry. The misplaced credit had always felt bitter to Snape, but he knew Lily would have wanted her child to receive the blessings, not herself. But that protection was gone. Dumbledore was certain. The blood magic his mother had used had been tied to her own blood, to her sister. If Harry had stayed with his relatives, they would have protected him. That protection was gone now. To imagine otherwise was futile. That did not mean Lily's child was defenseless, however. This Major McAllister, he was a soldier. Snape had seen that in Harry's mind. Harry was certain that his father would die for him, that he would do everything in his power to protect Harry. Snape was not as dismissive of Muggle protections as some in the wizarding world. He had grown up in the Muggle world, and knew of the destruction Muggles could visit upon their foes. Had not the entire world lived in fear of the Muggles obliterating everything with their bombs? No wizard or witch would have survived. Such a holocaust would have annihilated everyone, magical and non-magical alike. If the Muggles turned their wills to protecting Harry, he would be protected. Perhaps not as completely or in the same way as he would have been with Lily's magic, but protected all the same. He should tell Dumbledore. He should tell the Minister of Magic, for all the good that bumbling Oathfudge would do. Still, memories could be altered. The Muggle plans were not complete. They still relied on secrecy to keep their little cabal operational. But if Snape did so, if he did alert the wizarding world to their peril, what would happen to Harry? The answer was obvious. Death. He would be removed from his Muggle family. Then someone, a former Death Eater, a prospective Dark Lord, or even the Dark Lord himself, would swoop in and slay the boy who lived without the meager protection the Muggles offered. Could Snape sacrifice Harry? Could he offer up Lily's child as an offering on the altar of war, as Snape was increasingly certain was Dumbledore's plan? No, never again. Always. Perhaps, Headmaster, if we had bothered to explain to the idiot child why keeping the name of Potter was so important, he would have been rather more receptive to such an idea. Snape tried to keep the venom out of his voice. He really did. He was not, however, successful, and he knew it. And I suppose you blame me for not picking up on how rather attached young Mr. McAllister was to his adoptive family, Professor McGonagall snapped back. This time Snape didn't even bother to try to sound polite. Now that you mention it, I think if you'd focused rather more on the boy's attitudes and family and less on showing off that ridiculous flashy trick of yours, yes, we might have had a better idea of the trouble we would be in. Minerva was turning a rather nice shade of puce when the headmaster cleared his throat. There is plenty of blame to go around. Severus, reports tell me you've hounded the boy mercilessly, both in class and out of it. Not nearly as much as I could have, Snape thought with a degree of satisfaction. Oh, he had thought about it. If the boy had looked just a bit more like his father, had acted a bit more rash, Snape would have let loose all hell upon the youth. As it was, Snape felt he had been rather restrained. However, I must confess I feel the majority of the blame lies on my shoulders, Dumbledore continued. When I lost track of young Harry, I searched for him long and hard. Severus, you remember the inquiries you made of his aunt. And Minerva, you searched every orphanage for me. I myself have seen the insides of more Muggle government agencies than I care to recall. And then I gave it up as a bad job, since I could not fathom that any Death Eaters would succeed where we had failed. I did not take into account that in doing so, I was failing Harry. I am sure you have noticed it, his magic is not what one would expect. Snape shrugged. He does well enough in potions class. He is by no means an exemplary student, but at least he is not as much of an idiot as many of his peers. He has none of his father's skill or finesse, Minerva said. He's not a bad student, he certainly applies himself, but he's middling average at best. From what Phileas has said, he's below average in charms. Not for lack of trying, mind, he just lacks the talent. I'm afraid the Potter magic has abandoned Harry, Dumbledore said with a heavy sigh. He has denied his birthright. And in doing so he has forever cursed himself. Snape did his best to hide his unrepentant glee at the news, then remembered that this likely meant that Lily's son would perish, and actually deflated a bit. Is there nothing that can be done? Snape asked. It would not do for the Dark Lord to arise and find his opponent unequal to the task of besting him. We must focus our efforts elsewhere, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. It is to that end that I have brought you both here. I assume you have both noticed the changes to Quirinius. Obviously, Snape said, avoiding rolling his eyes with an effort. There is something not quite right with that man, Minerva agreed. It goes beyond the stutter. I don't feel right around him, Albus. Several students have remarked on that, including some who had him as a Muggle studies teacher. While I am not certain as to the details, I believe Quirinius had an encounter with the Dark Lord. Yes, we know Albus. Even Pomona has noticed he reeks of dark magic now, and that woman believes the best of even me. Snape glared at Minerva. Oh yes, I know what you say about me in the staff room when I am not present. Even if you do defend me to the students, and Merlin only knows why you bother when you do so with such obvious reluctance, but only Pomona has ever expressed even mildly favorable opinions of myself. But you know who is dead, Minerva protested. Harry defeated him 10 years ago. No, Minerva, he did not. Dumbledore sighed and removed his spectacles to rub the bridge of his nose. And Severus, perhaps if you did not cultivate such a dark air about yourself, there would be fewer rumors among the students and staff. You do not have to play the role of the spy to the hilt at every moment. Is that your excuse? Minerva demanded. You think that you know who? No, Albus, I am not saying that name no matter how you twinkle your eyes at me. Is returning, and so you bully the students so that you can claim you only worked here to aid his cause. I doubt even you would play such a long game, Severus. We are losing focus, Dumbledore interjected before Snape could form a retort. Quirinius is touched by Voldemort. I do not know if it is merely an oath, some form of compulsion, or, in the worst case, a kind of possession. I'd wager he sold his soul to the Dark Lord for knowledge and it broke the fool's mind, Snape growled. He wouldn't be the first. Just let me check his forearm and we'll know the truth of it. No, Severus, there is a reason you and Minerva are here. We need a new plan, a new way to destroy the Dark Lord. You and I both know that there is only one candidate. Focus on him, Snape snapped. Even if he's given his loyalty to the Muggles, we could look to them as allies. They may lack magic, but they are far from helpless. Are you mad? Minerva asked, looking thunderstruck. Involve the Muggles in our world. That would doom us more surely than he who must not be named. Minerva is correct, Severus. Would you really consider such a thing? Dumbledore demanded. Snape shrugged. McAllister's adoptive father is a soldier, a rather capable one. He is a leader in their military and has connections. If we ask them for help, they could be powerful allies. I forbid further discussion along this line, Dumbledore said firmly. We are out to save the wizarding world, not turn ourselves into either those of Voldemort or the Muggles. Snape shrugged, hiding his own true thoughts. It was only a suggestion. Very well, what is your new plan, Headmaster? In a word, Longbottom. Snape and Minerva both stared at the headmaster. Snape decided that Albus had finally gone well and truly mad. Elite, highly trained soldiers with decades of expertise in killing things were a fool's choice, and Dumbledore was suggesting they put their hopes in possibly the most hopeless wizard of his generation. Snape could not take the headmaster seriously at all. Albus, what are you suggesting? Minerva demanded, her face pale but her voice firm. If Voldemort is possessing Quirinius, he may choose to fulfill the prophecy in Longbottom. Yes, Minerva, there was a prophecy regarding who would defeat the Dark Lord. It has to be someone born at the end of July in 1980 to parents who thrice defied the Dark Lord. If Voldemort through Quirinius marks Longbottom as his equal, then he could defeat Voldemort. Harry not only lacks the magical talent to do so, but he is also too strongly tied to the Muggle world. I had hoped he would embrace us with open arms, but he is ranting about Muggle fairy tales and seems hell-bent on prompting Muggle superiority. While I have no use for ideology that labels any wizard as inferior to another, I also cannot condone an ideology what would make wizards less than Muggles. It is only another version of the twisted message that Voldemort preaches. Longbottom is not much more magically strong than Harry, Headmaster, Snape said, trying to be calm. Longbottom is stronger, magically, Minerva stated. He has simply been repressed for most of his life. If we intervene now, he could become a champion of the light. His parents were great warriors in the last war, and if we can convince that old hag of a grandmother of his to encourage him, we might just succeed. He's friends with McAllister, Snape argued. He'd be more likely to cower behind the one everyone believes is the chosen one than step up to become a hero himself. Not if he is given the appropriate guidance, Dumbledore said. We are teachers. We can mold and shape him, lead him down the hero's path. I confess previously I had focused my thoughts on doing this for young Harry, but circumstances being what they are, this seems impossible. Minerva nodded slowly. I am for such an arrangement, but not if it means exposing Longbottom to harm. Teach him to be a champion of the light, yes, but he is still a child. We cannot allow him to come to harm. Dumbledore chuckled to Snape's growing horror at the situation. No, I am not in the business of raising child soldiers. We shall allow Voldemort to mark Longbottom only, but not to bring him harm. With the Dark Lord still so weak, this seems like the perfect time to do so. We must strive to give Neville as close to a normal childhood as we can, all the while teaching him how to fight and survive. Indeed, it is good that he is friends with Harry. If Harry can support his friend in the fight, we may just have two chosen ones on our hands. Such a situation can only work out to our good. And what would you have me do? Snape ground out. Dumbledore sighed. As much as I hate to say it, continue in your harsh treatment of the children, especially Neville. No outright harm, but if you present yourself as an ally of darkness, not only will you be an effective spy, but you will also cement their hatred of darkness. When the time comes, of course, your role will be revealed and you redeemed, but that may be many years from now. You must also do your best to keep Quirinius in line. Intervene if necessary to prevent any real harm from coming to the students, but otherwise allow him to mark Longbottom. Plant the seeds that Neville may indeed be the true chosen one in his mind, and perhaps he will relay that to his lord. Devious, Albus, and for myself, Minerva asked, take Longbottom under your wing. If he struggles in class, give him extra tutoring. Tell him stories of his parents' bravery. Give him the courage of a lion, Minerva. Any question? My door is always open. I know you have had a long day, Minerva, Severus. Good night. Snape stood as if to go as well, but Dumbledore caught his eye and Snape hung back. What? I have grave news, Severus. Please, sit down. Snape did so, glaring at Albus. I have already agreed to help in your foolish plan. I doubt very much that either boy will be a match for the Dark Lord, but if that is our only chance, it is our only chance. Have you ever wondered how the Dark Lord survived? Dumbledore asked. Snape shrugged. I supposed it had something to do with some ritual he performed. He was rather obsessed with immortality. What do you know of his history? Dumbledore asked. His family history, that is. Nothing. No one did. As far as I know, no one ever knew who the man who became Lord Voldemort was. His name was Tom Riddle. Do you know that name? Snape thought long and hard for a moment. Riddle, isn't that the name of a student who received some sort of award from the school many years ago for services rendered? Indeed, most astute of you. I did a bit of searching, and found out a bit of his family history. I located where he had been born, and found something most unique. Reaching into a desk drawer, Dumbledore pulled out a dragon skin bag marked with a variety of protective runes. He dumped the contents onto the desk, a ring set with only geometric black stone, and plunked it on the desk. Without realizing what he was doing, Severus stretched out a hand towards the ring. Do not. Snape snatched his hand back, coming back to his senses in shock. Do not, Dumbledore repeated. I confess, I was also tempted to touch it. Doubly so, for the stone the ring is set with is a most fascinating artifact. At the last moment, I stopped myself. I reasoned that if this had been Voldemort's ring, it would likely be trapped and cursed. And I was right. The ring is both trapped and cursed, but beneath all that it has an even darker property. What? Snape asked, leaning slightly away from the ring. It practically radiated black magic. I believe the ring is a kind of phylactery, Dumbledore said. The kind the necromancers of old were rumored to have created. Snape let out a low hiss. That is dark magic indeed, and it explains how he survived. How could he have created such a device? I know not. I only just discovered the properties of the ring, but I wanted to ask you as my resident expert on dark magic if you knew more of it. I went searching for answers when it became increasingly obvious Harry could not and would not be the champion we needed. What I found is most disturbing. I believe that if we wish to find a way to truly stop Voldemort, we must unlock the secrets of this ring and destroy it. Have you tried? Snape asked, looking up at Dumbledore and sending out a faint lance of legitimacy. It was easily rebuffed. The stone cannot be destroyed, Dumbledore said firmly. It is an elder relic. Not even dragon fire could mar it. And the ring is bound to the stone. They must first be separated. To do that, I believe we must ascertain how the phylactery was created in the first place. Snape nodded slowly. I have some texts I can search, and a few contacts I could dig up. Slughorn might be a good place to start. You might do better to contact him than me. Horace, Dumbledore asked, slightly taken aback. What would he know of dark magic? He's rather too venial to be seriously in touch with dark magic. The fat old bastard is more dangerous than you know, Albus. He is like a spider. While it is his web that most notice, he hides dangerous venom himself. And, I dare say, if he did not know of phylactery creation himself, he would know someone that does. Be cautious how you word such an inquiry though. If he senses danger, he shall flee. Do not reveal the connection to Dark Lord, or this Tom Riddle if they are the same man. Say rather that you have uncovered a valuable old relic, and wish to know its nature, and will share with him any profits. Woo him with sweets and wine first. Offer him a meeting with young McAllister or young Longbottom. He would leap at such a chance. Do this and he may yet be able to tell you the nature of that dark object. Just don't let him see the thing himself. He would never have the restraint not to touch it. Good advice, thank you, Severus, Dumbledore said, stroking his beard. You have given me much to think on. Carefully using the back, Dumbledore concealed the ring again and tucked it back in his desk. Snape knew it was better guarded than it appeared. Aside from the Phoenix and Gargoyle, formidable in their own right, there were many protections on the headmaster's desk that made it nearly impossible for another to break into. Snape should know. He had tried to on occasion in the past with no success. Then I bid you good night. I shall alert you if my search bears any fruit. Good night, Albus. With a bow, Snape stood and left. At the beginning of the meeting he had briefly considered telling Albus of Muggle conspiracy, but now Snape was not so sure. Trusting in Longbottom to him seemed a fool's errand. He would bide his time and wait until he could be sure of who the victor would be. After all, that was the advantage of being a spy, to choose which side would most profit you, and ensuring that they succeeded. That might make it seem as if Snape lacked loyalty or true conviction, but nothing could be further from the truth. Snape had one loyalty. Not to the Dark Lord, not to Dumbledore, not even to young Harry. He was loyal to the memory of Lily Evans, and he would do whatever it took to redeem himself to her. I hate defense against the dark arts, Harry groused at the breakfast table. Especially first thing in the morning. I get a bloody headache and then Snape makes it worse with his stupid glaring at me and then I'm rotten at Transfiguration. And they've cancelled flying lessons today because of the feast. This is a stupid day. At least you have the feast to look forward to, Harry, Ron said. Fred and George said they really put on a spread. I bet they have pumpkin treacle tart. Why does everything taste like pumpkin? Harry half shouted. It's disgusting. Pumpkin juice, pumpkin pudding, pumpkin pasties, pumpkin. I hate pumpkin. I'm sure there will be other stuff, Harry, Neville said placatingly. It will be okay. No it won't, Harry growled, shoving away his meal. I'm not hungry for pumpkin bloody porridge. He stood and stalked away from the breakfast table, leaving his three friends behind. Ron made to go after Harry, but Hermione motioned him back down. What's eating him? Ron asked, looking confused and worried. Ron, what day is it? Hermione said quietly. October 31st. Halloween. Come on Hermione, you know that. Oh, Neville said. Ron, did you see what Harry had last night in his bed? He had that photo Snape gave him of his dead mum, yeah. Ron looked blankly at Neville and Hermione for a moment, then he winced. Oh, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have told him that Halloween was when his parents were killed. He did ask though. It was right for you to tell him, Ron, Hermione said. We'll just have to cheer Harry up. I don't think he really knows much about his birth parents, and he's having a bit of a conflict over it. Why, he's got his own mum and dad now, right? And they're bloody brilliant. I think he feels guilty and homesick, Ron, Hermione said gently. I know I do. I can't imagine how much worse it would be if one set of parents were dead and I was trying to learn about them, but at the same time I missed the parents I knew and I felt guilty over both. Ron looked thoughtful, then stood up. Yeah, come on Neville. Hermione, you stay here. I think he wants to be alone, Ron. Hermione lectured. He can be alone with his mates then, Ron said firmly. We'll go pick a fight with him or something. I don't think that's a good idea. Hermione hissed, trying to come after Neville and Ron, who had grabbed a few pieces of food and were going after Harry. Neville put a restraining hand on Hermione and smiled. Trust us, Hermione. This is a bloke's thing. Okay. Hermione muttered something under her breath that sounded a lot like, idiot boys, but stopped and went back to the breakfast table. Ron and Neville found Harry in the third-floor corridor standing in front of a suit of armor with clenched fists, his eyes puffy. Oi! Harry, catch! Ron shouted, and threw an apple at Harry's head. Harry spun and grabbed the apple just inches from his face. Bloody hell Ron, are you trying to kill me? Neville said you were going to get steamrolled by Slytherin in your first match in a couple of weeks. Thinks your reflexes stink, Ron said easily, leaning against a pillar and grinning impudently at Harry. Looking at Ron in astonishment, Neville quickly turned back and nodded when Ron kicked him. Yeah, I still think that the snitch will be harder to catch than an apple. Oh really? Neville let out a squeak as the apple bounced off his forehead, thrown with perfect accuracy by Harry. Ron quickly threw another apple at Harry, who was too busy laughing at Neville to catch this one, and fell over when it clipped him in the ear. Neville picked up his own apple and chucked it at Ron, and before they knew it the three boys were letting out battle cries as fruit flew through the air making wet-sounding splats as it hit bodies or walls. Stop this instant, a low voice snarled, and the three young Gryffindors froze. Professor Quirrell was glaring at them, his turban slightly askew from where an apple had dealt it a glancing blow. Oh bugger, Ron muttered, his eyes wide. Foolish children, Quirrell hissed. You will. Quirrell shook himself, and his voice returned to its normal nasally stutter. UWWW will CCC clean this UUU up. And, serve DD detention tonight. With a quick straightening of his turban, Quirrell whirled away towards his classroom. Harry's forehead immediately exploded with pain, and he found himself on the ground as stars danced through his vision. Harry, are you okay? Neville's half-panic voice asked through the pain. Groaning, Harry tried to stand as the pain faded. I think I'm okay, he mumbled. What is the meaning of this? A new voice snarled. Bugger everything, Harry groaned. Professor Snape, I think Harry's hurt. Neville cried before Ron could shush him. In a swirl of dark robes Snape was there, looming over the three crouching boys. Didn't learn your lesson the first time, boys? He asked in a soft, dangerous voice. And wasting food. I think that deserves. It wasn't the apples, sir, Harry interrupted, his forehead still pounding. I was fine until Quirrell showed up and started acting oddly. Harry rubbed at his scar, wincing slightly. Snape knelt down, wand out, causing the boys to flinch away. I'm not going to hurt you, foolish children, Snape snapped. Come here, McAllister. Gently, Snape tapped Harry's scar with his wand. Does that hurt? No, sir, it's fading now. It just started hurting when Quirrell was acting all funny and angry at us. Yeah, he sounded half normal for once, Ron agreed. A point from Gryffindor for disrespecting a professor, Weasley, Snape said absently. He looked deep into Harry's eyes, and Harry met his gaze for a moment before an odd sensation made him wince again and look away. But Quirrell already gave us a detention. Neville protested. And we'll have to miss the feast. Didn't want to go to the feast anyway, Harry grumbled, touching the pocket of his robes where the photo of his mother and Snape was safely tucked in a book. Just wish I didn't have to spend the evening with Garlic Turban. I do not believe that will do, Snape muttered, looking at the three boys. No, he shook his head. You will serve your detentions with me, tonight. I shall discuss the matter with Quirrell. The three boys blinked, surprised that Snape would intervene on their behalf. Don't look so happy, Snape sneered. You shall still miss the feast, and I dare say my detention will be far more strict than whatever Quirrell had cooked up. Clean this mess up and get to your class. With that, Snape strode off in the same direction that Quirrell had taken. What is going on today? Ron wondered aloud. Seems like everyone is in a mood. Meow. Oh my sweet, what is this? Food fights in the corridors. Naughty, naughty boys. Harry closed his eyes and groaned. Fantastic. In the end, Flick hadn't believed that Ron, Neville and Harry had already lost points and received a detention from Snape and Quirrell respectively, and they were frog-marched to Dodal lessons after cleaning the corridor. Snape had already come and gone apparently, because Quirrell eagerly assigned the boys another detention the following night with himself. That's it, I'm convinced. Every teacher at this school hates me, Harry grumbled as they made their way to lunch. Snape had been furious in potions, having heard that the boys still had detention with Quirrell from one of the Slytherins. He'd taken 8 points from Gryffindor between Harry, Neville, and Ron, meaning they'd lost their house nearly 10 points in a single morning. Well, you shouldn't have been having a food fight in the corridor, Hermione sniffed. I told Ron and Neville to leave you alone. Well, at least now you really have something to be miserable about, Ron said breezily while sticking his tongue out at Hermione's back. Harry grinned. Yeah, well, at least I know who to blame that every teacher can't stand me. He poked Neville and Ron in the backs, and soon a minor scuffle broke out before Hermione broke it up. She was surprised to see that far from being angry at each other, the three boys were all grinning like idiots. She harumphed loudly. Well, I suppose I'll have to smuggle you all something from the feast. I'll do my best to make sure what I get isn't laced with pumpkin, but no promises. I like pumpkin, Neville said with a serious expression on his face. Make sure you only get that, I'll be famished after having to serve detention. Oi, Harry shouted, but then laughed along with Neville. Whatever you get is fine, Hermione. Thanks. Boys, Hermione muttered, shaking her head. That evening Harry, Ron and Neville trekked down to the dungeons to their detention, taking their sweet time. Harry was starting to feel down on himself again, and Ron and Neville were doing their best to cheer him up. You know, I bet if you ever grew your hair out you wouldn't look like a half-bald otter, Ron told Harry, rubbing at the still short hair. It wouldn't be so bad if he didn't smell like a wet otter, Neville said wistfully. I don't think the Muggle soaps he uses really work. At least I don't look like a fox with a case of mange whenever I get out of the shower, Harry retorted, dodging out of Ron's reach then giving him a noogie of his own. Oi, I'll have you know I'm a Weasley, not a fox. Ron laughed, tickling Harry's exposed armpit. The two of them fell on each other, tickling and pulling. Come on you two, we're going to be really late, Neville said, pulling his friends apart. Phew, you both smell like a fox. Surreptitiously, Ron and Harry both sniffed at themselves. I don't smell that bad, Harry protested. Something really stinks, and it isn't me, Ron said. Both he and Harry looked at Neville. That was one nasty fart, Neville. Nice, Harry said, giving Neville a wink. Looking perplexed, Neville shook his head. No, I didn't, but that. Neville saw the looks of sudden terror on Harry and Ron's faces as they looked down the corridor behind him. Right. Shall we run then? Let's, Harry agreed, and the three boys began pelting down the corridor. A deep, angry-sounding roar echoed behind the boys. Troll! Ron began shrieking at the top of his lungs. There's a troll! My bloody gun's in my trunk! Harry wailed, glancing behind them to see the troll lumbering behind them at an alarming rate. Quick, in here! Neville pointed his wand at the door. Alohomora! The door clicked open, and the three students stumbled in, slamming the door and relocking it behind them. Bloody hell, Ron swore. How did a troll get in here? The door suddenly shuddered, dust cascading off it as the timbers creaked and groaned. Harry looked around the darkened classroom desperately. Dust covered everything, and what little furniture there was had moldy cloth coverings on it. There's nowhere to hide or run. We're trapped. I don't think the troll can get through the door even if it breaks it down, Neville said, taking rapid steps backwards. Ron and Harry quickly followed him, taking cover behind a dusty table. There was a loud bellow and the door buckled inward again. The three boys cowered behind the bed, screaming in terror as the door was blasted off of its hinges and shards of wood peppered their hiding place. The stink of the troll was overpowering now, and a long gray arm felt into the classroom as the troll tried to squeeze its way in. Scourgify, Neville shouted, pointing his wand at the troll's arm. What the bloody hell good is that going to do? Ron demanded. The stink had lessened slightly, and the perplexed troll had withdrawn its arm momentarily as it examined its newly cleaned skin. It was all I could think of, Neville admitted. Ron and Harry both shrugged and made noises that suggested that Neville's efforts were better than nothing at least. Suddenly, the troll let out a deafening bellow, followed by a high-pitched shriek and the crash of breaking dinner plates. Hermione, Harry cried, and darted towards the door. Ron and Neville were on his heels, but they were too late. The troll bounded down the corridor with surprising swiftness, grabbing Hermione by the leg and lifting her up. It was dangling her towards its open mouth to take a bite out of the flailing girl. Oi! Git! Ron yelled, pointing his wand. Scourgify. The troll's rancid teeth suddenly gleamed white as snot and drool vanished along with years of cavities. Scourgify. Harry and Neville both cried, causing the troll's loincloth to flap as sweat and dust vanished, and the troll's toenails to chip and shatter as if an enormous nail clipper had gone at them. In shock, the troll dropped Hermione to the floor, where she managed to flip and land on her rump instead of her head and scoot away from the confused brute. Now what? Harry asked as the troll's expression went from confused to angry as it turned towards the three young wizards. With a bellow, it charged again, and the three boys froze in terror. Sectum Sempra. The troll's head was cleaved clean in twain, showering the hall with brains and gore. Blinking, the four Gryffindors looked around, trying to figure out what had happened. Into the midst of the disaster strode Snape, his cloak flapping ominously behind him. Well, it appears that you did indeed have a reasonable excuse for being late for your detentions, boys, though what reason Miss Granger has for being down in the dungeons I simply cannot imagine. Hermione stammered, before laying her head in her hands and beginning to weep. Ron was at her side in a moment, his face concerned. You all right? For a moment there, I thought you were dead. That only increased the volume of Hermione's wailing, and Ron looked at his friends helplessly. They could only shrug, and look to Snape, who was inspecting the troll. Do not ask me for advice on the comforting of young Gryffindor females, Snape said, his voice dripping with acid. I seem to have a rather acerbic effect upon them. You have a what? The three boys asked in unison, confused at the new word. Means, bitter or sour, Hermione said, hiccuping and rubbing her eyes. Indeed, your ability to recall even the most inane of facts in the most dire of circumstances continues to amaze me, Granger. 2 points to Gryffindor each for keeping your heads during your encounter, figuratively and literally it would seem. The 4 students gaped at Snape. You're giving us points, Ron stammered. Neville gulped. We're not in trouble, can you teach us that spell? Harry asked, looking at the potion's master with a new sense of awe. What is the troll doing here, and how did it get in? Hermione said, using Ron to pull herself to her feet. Your questions will have to wait. Clearly it is not safe here. Come with me, now, Snape ordered, and the 4 students quickly fell into line behind Snape, running to keep up with his long-legged strides down the corridor. Halfway to the Great Hall they ran into the headmaster and Professor McGonagall, who had their wands out and grim expressions on their faces. Severus, there is a, McGonagall began, then stopped with Snape spread his arms wide, displaying the layer of gore on the front of his robes. Ah, I see that you have found it. McGonagall studied the 4 equally coated students. Are you all quite well? Is it dead? The 4 students began talking over one another in a rush, though they managed to communicate stumbling upon the troll, Neville hitting on the idea of using cleaning charms to distract and confuse the troll, and Snape's timely intervention. And yet despite all their successes, they seem to have forgotten the true use of cleaning charms, Snape sneered, his dark eyes glittering. Dumbledore and McGonagall started, realizing that the man was actually making a joke, even if it was one in rather poor taste. The four students blushed and stammered apologies, then began cleaning Snape's robes with the charm. And he even gave us 8 points to Gryffindor, Ron whispered to McGonagall. You better check to make sure he's not actually an imposter or something. Off of me, Snape snapped as most of Gore was vanished. I have business to attend to. I leave your miscreants in your own hands, Minerva. McAllister, Weasley, Neville, I consider your detention served. Even the one you were assigned tomorrow. Hopefully next time, you will not require the presence of a monster to learn the better of wreaking havoc in my dungeons. With that, the potions master strode off in a swirl of robes, the faint odor of Troll's brains wafting behind him. Dumbledore stood for a moment, then looked down at Neville, his eyes twinkling. Quit the young hero, Minerva. An extra 10 points to Gryffindor for a most excellent and innovative use of the cleaning charm. I shall have to think of the ramifications. Why, we might even consider incorporating the spell into our Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum. How to keep a troll's and yours nose clean. Most excellent. Drop. Anyone. The four students dutifully accepted the drops, grateful for something to get the smell and taste of the troll gore off of them. They waved goodbye to Dumbledore and followed their head-off off to their dormitories. He really is mad, Neville said quietly as they walked away. A great wizard, Ron agreed. But completely mad, Harry finished, beeping on his drop thoughtfully. I wonder what my parents will have to say about this. You sure that's wise, Harry? Hermione asked nervously. What if they were to pull us out of school for being in danger? Harry snorted. Please. Neville beat a troll with a cleaning charm. That would be like Mr. Clean wiping down a Dalek and making it vanish. What's a Dalek? Ron asked. Neville frowned. Who's Mr. Clean? Harry and Hermione exchanged significant looks. They know so little, Harry said with a sigh. Growing up magical must be such a burden, Hermione tittered. Ahead of them, Professor McGonagall tried to keep her eyes open for danger, though she was longing for the calming draft and headache potions she kept in her chambers. Raising young Gryffindors, if they weren't the death of her, whatever foolish escapade she landed herself in trying to keep them safe would be. Snape slammed Quirinius up against the wall, glaring at the stammering Dada professor. Drop the act, Quirrell. Let the troll in, did you? Nasty bite you've got on your leg there. I see you've met, Fluffy. Honestly, you should be ashamed of yourself. If that great oaf can handle that dog, you should have no problems with the beast. I don't. Enough, Snape snarled, pressing his wand point up against the other man's throat. If I catch you here again, I shall not leave the consequences to that fool of a headmaster. I shall deal with you myself, in my own way. He leaned into Quirrell, dropping his voice to a whisper. I don't know for certain who you are working for, but I have served masters far darker than you can dream of for longer than you have been off of your bitch of a mother's teat. Snape stalked away, leaving the whimpering wreck of a man behind him. He stomped off to the headmaster's office, where he snarled, drop. At the gargoyle, who wisely leapt out of Snape's way. Inside, he paced back and forth, to the consternation of Fawkes the Phoenix, until the headmaster arrived. Quirrell has a direct link to the Dark Lord, Snape snarled as soon as Dumbledore was through the door. Look at this. He showed his exposed sleeve to Dumbledore, upon which the dark mark was faintly glowing. It has not reacted so in years. And, somehow, Potter's scar is connected. When I touched it with my wand, my arm burned, Albus. Burned, as if I had used my wand against the Dark Lord himself. Slowly, the headmaster blinked. Are you quite certain of this, Severus? I caught Quirrell limping out of the third-floor corridor. I surprised him enough that he got bitten by the flea-bitten cur of Hagrid's. When I touched him tonight, I felt my mark react. And I've looked into McAllister's mind, headmaster. I have seen how he reacts to Quirrell's presence. The scar of his burns like it was a dark mark, like it was somehow imbued with the Dark Lord's essence. I have told you not to practice legitimacy upon the students unless they are in immediate danger, Severus, Dumbledore said, pacing over to his desk. It is a gross violation of their privacy. Why are you peering into young Harry's mind? Because he was in direct danger. Snape spat, lying through his teeth. Or did you not notice that troll the pawn of the Dark Lord led into the corridors tonight? Snape paused, glaring at the headmaster. I believe we should capture him and interrogate him. Give me a month, and I will have freshly brewed Veritaserum. We can interrogate him to our heart's content then. That would blow your cover, Severus, Dumbledore said gently. Snape growled. Damn my cover. If we can prevent the Dark Lord from gaining power now, then there will be no need to spy on him. Agreed. Which is why the traps are not what they seem, Dumbledore said, taking one of his damned sweets out of the drawer. I have sent for the Mirror of Erised. And what does that fool's bane have to do with anything? The Dark Lord would never be tricked as to lose himself to that particular beguilement, though Quirinius might. I plan to modify it. Gaze into the mirror for too long, and it will trap one's soul eternally. Such a device could imprison Voldemort, and hold him captive for many years. Long enough for Longbottom or McAllister to grow into a hero capable of defeating him. Then you also suspect possession, Snape snarled. Are you insane, to have the Dark Lord here, in Hogwarts, with direct access to the students? He was always charismatic, that one. He could bend so many to his will right under our noses. Perhaps, if his chosen vessel were not so damaged he could, Dumbledore said mildly. It is a risk we must run. If we confront Quirinius, we have no means of easily trapping the spirit inside of him, or, if it is only a link, of tracing it back. We must use this situation to our advantage. I regret deeply that the students are at some risk, but I have taken steps to manage it. Voldemort is surely too weak to manage any great mischief. We must do the best we can. He reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a notebook, then began writing. What are you doing now? Snape demanded, trying to hold back a sigh of exasperation. He was trapped between a rock and a hard place. On one side the foolish old man, on the other the insane bastard. I am making a note to have Quirinius include the Scouring Charm in his lessons on defeating certain dark beasts, Dumbledore said, looking up with a twinkle in his eyes. Young Longbottom was most creative in his foiling of that troll, don't you agree? He was lucky, and nothing more, Snape hissed. He leaned onto the desk, attempting to loom over Dumbledore. McAllister and his little friends could have all died. Then what would have happened to your nascent chosen ones? Dumbledore's eyes just twinkled, and he seemed to grow taller, rather ruining Snape's attempt to loom. In my experience, there is no such thing as luck, young Severus. Fate, it would seem, has conspired to preserve those children. They will be Light's champions, if only we have a chance to train them. He really is as batty as that wretched fool of a lying Jedi, Snape thought. He blinked. He hadn't thought of those films in McAllister. The Muggles. No, Snape was not trapped. Not yet. Fine, I'll be your little antagonist to them. Though that will be difficult, seeing as I just saved their lives. Snape whirled around and stalked back to the dungeons, his mind mulling over his prospects. He would not serve the Dark Lord again. That way was death and madness, and everything Lily's memory had ever opposed. To serve Dumbledore would be to betray her son to death as he had his lost Lenore. But there was another way. Only, how to take it? There was some way to play this all to Snape's advantage, some way to come out of his not just as a spy, but as a hero covered in glory. But Harry, he tried to kill you. Hermione hissed, trying to pull Harry away from the cheering throngs of Gryffindors. Harry shook his head, then grinned and held the snitch aloft. We'll talk later, Hermione. But this is important, Hermione pleaded, trying to grab Harry's arm before the rest of their housemates hoisted him aloft. Bloody right it is, Ron shouted, coming next to Hermione. She smiled at him, grateful that Ron understood the gravity of the situation. Yes, we have to talk to Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape was trying to jinx. What? No, I was saying this as Quidditch. It's the most important thing Harry will ever do. Hermione stared in open-mouthed horror as Ron helped the twins lift Harry into the air and carry him back towards the castle. She felt a comforting hand on her shoulder, and turned to look at Neville. The chubby boy shook his head. It's okay, Hermione. We saved Harry. He's okay, for now. Hermione sniffed, then nodded. At least we have our priorities straight. Neville nodded. Too right. If we hadn't saved Harry, how would he have caught the snitch? Boys, you moronic, Quidditch-brained. Hermione cut herself off. Neville was laughing, bent double and nearly crying at Hermione's reaction. You should see your face, Neville gasped, shaking his head as he continued to laugh. Taken aback, Hermione flushed, then giggled as well. Neville patted her on the back. Come on, if you think Harry and Ron are mad for Quidditch, you haven't seen anything yet. Determined not to be diverted from her course, Hermione made a beeline for Professor McGonagall once she was inside the castle. As she neared the Gryffindor Tower, she heard a raucous rendition of Lions Forever that most of the Gryffindors seemed to be shouting along to. Trying to push past the crowd of much bigger and older students, Hermione weaved her way towards McGonagall's office, only to stop dead in her tracks. An enormous golden lion with a red mane was leading the chorus of the song, and leaning on it decked out in robes with an incredibly gaudy golden hat was Professor McGonagall. Roar, lions roar, roar forevermore. Suddenly, the professor sprang atop the lion in a surprising display of nimbleness, and lead the students off, continuing to extol the virtues of Gryffindor and its Quidditch team. She's the worst of the lot, Neville said quietly next to Hermione. The professor is a Quidditch nut too, Hermione asked, trying to keep the whine out of her voice and mostly failing. Neville nodded seriously. My gran was at school at the same time as her. She told me that Minerva McGonagall was and is the most Quidditch-obsessed witch she's ever seen. Have you noticed the enormous marble pedestal in her office? That's where she keeps the Quidditch Cup whenever Gryffindor wins it. She's apparently been obsessed with winning it back. Slytherin and Hufflepuff have been trading it back and forth for the last 4 years. Gran says the professor wrote her asking if I would make a decent seeker. She was stalking our first-year flying class, or didn't you notice? She was just waiting to see if one of us would prove to be the hero she wanted. I had no idea, Hermione said faintly. She'll be completely useless for a while, Neville said. Come on, we can worry about it in the morning. McGonagall would never let anything happen to her new Star Seeker, and she'll be in the common room celebrating for the next few hours. The next few hours were indeed devoted to Quidditch celebrations, and even Hermione found herself enjoying the party once she loosened up a little. True, it was a far more raucous affair than Hermione typically enjoyed, and there was little in the way of stimulating discourse, but it was fun to sing and dance and eat with her friends. Finally, the party began winding down. The food was mostly eaten, even the pizza Harry had managed to cajole the house elves into making because no one puts bloody pumpkin on pizza. As it turned out, wizards did put pumpkin on pizza, though the elves had thoughtfully included several without for Harry. Hermione went up to the boys' dormitory, to the consternation of Dean and Seamus. Well, if you don't like it, you can leave until I'm gone, Hermione ordered. But what if we'd been naked? Dean argued. It isn't right. Just do what she says, mate, Ron advised. She won't leave it until she's had her say with us. He's right, ya know, Seamus said in a stage whisper. Come on, mate, let's go see if there's any of that pumpkin pizza left. Who eats pumpkin pizza? Harry said plaintively as the two boys trooped back down to the common room. Neville's hand strayed to his pocket, where he was keeping 2 slices for later, looking slightly abashed. Harry, focus, Hermione said, wagging her finger under his nose. Snape tried to kill you. He was jinxing your broom. He had his eyes locked on you, never blinking. A jinx requires you to maintain eye contact, and that's exactly what he was doing. So does a counter jinx, Ron said casually, tossing the only feebling stirring snitch up and down in his hand. The poor enchanted ball's magic was nearly spent. It had been manhandled by various Gryffindors all day. Hermione blinked and looked at Ron in astonishment. How do you know that? She demanded. It was in your dark arts essay that I helped you revise. Twice. Ron grinned at Hermione and gave her a sly wink. I told you I was going to learn to hex like you can. And since I've managed to help hex off a full-grown troll, I think I've almost managed to catch up with you since you hexed 2 baby trolls and a snake. My grades are still better than yours, Hermione huffed, though she smiled at Ron as she did so. It actually rather pleased her that her academic achievements were rubbing off on Ron and Harry, despite what appeared to be their best efforts to the contrary. Don't care about that, Ron answered. But still, I suppose you're right about Snape. Seems a bit weird though. If he'd wanted Harry out of the match he could have just let the troll bang us up a bit. Maybe it was someone else. Neville offered, surreptitiously chewing on a mouthful of pizza. But it stopped when we set fire to Snape's robes, Hermione said. And I tripped over Quirrell, Neville muttered. He really does stink something awful. Almost as bad as that troll. Harry shrugged. Why don't we just ask Snape what happened? His three friends looked at him with incredulous expressions on their faces. What? He's really not that bad. I mean, he's sort of strict in class and he has that whole goth air about him that makes him seem evil, but honestly I'm not as worried about him as Quirrell. Did you see the way he's been limping around the last couple of weeks? Looks like something big bit him. Yeah, Ron said slowly, dropping the snitch onto the floor, where it quickly fluttered under the bed to hide. And he was sneaking around by the third-floor corridor. That's how he caught us when we were having our food fight. And he makes my head hurt just looking at him, Harry agreed. Snape doesn't. Maybe Quirrell has some sort of evil aura. Are those even real? Hermione asked, looking at Neville and Ron. The two boys looked at each other and shrugged. Maybe Harry's got a sensitive nose, Neville offered. Or an evil detecting one. My mum always said her nose could smell mischief, Ron said. Harry snorted. All mums can do that. My mum isn't a witch, but she could always tell when me or Becky were up to something. I didn't look at Quirrell, Hermione admitted. And Neville did trip over him. That would have broken any spell he was using on Harry. We really should just talk to Snape, all four of us, Harry said again. He's helped us out a few times now. And for some reason he seems to think we should stay away from Quirrell. I've noticed he's always hanging about whenever we're near him. And he got us out of that detention with Quirrell, Neville agreed. Plus he didn't make us serve detention with him after that troll came around, Ron agreed. Fred and George are still convinced we must have confuted him. Well, we do have potions tomorrow. But are you sure you want to confront Snape directly? Wouldn't it be best to talk to Professor McGonagall first? Hermione looked around at the boys. If someone really did try and kill me, I think Snape would be the first person to try to help, Harry said. Reaching under his pillow, he pulled out the picture of Snape and his birth mother, and showed it to his friends. This is my birth mother, Lily Evans. Snape was her best friend. That's him, in the picture. The others looked at the picture, shocked to see a young and happy Snape with Harry's much more lively mother. She was your mum? Neville asked. Harry glared at him, and Neville held up his hands to hold off the rant. I mean, she was your mum, right? Not the mum you have now. I understand having conflicting feelings about your parents, Harry. Trust me, I really do. I just mean, if Snape was her friend, do you think he cares for you too? Snape seemed to really miss her, Harry said, his own confused feelings swirling around inside him. Wasn't fond of my birth father though. Said he was a bully, and Snape was his nemesis or something. All right, if you're sure, Harry. We can ask Snape tomorrow, after class. Hermione studied the picture thoughtfully. You know, I never really thought about it, but what kind of lives do our teachers have, outside of school? I mean, they live here, right? And none of them seem to have families or kids of their own. They're teachers, Hermione, Ron said in an exasperated tone, as if the simple statement explained everything. Maybe Snape sees Harry as a sort of surrogate, Hermione mused aloud. She was promptly whacked in the head with a pillow by Ron. Oi, you're always the one going on about being sensitive to other people's feelings, Hermione. Get a grip. Snape is a surrogate parent. I'd bloody well kill myself. Worse than Gran on a really bad day, Neville agreed with a shudder. Hermione gave Harry an apologetic look. Sorry, Harry. Well, good night. I suppose I had best let Dean and Seamus back in. Harry stayed up late that night, trying to write a letter to his parents. The one to Becky had been easy enough. He'd told her about his Quidditch victory and the party along with nearly getting knocked off his broom by the Jinx. But what to tell his mum and dad? He still loved them, that went without saying. But discovering all this stuff about his birth parents was confusing and hard. He wanted to love them too, he certainly felt like he should since apparently they had sacrificed themselves to save him or something like that. But how could he express that to his parents? He didn't want them to feel like he didn't care for them, and he felt guilty he didn't love his birth parents more. With a sigh he put down his notebook and pen and stared up at his bed hangings, the exhaustion of the day finally shutting his eyes and sending him off to sleep. The next day, the four friends approached Snape's desk after class. "What is it?" Snape snarled, glaring at them from behind a haze of cauldron fumes. "Sorry for setting you on fire," Hermione blurted. "I thought you were jinxing Harry's broom." Ron let out a groan, and Neville smacked his face with his palm, looking slightly ill. Harry stepped up beside Hermione. "Please sir, she was trying to save me. She saw I was being jinxed." Neville tripped over Quirrell though, so it was all right. "Figured that part out, did you?" Snape said, giving Hermione then Neville a withering look. "Or was it just an accident?" 10 points from Gryffindor, Granger, for not having the sense to think before you acted. And a point to you, Longbottom, for proving that being lucky is sometimes a substitute for being smart. Hermione flushed and bowed her head, tears filling her eyes. She was lucky to earn Gryffindor much more than 10 points in a week these days, with a few teachers becoming slightly exasperated that it was always she who was the first to stick her hand into the air for any questions. "Sir, I wanted to ask you," Harry said, doing his best to meet Harry's gaze. "Was it Quirrell who was trying to knock me off my broom? And if he was, why?" Snape sat back in his chair, studying the four children. He flicked his wand suddenly, making the students flinch, but instead the door simply clicked shut, and the air filled with a faint buzzing sound that would drown out any listeners. "What have you told your little friends about your plan, McAllister?" Snape asked. "I do hope the answer is nothing, but you never know." Harry felt himself go flush, then drain of all blood. What plan, sir?" "Don't be coy. Don't think I haven't noticed you bandying about your Muggle propaganda books to those miscreant relations of Weasley here, or that you've been quietly building a little band of heroes." If it was possible, Harry paled even further, but he held his tongue. "What's he talking about, Harry?" Ron asked, looking confused. "Is this about that rubbish about space and stuff? I mean, maybe Muggles made it into space, maybe not. Dean told me a lot of people think it was a big hoax the American Muggles put on to have one over on the Russian lot." "Oh, the Apollo missions were quite real, Mr. Weasley," Snape said in a tone that simply dripped venom. "It is so heartwarming to see it is not only my own house that can use their prejudices as a shield against the truth no matter how manifestly obvious the facts are. How very Slytherin of you. I would award points, but I believe you would feel rather ashamed to contribute to the House Cup in the Serpent's favor." Ron's mouth opened and closed several times, his eyes bulging out of his head. Neville looked like his world was crumbling down around him as well. But no wizards have ever been to the moon, have they?" "Of course not," Snape sneered. "It is quite impossible to get to the moon by magical means. Even if you could somehow apparate there, any attempts to use magic to breathe in the vacuum of space would be quite unproductive, as no wizard knows how to harness the more esoteric cosmic magics." "But you don't deny that Muggles have done it?" Hermione asked, looking eager. "Lavender and Pavarti made fun of me for weeks when they saw I'd gotten those books. Nothing I said would convince them, but if you told them. I am only in the business of correcting the ignorance of youths when it comes to the art of potion making," Snape declared, waving a dismissive hand. "And it is a chore I am actually remunerated for. Tackling the prejudices of the entire wizarding world is not a task I would seek to undertake even if I were being paid twice my usual salary." He suddenly fixed Harry with a piercing stare, looking gazes with him. "But back to my original question. No, I see you have not revealed your designs to your companions, McAllister. If you are wise, you will keep it that way until you and they are much older." Snape turned to the other children, his eyes flashing dangerously. "As to your other question, Professor Quirrell is a Hogwarts professor. He is here at the insistence of the headmaster, who has faith that he will not only adequately educate you all in defense against dark magics, but that you will come to no active harm at your professor's hand. Surely you do not question the wisdom of the great Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, do you? The words at their surface bespoke complete faith in Quirrell and the headmaster, but the way in which Snape had said them caused the words to sound mocking and sarcastic. Do you trust Quirrell? Harry asked. Hermione looked concerned. Do you trust the headmaster? Snape steepled his fingers and rested his long nose atop them. Excellent questions. I look forward to hearing the answer to them at the end of term. Dismissed. When the four did not turn immediately to go, Snape let out a low growl, and the four students immediately turned on their heels and fled. Snape watched them go, his eyes calculating. What was Snape on about? Ron asked Harry at lunch. The four had grabbed some sandwiches and gone outside to discuss things in private, despite the frigid November air. It had snowed the night before, but now that the sun was out the light dusting was melting and turning to slush. They had managed to find some rocks to sit on that were mostly dry though, and were quietly munching away. Harry asked, avoiding Ron's gaze. It had felt like Snape was reading his mind, but that was impossible, wasn't it? Harry hadn't ever heard of magic that would let you read another's mind. Your plan that you're not supposed to tell us about, Ron prompted. So tell us. Ron, Hermione gasped. Professor Snape said Harry shouldn't until we are all older. Oh, so you do believe that Harry has secret plans? Ron cried, pointing an accusing finger at Hermione. What, has he told you already? No, Hermione admitted, looking at Harry with a concerned look. She bit her lip. Though I suppose I do think he can trust us. But we trust you, Harry. You'd tell us if we're important, wouldn't you? MMPH, Harry grunted through a mouthful of cold sandwich. Harry, you're my best mate, Neville said slowly. Ron looked at Neville with a jealous gleam in his eye, and Neville rolled his eyes. Oh, come off it, Ron. Harry can have 3 best mates, or do you not think Hermione doesn't deserve that title too? Ron looked at Hermione with a slightly guilty expression on his face, then back at Neville. Oh, all right, you're one of my best mates too, Neville. Right, anyway, Harry, look. Whatever plans you have, you'd tell us if it were important, right? I mean, we've fought a troll together. That's not really something you can do and not trust the other person with your life after, right? I think of you all as my best friends too, Hermione said, blushing and looking away. I didn't really have friends before I came to Hogwarts. Me neither, Neville admitted. Ron shrugged. I had Ginny and Fred and George, but they're family. It's different. I got to choose to be mates you with lot, and I'm glad I did. All 3 of them looked at Harry, who swallowed as if he still had sandwich in his mouth, but was really trying to clear the lump in his throat. I did have mates before this, you know. Aaron, and the other blokes at school. That didn't seem to bother the others, so Harry sighed, rubbing his hand through his still short and stubby hair. All right, look, Hermione, you were raised as a norm, right? Hermione nodded, not sure where this was going. Ron, Neville, you were raised as wizards. Tell me, did muggles ever do anything bad to anyone magical? Ever torture or kill them, just because they had magic? Yes, Neville said at the same time as Ron said, no. The two looked at each other. Ron, ever the quick-tempered one, ranted, my dad's in the Muggle Affairs office at the Ministry. He's never had any mad muggles attack anyone, no matter what the pureblood loony lot says. So I don't know what you're on about, Neville. I didn't think you bought into all that tripe. No muggles have hunted wizards in Britain for years and years, yes, Neville said with a patient air. But what about the Scours in America, or those witch hunts in South Africa? They burned a magical family alive last year in Tanzania, and they've killed a lot of muggles who they thought had magic. And then there were British witch hunts, a long time ago. Yes, some witches and wizards were powerful enough to keep themselves safe, but a muggle sorry, norm-born, like Hermione would have been burned at the stake or drowned. Oh, yeah, Ron said. He shrugged. Okay, I guess that stuff happened, but it was years and years ago here, and things are mostly okay with the muggles now. If anything, it's the wizards who cause problems with muggle baiting and stuff. Exactly, Harry said, jumping on opening Ron had offered. And what about the last war? Voldemort what? You said his name, Ron gasped. Neville just shook slightly, then nodded. Yes, Voldemort. Go on, Harry. You said his name, Ron said, his normally ruddy complexion having gone pale. And you should know better. Voldemort, 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 Neville said, his face and tone grim. If my parents were brave enough to stand up to him, I can at least say his name. Ron whimpered, but didn't say anything else, and Harry continued, anyway, Voldemort and his followers slaughtered Norms by the hundreds and tortured women and children. And according to my dad, some of his followers may be responsible for that sort of thing going on even today. Death Eaters, Neville supplied, nodding. Yeah, Gran says that the only reason the load of them weren't locked up in Azkaban is because most of them bribed their way out of trouble. She's not wrong, Ron said, his voice quavering. He was clearly trying to be as brave as his friends, and to his shock he was actually not doing badly. VVVV, he gulped, Voldemort. Ron quickly glanced around, certain doom would be upon him. When nothing happened, he swelled up slightly with pride and continued, his followers, anyway, like Lucius Malfoy, they bribed loads of people and lied. Said they'd been cursed. My dad says that's rubbish, and my mum says, well, she said if I repeated it she'd wash my mouth out with soap every day for a year. But it's illegal to torture anyone, Hermione said, looking horrified. Even if they had been cursed, surely they'd be punished for killing and torturing people. Only if they were wizards, Neville said darkly. Like my parents. The people who tortured them are in Azkaban. Ron looked thoughtful. I thought your parents were dead. No, Ron, Neville said. They're not dead. They were just tortured. For hours and hours. Went mad. I visit them, when I can. They're in St. Mungo's. But the Death Eaters who just tortured and killed Muggles. They could get off with bribes and house arrest. Take Sirius Black for example. If he hadn't killed Pettigrew, had just blown up those Muggles, he'd probably just have been given a fine, a pat on the head and told not to do it again. Wasn't Sirius Black the one who betrayed? Ron suddenly cut himself off and looked at Harry. What? Harry demanded. Ron looked guilty. He sort of, well, he told he who, arg. He betrayed your parents, Neville said quietly. He was the one who told Voldemort where to find your house. He was the magical guardian. My gran told me all about it. Said it just went to show that some families can never be redeemed. Yeah, the other Blacks were all openly for Voldemort. Ron looked torn between elation and horror that he could now say the name. He took a deep breath. Yeah, one of them is Draco's mum, believe it or not. Draco's mum is related to the guy who had my parents killed. Harry half bellowed. He stood up, fists clenched. I'll kill him. Hermione pulled Harry back down. It wasn't him, Harry. Relax. Take a deep breath. Harry breathed heavily for a moment, then nodded. Right, so, are we all agreed that because the wizarding world is so secret, and so dead set on Muggles, Harry snarled the hated word, being inferior, that won't even punish you for torturing and killing Norms, that something has to be done. But it all seems so wonderful, Hermione whimpered. I was never accepted before I came to Hogwarts. Everyone hated me because I was too smart, or too bossy, or too weird. I did odd things, you know. Like making the girls who made fun of me at lunch grow nasty pimples all over their faces. I felt really bad once I realized that had been me, but it was an accident, honest. What do you mean, something has to be done, Harry? Ron asked. Neville was silent, but he was studying Harry's face with a concerned expression. I mean, we can't let the only thing wizards ever do with Norms is wipe their memories or torture them or hide from them. Harry said. He looked around, ensuring that they were alone. He lowered his voice. I mean, that they need help. Our help. That what the world really needs is more heroes, not more people who hide their powers. With great power comes great responsibility, Hermione quoted. She flushed when Harry gaped at her. I read comic books too, you know. I read just about everything in our small local library. Spider-Man wasn't my favorite, but I did read it. What was your favorite? Harry asked, curious enough to be sidetracked from his topic. Mouse, by Art Spiegelman. It was about the Holocaust. Harry made an "oh" with his mouth, and looked somewhat embarrassed. He'd never heard of such a comic book. What's a Holocaust? Neville asked. You know, Hitler, Harry said, putting his finger on his lip in an imitation mustache. World War II. The Blitz. Any of that ring a bell? When all he got back was a blank look, Harry sighed. And that's another problem. If norms don't know anything about the wizarding world, it's not their fault. Any that do find stuff out get their memories erased if the ministry finds out. If wizards don't know anything about the norm world, it's their own fault. We have to teach people, and help people. We have power. Maybe not yet, but when we're older, we could be heroes. Harry, you're not talking about violating the statute of secrecy, Neville said, his face going pale. If Muggles knew about us, sorry, Harry, but that's what they are. If they knew, they'd fear us, bully us, try and control us, just like they did in the old days. Magic has to be secret for a reason. My parents were never afraid of me, Harry said quietly. Not my sister either. Hermione nodded. My parents were afraid for me. They were so pleased to hear I was special and that I had magic, but they were worried I would be all alone in a magical world and they'd never be able to understand it or protect me. If I could tell them more, if I could only show them, I think they'd be thrilled. My dad says most Muggles are only scared of magic because it's been used to hurt them, Ron mused. Neville looked between his three friends, his face pale. But those witch hunts are real. They happen even today. We're only safe because the Muggles don't know about us. If they did, they'd come after us and try and destroy us or end us. They know, Harry said quietly. Ron and Neville's eyes snapped up and widened in shock. They've known since the last Wizarding War. That's impossible. Neville stammered. If they knew, the Ministry would send in the Obliviators, they'd stop them from knowing. I dunno mate, Ron said, looking thoughtful. My dad says the Obliviators are one of the most overworked departments in the Ministry. A few could have slipped through. They've known because so many people died that the Ministry could never obliviate the memory of all of them, Harry said, his voice growing bitter and angry. My uncle was killed. He was defenseless. My dad couldn't even have tried to save him, because officially no one knew anything, and if they tried to act they'd be stopped by the Ministry. How could your dad stop a wizard? Neville demanded. Harry glanced around, then opened up his robe and showed Neville the hidden shoulder holster. With this, Harry, Hermione gasped. Those are illegal, especially since you're a minor. I have a special dispensation, Harry said, closing his robes quickly. It's okay, I know how to use it and I'm under strict orders to never even take it out unless someone's life is in danger. I didn't have it on me when the troll attacked, and you were nearly killed Hermione. Next time, I'll have it, and we won't have to hope that Snape shows up to save us. What Harry didn't consider was that his pistol's small caliber rounds couldn't hope to even phase a troll, but that was a hard lesson he'd learn at a later point. Is that one of those gun things? Ron asked, curious. Those are like Muggle wands, right? Kind of, Harry said. They're only good for fighting though, you can't do anything else with them. Dead useful at the whole stopping people from trying to kill you or your mates thing though. Harry, this is serious. If the Muggles really know about us, we have to tell someone, now. Neville was panicking, and breathing hard, his pupils dilated. We're all in danger. My mum, my dad, they can't protect themselves anymore. And Gran is old. Merlin, oh Merlin, if the Muggles come. They'll stop anyone from ever torturing you or your parents or even your Gran ever again, Harry said firmly. Neville froze, his eyes focusing again, and he looked at Harry. What? Neville, were your parents tortured because no one could stop the people doing it? Yeah, the Aurors tried, but it took them hours to break down the wards and fight off the Death Eaters. By then, it was too late. My dad, my real dad, the one who raised me, could have stopped them, Harry said, his eyes blazing with conviction. He's a soldier, a major in the SAS. Neville looked doubtful, but Hermione interjected, he's right Neville. The SAS are literally the best soldiers in the whole world. If anyone could stop the Death Eaters, it would be them. But they don't have magic, Neville whispered. How could they hope to fight off the Death Eaters? He who dares wins, Harry quoted. They've got guns, and helicopters, and jets, and tanks, and they're getting ready. If another wizarding war breaks out, the Sass and the rest of the Muggles will have to intervene. They can't allow another mass slaughter of innocents, Norms or wizards. Or witches, Hermione said primly. Or witches, Harry agreed. Neville, if they had known, maybe they could have saved your parents. Neville suddenly stood, his eyes shining. I've got to go. He stumbled off towards the lake, his body trembling. Ron put a restraining hand on Harry's shoulder. I'll go talk with him, Ron said. Maybe throw an apple at his head or something. Ron caught up with Neville at the edge of the lake, but seeing as he was fresh out of apples, Ron picked up a smooth rock and chucked out across the lake, where it skipped twice. He bent over and grabbed a few more rocks, handing some to Neville. Weird, isn't it? Neville nodded numbly. I mean, Muggles knowing more than us. And going into space and stuff like that. Doesn't seem right. Aiming carefully, Ron hurled his rock. He nodded in satisfaction when this one managed 4 skips. Neville half-heartedly tossed his own rock, which didn't skip, but sank straight down. I didn't believe Harry and Hermione about that for a long time. Ron nodded, skipping another stone. Yeah, seems weird. But Fred and George are convinced that they could do it. Did you know they tried to borrow Scabbers so they could send him up in a makeshift rocket they made? Good thing I caught them. Stupid thing blew up and fell into the Forbidden Forest. They got a detention for trying to go get it. I heard about that, Neville said, a faint grin forming on his lips. They were madder that their rocket failed than about the detention. Ron stood quietly for a while, skipping rocks with Neville and making appreciative noises when Neville managed 5 skips. Do you think Harry's right? Neville finally said, looking at the last rock in his hand carefully. Ron shrugged. Dunno, but I trust him. And his dad, well, I met the bloke. And he just seemed dangerous. Not like he would hurt me, or that I wasn't safer with him or whatever, but like, if he was in a cage with a bear or something, it was hard luck on the bear, not him. You know what I mean. Yeah, Neville said, throwing his rock at the lake. Yeah, I think I do. Neville and Ron walked back to Harry and Hermione, who were waiting anxiously by the castle entrance. Hermione looked nervous that they would be late for Dada, but Harry waited stoically, watching Neville with a measuring expression. So, Neville said, trying to act casually. Where do we sign up to be one of those heroes? Dear Dad, I found the heroes we've been looking for. I don't know exactly what we'll do, but the next time something bad happens you and your mates won't be standing alone. Love, your son, Harry. P.S. I found out about my birth parents. I still love you the most, but I think I love them too. I hope that's okay with you and Mom. So as you can see, ma'am, it appears that my son has made major inroads with the wizarding world. It would appear that a lot of young wizards, especially those who lost loved ones in the past war or who were raised in our culture, are very receptive to such a message. Major McAllister stood at attention in his full-dress uniform, trying not to sweat. He was immensely proud of Harry, but the lad had moved ahead very quickly, despite words of caution he'd tried to impart. He was simply worried now. Could Harry and his friends keep something this momentous a secret? Would Harry trust the wrong person and blow the whole operation? If he did, what then? They could afford a few people being obviated. They had plenty of redundancy and plans in case of such a situation, but could they allow that, or would they have to move into open conflict with the Maggies? And if they did go into combat, what about Harry? Would he be safe? Would he be sacrificed? Tom could never allow that, not in a million years. Sacrifice his own life, sure. Sacrifice the lives of his men, yes, under great pain, but if the situation called for it, that was what they took the Queen's shilling for. But to sacrifice his own son? Unthinkable. Very good, Major. I am sure the Prime Minister will be quite pleased. At ease, man, at ease. Margaret Thatcher gave Tom a small smile. Officially, she was retired from government work. Unofficially, she was now head of the Committee of Magical Affairs. Or the Maggie Works, as the men called it, both as a reference to their leader and to their purpose. Thatcher indicated a chair for Tom to sit in, and pressed her intercom. If If you would please, Bert. For myself and the Major. Of course, ma'am. That done, Thatcher gave Tom a concerned look. And how is your son, really? Don't answer as Major McAllister, but as Tom, the father of a young boy. Tom puffed out his cheeks. He seems well. There's been some trouble, as you know, that thing with the troll, and apparently someone tried to hex him off his broom in a school match. He's taken to keeping his weapon on his person at all times. A bit worrying, but still, he's a good lad, and smart. He assures me that incidents like this are bound to happen at a magical school and that he's quite safe. What does Alice think about that? Thatcher asked, raising an eyebrow. She's torn over being so proud she's fit to burst and so worried for him she wants to call the whole thing off and bring him home yesterday. I understand. Sometimes it is hard to think about this particular operation in an objective manner. I am a mother as well, after all. It's hard not to see Mark's face when I read the reports on your son. They sat in silence as the tea arrived, sipping quietly, contemplating the perils of youth. Can't believe my parents are going to be in bloody Romania for Christmas, Ron groused, poking at his dinner. You lot are all going home and I'm going to be stuck here with the twins and Percy the Ponce. Percy isn't that bad, Hermione argued. He's been very helpful as a prefect. Yeah, well, you don't have to live with him, Ron muttered. Hey, Ron, what if you and your brothers came over to my place for Christmas? Harry asked, the kernel of an idea forming in his mind. You mean it? Ron asked, looking suddenly hopeful. Yeah, Ginny could come too if your parents didn't mind, so Becky had another girl around the house, Harry added. I'd have to ask my parents, of course, but I'm sure they'd allow it. Actually, he was pretty sure they'd insist and consider it a great stroke of luck. Yeah, I'll ask my mum and dad too. Oi, Perce, can I borrow Hermes? Percy looked up from his own group of friends, frowning at Ron. What do you need my owl for? Harry says we could go to his place for Christmas. I've got to owl mum and dad to ask them. Go to Ickle Harrykins for Christmas? George asked. Sounds more interesting than staying here, Fred said. Percy shrugged and nodded. All right, you can use Hermes. Let mum and dad know the rest of us are on board with the idea as well. I need to do some extra research for my Muggle Studies owl anyway. The next day letters arrived from both sets of parents giving their blessing. Ginny would be coming as well, having opted to see the brothers she was closest with over the much older Charlie. Snow came to the castle, and on the last day of term there was a Weasley's vs Team Harrykins snowball fight, in which even Percy participated. Harry dragged in Dean and Seamus on his side, so that it was he, Hermione, Neville, and the other two boys against the four Weasleys. Despite a valiant effort on Team Harrykins' part, they were simply no match for Fred and George, who had managed to conjure up a massive snow fort from which Percy and Ron were firing an ice cannon that was devastating anyone who poked their head up. We need reinforcements, Harry yelled as an icy cannonball obliterated the meager snow fort he and Neville had managed to construct. Hermione had tried to charm it stronger, but it was no match for the Weasleys' bombardment. He poked his head up to throw a snowball back, but was rewarded with a face full of slush as soon as he poked his head up. We should just surrender, Hermione said, shivering slightly in the cold. The Irish never surrender, Seamus bellowed, managing to hit Fred with a snowball before he was beaten back under a deluge of icy missiles. But we're not Irish, Hermione said, dragging Seamus back to safety. Speak for yourself, Neville yelled as he began digging in the snow to form a new barricade and switching to an Irish lilt. Me mum's maiden name was Murphy. I knew there was a reason I loved you, Neville, Seamus sputtered, wiping the snow off his face. We've still got to find a way to take out that fort, Dean muttered, peering over a snowbank. He suddenly dived down. Quirrell's coming. Damn, Harry muttered, peeking up at the professor waddling across the courtyard in a ridiculously oversized coat. He suddenly snapped his fingers, though the effect was rather ruined by his mittens. I've got an idea, Seamus, Neville, Hermione, cover me. With me, Dean. What are you? Hermione began to protest, but a snowball impacted the back of her head. She quickly turned back and started using her wand to fling a stream of snow at the fort, acting as a sort of smoke screen as Harry and Dean dashed towards Professor Quirrell. "Afternoon, Professor," Harry called, sliding around behind the Dada teacher. "Hello, sir," Dean said cheerfully as he scrambled right behind Harry. Quirrell spun around, glaring at the two boys and saying something that was muffled by his purple scarf. Harry and Dean paused, staring at Quirrell as a snow cannonball hurled out of the spray of snow and smacked dead into the back of Quirrell's turban, sending the man sprawling. With an unearthly shriek, Quirrell suddenly stood and pointed his wand at the now visible snow fort. The outer walls exploded, sending all four of the Weasleys tumbling through the air. "Victory!" Dean cheered, pumping his fist. Harry couldn't respond. As soon as Quirrell had turned his back, his scar had exploded with pain, and he was crouching in the snow, whimpering. A hand grabbed him and lifted him into the air, and Harry found himself staring into Quirrell's eyes, which seemed to burn with anger and madness. Harry couldn't focus. His scar seemed to be beeping everything else into a tiny white dot as his whole world became pain. "You!" A raspy voice hissed from behind Quirrell's scarf. "How dare you!" And then Harry was falling and Quirrell was sputtering down in the snow. "Tisk, tisk, Quirinius. Playing foolish boyhood games in the snow. One would think you were a nervous student instead of a dignified professor." To all of the Gryffindor's students' utter astonishment, there stood Professor Snape, great black robe billowing in the breeze as he casually tossed a snowball up and down in his hand. One of his creations was already plastered all over Quirrell's right leg, where it had bowled him right over. "Ttt, they assaulted me," Quirrell protested. Then he saw the snowball Snape was playing with. "You," the nasty voice hissed. Then, why you hit me, sssss. "Quite an accident, I assure you," Snape said smoothly. "I was aiming for McAllister. You appear injured, Quirinius. Limp along to Poppy, I'm sure she can give you something." No one moved as Quirrell scrambled to his feet and hobbled off. Harry laid where he had fallen, the other students too stunned and afraid to get closer to the dreaded potions professor. Once Quirrell had vanished, Snape snarled and stomped over to Harry, who he quickly hoisted out of the snow. "Idiot boy, foolish child, what were you thinking?" Harry's eyes were unfocused, he could barely see. His whole world still ached. "Sorry, I don't want any more," Harry mumbled, then fainted. "Damn," Snape snarled. He turned back to the rest of the Gryffindors, who had crowded close as soon as his back was turned. "You, Weasley." "Yes, sir," four voices chorused. Snape rolled his eyes. "Responsible Weasley. Rules us out, that does," one of the twins muttered. "Yes, sir." Percy stepped forward. Snape thrust Harry into his arms. "Carry him and follow me. You, Granger, you are slightly less addled than the rest of these miscreants. Take the twin terrors with you and find McGonagall and bring her to the potions lab. The rest of you go to your dormitories and do not leave until you are given permission to do so. Do I make myself clear?" There was a chorus of assent, and Snape stomped off, Percy carrying the still unconscious Harry in his arms. "Where are we going, Professor?" Percy asked, noticing that they were not headed in the direction of the hospital wing. "To my laboratory," Snape snarled. "Ask no further questions." Percy lay Harry down on a table Snape and swept clear of various essays he had been in the process of grading. He stood quietly as Snape bustled about, grabbing various vials and bringing them over to Harry. Percy recognized most of them as various restorative medicines, and was surprised that Snape was reaching so deeply into what was obviously his personal supply of potions and ingredients. Snape poured various doses down Harry's throat. He coughed and sputtered, until Snape poured a new potion into Harry's mouth, and the boy fell fast asleep. Sighing, Snape brushed himself off, then glared at Percy. Wilting under Snape's glare, Percy shrunk into himself. "No excuses, sir," he mumbled before Snape could lay into him. "I should have controlled my brothers better. We had no business aiming our cannon where we couldn't see what was happening clearly." "At least you have the intelligence to recognize an error after you have committed it," Snape said, still glaring at Percy. "Perhaps in future, 10 points from Gryffindor will help to remind you to think before you take an action that would lead to such misguided course." Swallowing hard, Percy bowed his head and did not protest. He had not lost Gryffindor any points for 3 years, and never so many at one time. He was silent until the door banged open and McGonagall strode in, face drawn with worry. She gasped when she saw Harry lying still on the table. "Is he sleeping?" Snape said, glancing down at the still form. "Dreamless sleep. I gave him enough potions that he is in no danger. I suggest you escort him and Responsible Weasley back to your tower. I must speak with the headmaster." "Where is Quirinius?" McGonagall demanded, coming to stand protectively at Harry's side. "Hospital wing." Snape turned around, obviously done with the conversation. "Severus," McGonagall snapped, and Snape paused, turning back to glare at her. "Is it true that you hit that professor with a snowball?" Snape's right eyelid twitched slightly. "Do you have any relevant questions, or are you simply wasting my time?" McGonagall studied Snape's face for a moment, then she gave him a warm smile and gestured for Percy to pick Harry up again. Together the prefect and professor left the dungeon, and Snape strode to his bookshelf and activated the secret passage that would lead him to the headmaster's office. "He is possessed, Albus. We must expel him at once. He nearly killed McAllister and the Weasley boys. When he did, I felt the power of the Dark Lord emanating from him. Whatever shreds of Quirinius were once there to exert some control over the madman are rapidly fading." Dumbledore's eyes were not twinkling. He looked grim, and power radiated from him. He did not speak, merely looked at Snape before the potions master added, "And there is some connection between the Dark Lord and McAllister. Specifically in the scar. That connection nearly killed the boy when the Dark Lord's anger was unleashed. It is too dangerous, Albus. I had to intervene directly this time, and if I do so again he may lash out against myself and the students." Dumbledore began, but was interrupted when the door banged open. "If you do not come with me right now to help expel whatever vile creature now inhabits the thing we call Quirinius, I will do it myself and burn every suite in the castle before I give you my resignation." Snape strode toward Minerva, who snarled and brandished her wand at him. "Let's go," he said, coming to a stop before her. "You would be a fool to try this alone." McGonagall was taken aback for a moment, but then she peered around Snape at the headmaster, who had withdrawn his own wand as was striding towards the two professors. "Are you going to stop us or help us, Albus?" she demanded. "I believe the time for direct action has indeed come," Dumbledore declared. He tapped a portrait on the wall. "Lockdown. Quietly have the ghosts and portraits get all students to safety, to their dormitories or into a classroom as far from the hospital wing as possible. Have Poppy sedate Quirrell if possible. Have the other teachers protect the other students as best they can, but send Phileas to meet us. We'll need his skill." "I am glad you have finally seen sense," Minerva huffed, then had to be silent as she strove to keep up with Dumbledore's long strides. Snape was quiet, thinking things over. Could he afford to confront the Dark Lord directly, now? If he did, he would make himself rather disposable in the eyes of Dumbledore, for what good was a spy who could not spy? At the same time, however, now was the time to act. If the Dark Lord did not rise again, or could be delayed, then there would be time to play for alternatives. They could not fail, not now. Before they were halfway to the hospital wing, an explosion rocked the corridors. "Bring up the wards," Dumbledore bellowed, raising his wand. He charged forward. "Forget everything else, protect the students." Neville knew they probably should have gone straight back to their dorms like Professor Quirrell had said, but everyone had been cold and tired after their exhausting ordeal, so when Dean had suggested they go to the kitchens to get some hot cocoa, it had seemed like a good idea. The house elves had been happy enough to supply them with steaming mugs and even some biscuits, and once they'd polished that off Ron, Neville, Dean and Seamus began the long walk back up to Gryffindor Tower. "Think Harry will be all right?" Dean asked, looking concerned. "He just collapsed, and then Quirrell grabbed him. I don't know what happened." Ron frowned. "Harry's always going on about how he gets headaches around Quirrell, and he does seem to have it in for Harry." "I dunno." Snape seemed pretty upset. "He'll be fine," Neville said, trying to reassure himself just as much as the others. "Percy and Snape will look after him." "I think Snape's trying to poison Harry," Seamus said darkly. "Then why did he bring Percy along?" Ron said in exasperation. "He's a prefect. It's not like he'll let Snape hurt Harry." Before they could continue their argument, nearly headless Nick floated up from the floor in front of them. Quickly, you must get back to the tower at once. The headmaster has ordered a lockdown. What? The four boys said, then glanced at each other. Harry. No time, we've got to get back ourselves, Dean declared. Ron looked torn, but he nodded and followed the others up the corridor as fast as they could as Nick ushered them along. Before they were halfway there, an explosion from the direction of the hospital wing knocked the three boys flat. Neville shrieked in panic, then quickly stood and helped the others to their feet. Run! Breaking into a dead sprint, the four boys raced up the stairs. Neville puffed and wheezed at the back. He was the heaviest, and the most out of shape. Potter! Shrieked a high unearthly voice behind them. Potter! Who? Dean began, but Neville just waved him on. Don't stop. Before the boys could get much further, a purple-robed figure shot through the air to land on the top of the staircase they were ascending. It was Quirrell, but he was facing away from them. The other three boys stumbled back down the stairs, and Neville fumbled for his wand. He froze when he saw the thing on the back of Quirrell's uncovered head. Its eyes glowed red, and its face was a hideous mass of flesh. With a flick of his wand, the Quirrell beast banished Nick. Where is Potter? The thing on the back of Quirrell's hissed. Where is the boy who lived? If I cannot have the stone, I will have my revenge. He means Harry, Neville realized, and drew his wand. Furnunculus. Sneering, the thing on the back of Quirrell's head let the jinx slash into him harmlessly. Crucio. Neville was on the floor, his whole body aflame with mindless, agonizing pain. He screamed, but there was no air in his lungs, and instead he vomited all over himself. The pain suddenly faded, and Neville found himself lifted into the air, wand dangling limply in his hand. Foolish child, where is Harry Potter? McAllister. Neville slurred, his eyes unfocused. Name's McAllister. Stigmatus. Neville shrieked in pain as his left hand was pressed with burning magic, and his wand clattered to the floor. There was a snap as the creature stepped forward and crushed it under his heel. Where is he? F********U. Neville snarled, and snapped his leg up between the monster's legs. A wheezing laugh escaped the face at the same time a faint whimper came from the other side of his head. Foolish boy, die. Neville felt himself lift into the air, then begin to fall as the thing tossed him casually over the side. Mum, Dad, I tried, Neville thought as the floor raced up to meet him. Wingardium Leviosa. Neville's descent was halted 10 feet from the ground. He looked up to see Ron's panic-stricken face peering over the banister above him, his wand pointed at Neville. Suddenly Ron was jerked back, and Neville smashed into the floor, the breath driven out of him as his back broke. Blackness enveloped him. Where is Potter? Do not lie to me, shrieked the demon in front of Ron. He whimpered, and felt a trickle down his leg. He had wet himself. He swallowed and crossed his arms. Get stuffed. Crucio. Agony tore into Ron for what seemed an eternity as he writhed on the ground. Where is Potter? The thing demanded of the cowering Dean and Seamus. Snape. Snape has him. Dean wept. Please, just. Avada Kedavra. The pain faded in a flash of green light. Ron rolled over and tried to sit up. He saw the still forms of Dean and Seamus, their empty eyes wide with terror. No. The thing strode towards Ron, walking strangely as it moved the legs backwards to go forwards. The wand was raised again, and green light swirled around it. Avada Kedavra. Ron closed his eyes, expecting only death, but was suddenly hurled backwards as a brick wall rose between him and the deadly spell. He hit his head hard against the far wall, and he too passed into unconsciousness. A golden glow filled the hall as Dumbledore strode into battle. Flames danced upon his brow as Fawkes encircled him, singing out a vicious song of war. He had eyes only for the 2 dead students, 2 students dead because of his blindness, of his folly. He waved his wand and golden flames raced towards the empty shell that Tom Riddle now inhabited. You. The thing wailed, and it waved its own wand, banishing the flames in a wave of darkness. Avada Kedavra. Green light raced out and enveloped its target, which slumped to the ground, dead. Dumbledore paused, and looked at Minerva McGonagall in shock. Faint green tendrils still leaked from her wand, but it was head steady as a bridge arose from beneath them to carry her towards her target. She raised her hand and a silver sphere coalesced from the very air as she transfigured a crystal prison from the very elements. Snape was beside her, muttering a ritual as dark smoke rose from the body that was being consumed by shadow. "Severus, it is I, your master. Take me, and we shall destroy this school and these fools and seize the stone for ourselves," a dark voice whispered. Snape did not reply, only stretching his hand out to pluck the sphere from Minerva's hand. Spiritus Praevaricator. Treachery. The thing snarled as it was beeped towards the sphere. "No, I cannot be contained, fools." The smoke flowed into the sphere, which darkened in Snape's hands. He flinched and cursed, grabbing at his left upper arm. The black sphere dropped, and despite the golden glow that Dumbledore conjured around it, the sphere shattered and the smoke escaped, flowing into the bodies of the two boys. "No!" McGonagall shrieked, and with a sweep of her wand fire enveloped the corpses. With a howl, the spirit fled. Dumbledore sent a golden strands after it to form a shining cage, but the smoke simply flowed out of the wires and away, unable to be stopped by the castle's wards as it vanished. Dumbledore gave chase after the smoke, pursuing it until it reached the Forbidden Forest and vanished amidst the shadows there. He stood in the white snow, his breath fogging before him as he shook with grief and rage. How could this happen? He had been so sure, so certain he could trap Voldemort, at least for a few years. But it had come to naught. With a start, he strode back towards the castle. Hagrid was at the doors, crossbow in hand. "Headmaster, sir, what happened? Everything's in an uproar and—" "Voldemort was here, Hagrid," Dumbledore said tiredly. "2 students are dead. I must summon the Minister of Magic. Keep watch, Hagrid. Let nothing pass." Hagrid nodded, his eyes turning to the forest as his face went dark, anger making his hands tremble slightly. "Nothin'. LL get me, Headmaster. Don't you worry." Dumbledore saw to it that Longbottom and the young Weasley were safe and in no immediate danger. One had a fractured skull, the other a broken back. Both had severe nerve damage from the Cruciatus curse. Their families were already on their ways, but the school was still in lockdown. Dumbledore went to his office and summoned the Minister of Magic, along with the Aurors. He specified that he wanted Moody and Shacklebolt, and no one else to accompany them. He waited by his fireplace, which turned green as it spat out Alistair and Kingsley, then a third figure, that of a young girl. "I said," Dumbledore began, but Moody's growl silenced him. "Tonks goes where I go, Albus. She's good, and she's trustworthy. I vouch for her personally." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow at the young woman, who was sporting spiky pink hair and sunglasses, despite the late hour. "Watch her, Headmaster." "Nymphadora," Dumbledore said, nodding at her. "Very well. Where is Cornelius?" "It's Tonks," the young woman muttered, but the older men ignored her. "He'll be along as soon as I give the word," Moody said, his magical eye spinning. "Albus, what's happened? Why did you summon us?" "There has been an attack. 2 students and Madame Pomfrey are dead," Dumbledore stated. Moody was silent for a moment as his eye spun. "Voldemort." It wasn't really a question, but Dumbledore nodded anyway. "I fear that is so. He has returned." "Bloody hell," Tonks gasped, her hair going white for a moment before flashing back to pink. Moody nodded. "Right, he's gone then. Shacklebolt, get Fudge. Tonks, with me. We've got a crime scene to secure before it gets too mucked up." As the fire flashed green and Shacklebolt stepped away, Dumbledore sighed and rubbed his forehead. All his plans had come crashing down, save one. Neville Longbottom had been marked as the Dark Lord's equal. A butterfly-shaped scar was now upon his wand hand. Dumbledore rather thought it resembled the Run de Gauze, the symbol of the one who brought hope. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.